Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final round of the 2024 Endurance Racing Federation. What are we? The GT World? No, it's the GT Challenge, isn't it? I've just forgotten the name of it. Bloody hell!
GTC, yeah.
GT Challenge. Sorry, from California, Laguna Seca, for the 8 hours of California. We of course seen many endurance races, famous Brands Hatch. They've been all around the world. We're here in Laguna Seca for the final round, the only 8-hour race, which means we'll have 4 stints of 2 hours each. Remember, it is 2-hour stints, but there are live driver swaps. Every second matters. There is no finishing the race and then spending 8 years calculating who won. The winner on track is the winner on track, barring penalties. But that's a future problem. For now, we are getting ready for the start of the race. Qualifying was, of course, held yesterday with pole position taken by the Ray Racing squad, I believe, was it? I've second-guessed myself again.
No, it's Eric's Racing.
Eric's, sorry. So Eric's, which is the Eric's Racing. Yeah, because Eric's, of course, is in the hunt for the driver's title, with Eric's Javi trying his best to hunt down the gap to Distinct Philo, who is the current series, hanging out with his friends there. And the engine revving in the background is the sound of a Nissan Skyline, apparently. Oh, good Lord. And of course, that is the kind of enthusiasm we need here for 8 hours of GT3 racing with myself. I'm your host, Stiggs TC, and with me in the booth we have the ever-reliable, the ever-present, and quite simply, thank you so much for your effort, it's Jaeger.
Hello, everyone, all around the world. Yeah, you have to, endure me for this entire 8 hours, probably. I'll be there all the time, but it should be good fun. So let's get this thing rolling, I guess. So I'll bring up just the spotter's guide for you, just in case you missed it. We have 10 cars on the grid for that final round, and you see those lovely liveries again with the teams. And pick your favorite one.
The spotter's guide will show us the car number 5, which is the Track Design Racing AMG GT3 Evo, driven by TDR Speed Hunter. The number 6, which is the Tavanella Racing Team with Fresh Sitio 01, who we're going to call Fresh for the rest of the day, so we cannot butcher his name any further. The 11 with the Arix Racing 458 GT3 with Arix Javi, the man fighting for the championship. He's got his opportunity to take a couple of stints and potentially win the championship off his own bat here today. But we are still 8 hours away from that. Anything can happen. The 12 is the Ray Racing Audi R8. It was very quick at Brands Hatch previous time out. I'm second-guessing myself constantly. Anyway, this time driven by Doodle, a new recruit to the series. Doodle has had many guises over the years and has been incredibly quick in all of them, including right now just punching out a sub-20 on full tanks. Don't worry about it. Quicker than Pole. It's just how he operates. You're going to have to get used to that one. This man is a hot favourite to be the leader at the end of the first 2 hours of the California 8 hours. The 5th team on that list is the Vez Racing Team, and I'm going to struggle to find him. Hopefully he's on track so we can actually see his livery. Never mind, no luck for me. It's DCT Walter carrying the Vez squad. This is the Pastina Caldecar, so Pastor Man, who will be only called Pastor Man, is unfortunately not on track at this moment in time. The 32 is the other Ray Racing car, but this is the AMG with Hijack Paddy at the wheel. He has recently swapped teams, making that one very confusing to me. The 56 is the BMW M6 with Fausto Ariz. Fun fact, even though he's not a fan of K-pop, he was an extra in the Gangnam Style video. So 1 billion people have seen his stupid face. The number 61 is the other Vez car, which has Thomas Batty, I believe, at the wheel. So I guess, yes, it is, correct. Whew, got away with that one. Again, the Vez squad has been ever present in this series. We look forward to their antics between the races to keep us entertained and make sure we all don't forget that this series is still going. Now we have the 66, which is... no, other one. Where's Jaylee gone? At the very top, just to confuse me, it's the GT Finlanders racing team. They've both swapped their cars from the BMW M6s to the Lamborghini Huracans, and I've just missed the other one, which is... I've gone straight through it. Snowman Finn. Take us away, Jaeger.
All right, so let's get ready for the formation lap. I guess, so don't get too excited when the red lights are off. It's just a formation lap. Here we go.
Radio. So Javi with pole, Jaylee in the Finnish Huracan instead of the Finnish M6. They have been, regardless of the car and track, very competitive at all times. Speed Hunter, he has been one of the top drivers all year, even if the results haven't put him to the front to be with Philo fighting for that driver's title. Snowman Finn and the other... Finland Racing Team car. The VRT with Walter. We have the Tavernello with Fresh. Doodle coming from the back here in the Ray Racing car. Fausto in the M6 for Clockwork Motorsport. Thomas Batty in the other Vez car. And off the back, we will have Hi Jack Paddy. Now, it is 88 laps, I believe, this stint, and we will see people boxing at the end of the 88th lap in order to swap of drivers. Will we see one stop? Will we see two stop? Degradation on the tyres is very high here because of the amount of corners per lap. It's not very long on straights. You don't really get a rest here. It is a very physical racetrack, despite the simple-looking nature of it.
That's true, yeah. And racing softs are mandatory, so that's why you probably see two stops, but I'm not sure, so I haven't done 8 laps. Oh.
Yep, that's just me being in Australia. Don't worry about it. I know what lag looks like. It'll be okay. It's important to note that the refueling rate is very slow. I think it's 3 litres per second. The softs are a mandatory compound. Is that a mandatory in the stint or mandatory all around? Because I believe...
Per stint.
Yes, you have to use the softs at least once, which means people can drive mediums or hards, but they have to run the softs at some point. As we see everyone rounding the final corner to begin the 8 Hours of California for the final round of the Endurance Racing Federation GT Challenge. And Javi is away. He's cleared the final corner and immediately jumps out to a 5/10 lead over Jaylee. Wow, there's just big gaps everywhere on this start. No one really looking under pressure, I say, as... Oh, Fresh. Oh, that's just got to be lag. Everyone's overlapping each other, and we're going to see Fresh go around most likely. Never mind, he's held onto it with traction control. Fausto gets Walter. Bit of a laggy start
Thomas,
there with...
spun there with that lag, unfortunately, in P10.
Oh, he was. Wow, he disappeared in all that. Anyway, that's... At least it means it's not just me. I think I saw Speed Hunter.
It's also on my end, yeah.
Yep, the Speed Hunter there ran wide and now has Snowman Finn up the inside, and he will go through into, I believe that's Rainy Curve, which is the most terrifying corner on the layout. You'd think it's Corkscrew, but no, Rainy Curve has the ability to murder... That's not Rainy. Rainy's after Corkscrew. I apologise. Looked like a bit of lag contact, but we're okay there between Speed Hunter and Snowman Finn. Doodle already up to 5th, and he is looking to make a move on Speed Hunter already. Guys, it's an 8 hour. Calm down. We have plenty of time. So I forgot the name of the corner that leads you up into the Corkscrew. There's a sausage curb on the inside. The road dips away on the inside. On the outside, you've got sand. It's such a tough corner to not lose any time, not give up position, but also get it right without being killed either on the inside, the outside, the way in, the way out. So... expect to see a lot of people finding their way to the fence here today. This is one of the more attrition-based racetracks. You'd think it would be the Nürburgring, but here there are so many sausage curbs, so much dirt on the exit where you can make a tiny mistake, run a little bit wide, turn in a little bit early, and find yourself looking at the wall very, very soon.
Yep. Usually, once you're in the rhythm at this track, it's so good, but as soon as you're not in the rhythm, you visit those lovely sand pits, gravel pits all around, and it's not quick.
The Vez squad was suggesting we bring collapsing chairs and a grill so that they can, be joined out there by a few of their fellow racers if things were to go horribly wrong, particularly early on. And I agree, it is absolutely the right time of year for a barbecue where I am. Not sure about in California, though, but it's always warm in California.
So information from race control, it looks like that Xavi failed the race start procedure, so this might lead into a penalty.
I had a feeling
post-race.
I had a feeling that he had left the final corner and gone, as opposed to bunch everyone up and then see a green flag, and that explains why we had such big gaps at the start there, as well as a big clump as everyone else got left to deal with it. And now we're seeing the effects of dirty air, where we can see clearly that Speed Hunter is not slow compared to Snowman Finn, and nor is Doodle, but they're not able to make an opportunity yet to make a pass. However, as we discovered, this is an attrition race. If you can get close enough to someone to force them into a mistake, that kind of mistake might not just be overtaking, that mistake might be putting them in the wall and require a pit stop to repair damage.
Yeah, of course, heavy damage as usual.
Yep, as we see...
Hunter defensive into the sports crew, so...
It's impossible to make a move up there unless you've done most of the work before the braking zone. Otherwise, you just end up running into the guy, and then there's an argument about who should have done what, because, of course, everyone likes to think this is Formula One, and I'm on the inside, I had the apex, it was my corner. That's not how racing works, kids. Oh, we see in the background there, Fresh making a mistake, running wide. I don't think Fausto will get him from that far back. But this appears to be the tightest battle on track, with these three covered by less than a second, with Snowman, Speed Hunter and Doodle in a line. AMG looking good on top end speed.
Definitely, yeah. So again, with that custom BOP, you can change the behavior of those cars quite a bit. So
excuse me, yes.
It's not a POD, a PD POV. Oh, no, Doodle.
And a mistake from Speed Hunter. Yeah. And somehow Doodle sneaks through between turns 3 and 4 and then holds on around the outside. What is going on?
It's not over.
What is going on?
Yeah.
That's so unusual. It was like he missed a gear. But how do you miss a gear in a sequential gearbox? I wonder if there... I have seen latency on a sector split before, where a car randomly will jump backwards a couple tenths, but that felt like it was on the exit of turn 3, not on the sector split, which is under the bridge there. So very strange, because now Speed Hunter is 1.8 seconds behind Snowman Finn, and I can't tell you why.
Yeah, looked weird, yeah, but I mean... We'll take it. We have a battle for position. All good.
We saw action on track. It happened.
Yeah. It's real, yeah. And I can also tell you that everyone is on the racing softs at the moment. So no one using a different tire compound for the race start. We'll see how that changes throughout this 8 hours.
I would expect that would mean that it's a one stop for everyone. Is this the earliest? This is the earliest session of the race, isn't it? So the hottest session in terms of daytime. No, the afternoon might be hotter. So, if it's an easy one, it would have to be a tight one stop now, and then later in the afternoon it becomes not an easy one stop, and then as the afternoon becomes evening, it becomes an easy one stop again. The set weather is only for the first and last stints of any... Sorry, the first and last weather segment of any stint. Those are the only predetermined weather slots we have, and they are all SO1 sunny, other than race end, which is SO2 slightly cloudy. So a lot of variation there. Anything can happen, but the weather in between is random. So anything actually can happen. It's just whether or not the RNG gods decide to cause a 3-lap monsoon in California for no adequately explored reason.
Except the rain, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Oh, big slide there from Speed Hunter. That will invite Mr. Doodle to make a run up the inside. He'll take a slipstream and then expect a dive bomb. Whichever side Speed Hunter goes, he will pick the opposite and brake later. Never mind, he went to the outside and did not brake later, but he gets the over and under to try and sneak up the inside. He's decided maybe not quite able to do that, just unable to make the move there on Speed Hunter to try and effect an overtake. But Speed Hunter looking like he is on the ragged edge here, trying to keep up with the leaders as he falls now to 6 seconds off the front, with Arix Javi comfortably in the lead at the moment.
And we also have Thomas Betty closed that gap to Walter, so battle for P9. So after that early spin.
There we go. I was trying to find the key for it. He is now within 9/10, so he's made up the very large gap, I think it was, at the time. Has he done it on pace? I don't know. It looks like Walter made a mistake on the previous lap, losing 6 seconds, and that's how the gap has been closed up.
They're just doing the teamwork now.
The two Vez cars, but they expected to struggle with the difficulty of the track. However, if they can just keep it clean, there is nothing stopping these guys making the podium because they have very quick drivers. They've got a good car, and we've seen all year that they have not made mistakes unless it's pasta. Just checking back in with our leader, and Javi with a 20.7 on the last lap, only 1.6 clear of Jaylee in the Finnish Huracan.
Yep, and 3, 4, 5, that looks spicy now.
Yep, as looks like Speed Hunter has now made his way onto the back of Snowman Finn. Snowman Finn with mid-21s last couple of laps, but Speed Hunter, after that couple of rough laps and a couple of mistakes, has done 20.9 back-to-back. Those two laps are 1,000th of a second apart, and of course Doodle has done 20.6 and 21.2 as he gets close to the back of Speed Hunter and then falls away again and then gets back up onto him and then falls back away again with the dirty air. But it looks like these three will be the battle for the podium for the near future, as we are a whole 8 laps in. We're only 1/11th.
Yeah, I also think that Fausto closed that gap too fresh, under a second now, P6, P7.
Just quick look in. Looks like he lost time on the previous lap. Yeah, so Fresh made a mistake, but Fausto was unable to capitalise, so they both have mid-high 21s, and then the last lap they both lost over a second. And we'll go back to Doodle once again in the slipstream of Speed Hunter, but unable to get close enough to really launch a dive. And Speed Hunter a little conservative to the inside, a little defensive, not fully covering, but not taking the optimal racing line, ultimately costing himself time there.
Okay, and Walter had a mistake, dropped 14 seconds behind Thomas Betty now in P10, so that it's not a battle anymore. So we can focus on 3, 4, 5, I think.
And it looks like Snowman has pulled away on this lap away from Speed Hunter, but Speed Hunter is still only 6 seconds off the lead. So they haven't fallen away from the leaders, and that would suggest Snowman is quicker than Javi at this point, which suggests to me that Jaylee will also be quicker than Javi at this point. I would assume both finish Lambos to be roughly the same pace, and what a great run there from Doodle to not be able to make a move into the corkscrew, but he's putting Speed Hunter under pressure, and that's what pressure does! I was saying it's not going to be an overtake, but he's going to put pressure on him. And at some point, Speed Hunter will crack, because he has been under so much pressure since the start of this race, and he runs wide again! Oh, Speed Hunter, I said he was on edge.
Yeah. Whoa, it's close. Yeah, and also with the first sector showed yesterday in the qualifying session that Lambo is really, really strong. But it was always like the middle and the last sector where Xavi was able to get back the time and even improve those lap times. So different setups definitely on those cars.
Yeah, and that'll probably be to do with the way those cars are balanced, where you've got the first sector is a lot about that raw rotation ability in the low speed through turn 2 and turn 3. Turn 1 is technically the king car for the start-finish line. And the Ferrari probably has better medium high-speed balance to get through the death curve up the hill, to get through the corkscrew and put the power down nice and cleanly, and then get through the rainy curve and the second last curve. So interesting that those two cars, despite both being mid-engine, have different behaviours in that way. But that's also part of the BOP that you touched on earlier, where we are limited in a maximum horsepower at a minimum weight, but there is also performance points. Oh, geez, that's lag. And Speed Hunter losing a lot on that lag, too. He lost 2 seconds in that. Anyway, what I was saying was
such a weird moment.
Yeah. What that PP limit does is it changes the way you can move that ballast around. How much ballast and how much little horsepower you take means you can potentially free up aerodynamic balance. So a car that might be quick over one lap may not be as good over a race because those performance characteristics mean that cars gain and lose over a stint relative to their rivals. So a car that may not be the quickest at the start may end up being quicker further on, because I think Javi is now starting to pull away where his car seems to come good 10 laps into the stint to do 20.4s, whereas Jaylee is starting to falling back into the 21s after briefly jumping into the low 20s. And sort of similar for Snowman Finn, where it's high 20s, low 21s. So the top four are actually somewhat coming, so third and fourth are coming back towards second at the moment.
Yeah, definitely Doodle again getting closer and closer to Snowman, so shaping away those hundreds every lap. But yeah, we'll see if Snowman can keep his cool, or will we see something similar that happened to Speed Hunter? At some point he couldn't cope with that pressure from Doodle and made that mistake.
Half the pressure from Doodle is knowing that it's Doodle. That's half the fight. He's in your head before close. He's in your rearview mirror. Yeah. Just checking in with the Ray. Was it the Ray? No, it is Ray.
But we could see a move maybe from Doodle into the Andretti hairpin. We see no Snowman covering the inside for that double apex left-hander, but it's so close now.
The Ray Audi doesn't look that good under brakes, but it's very good in the mid-corner. So Doodle not able to make a lunge, but he's able to carry incredible speed in the dirty air in behind his rivals to keep them under pressure the entire way. And once again, he's not losing anything in the slipstream there. That's crazy.
Yeah. We all know how tough it is to drive that close behind another car in Group 3.
At Spa, I would get into the dirty air as far back as it would. No way. You can't do that, Doodle. You're not that much better than the rest of us, please. Sliding down the inside at Rainey is actually a really good move if you can pull it off, because the traditional racing line is, of course, falling all the way back out to the outside and then turning back for the really fast line. But if you can sneak up the inside, you can force your opponent to have to steer out, which means they have to brake more anyway. So you can actually pull a little cheeky one there by braking a little bit later, even if your ultimate speed isn't as good. But wow, I mean, that would have been something else. That would explain exactly how much more rotation Doodle seems to have than the rest of us if he was able to slide up the inside of Snowman Finn. Reminder, the finished guys have been incredibly quick all season, and now they're in a car that lets them be at the front. And he almost got done in the middle of a medium speed corner from out of the slipstream. That is incredible performance.
Yeah.
Oh, lag.
That was lag. I was just like, he's going off track. But also,
who lost time out of that?
From race control, drive-through penalty for the P1. Xavi confirmed for that jump start.
Now, when is that served? Is that served post-race or is that served in race?
In race, that drive-through penalty. So we still have 7 hours, 44 minutes to go. So that's the decision now from race control, drive-through penalty. So
how long do they have to serve that penalty?
I don't know, to be honest. It just stated somehow.
That looks like more lag. Yep. I love being in Australia. It's fantastic. So
it's not just you, by the way. It's also my spectator vote looks exactly the same here. Okay,
so it's Mr. T's fault.
Yeah.
Yep. So Mr. Rulebook issues, Mr. Internet connection issues. To be fair, I was expecting this because apparently it is a free weekend on PSN for, I think, Call of Duty and a couple of the 2K games. So the fact that we are seeing very intense lag spikes at random points is not surprising.
That and the fact we have like really bad stormy weather in the UK or parts of the UK, so this could also affect like
Yeah, I
internet
believe
quality.
the next commentator's power went out an hour ago. I'm not sure if it's back yet due to these storms. So anything can happen, and apparently it's going to try. So what I was going to say was I think it's about 40 seconds, the pit delta here, due to the incredibly long pit lane. But that is, of course, from the start of the final corner to the exit of turn 2. So it sounds like a big time to lose, but that is also partly because it's just such a long pit lane. And there's a lot of time you have to be on the racetrack in order to do it. So even if one-stops aren't easy, I would expect people are going to try it just because of the time loss. And again, Doodle, he's able to get up on the outside in the final corner, but unable to do anything on the main straight. So I expect this man to be so quick when he gets clean air, and he is able to duck underneath, and they're side by side up to turn 3. He'd have to go around the outside, the long way, the dangerous way, and I can't see even Doodle being able to achieve that. And has to once again tuck back in, and that lets Speed Hunter into the slipstream. So Snowman Finn starting to lose ground now. They are now 9 seconds off the lead. He is 6.5 seconds off his Finnish teammate. So it would appear that the pressure of Doodle is once again affecting the guy in front of him because Jaylee has escaped. They were only 3 seconds apart not that long ago. And I don't think it's tyre wear. I think it's just Snowman being forced to look in the mirror, being forced to figure out what is happening behind him instead of just focusing on his line, while Jaylee, who is 2 seconds away from Javi, has nothing to worry about at this moment in time, as he will become the net race leader once Javi takes that drive-through penalty. As we see a bit more lag.
Yeah. We have Thomas Betty up to P8, got past Hijack Patty.
It's up the inside, final corner. And Doodle gets it done. However, the Huracan has been very good in a straight line, and Speed Hunter wants in on this as well. We are going to see some sort of motion into turn 1 here.
Spicy.
Speed Hunter going around the outside. Both go to the inside. It's a covering move. No damage, though.
No damage, yeah, exactly. That's the good news.
But importantly, Doodle is through. The fastest man earlier on in the practice session has snuck through into 3rd place with a 6-second gap to the man in front. Mark your calendars on lap 16. It's 6 seconds. We'll see how far that gap is when we get back to lap 20. I expect it to come down very, very quickly.
Yeah, a quick update on Fresh and Fausto. Still a second between P6 and P7 at the moment, so nothing changed there, but already 12 seconds behind P5 Speed Hunter. So they're having a little race on their own currently.
Looks like was no mistake there from Hijack Paddy. It was just a clean overtake with Thomas Batty getting by in the Vez car. Walter hasn't made another mistake since his early one on lap 8 and is still 20 seconds behind Hijack Paddy in 10th. But Vez scoring points with 2 cars. I think that them and Ray Racing are the only people with 2 cars. We've seen TDR running 2 cars. We've seen Clockwork Motorsport running 2 cars. I don't know if Tavanello ran 2 cars. Maybe for one of the Enduros they had a second car. But a lot of cars down to single entries for the final round here. Must be to do with shipping and customs restrictions in America.
They tried their best, like with their livery. This time also cover car for the YouTube broadcast with that Stars and Stripes liveried R8. But yeah, no second car was allowed apparently.
Yeah, I mean, as a fan of the Bathurst 12-hour, a lot of shenanigans does go down with transporting race cars around the world. You can absolutely end up missing a race because a car gets stuck in customs for one reason or another. Genuinely, one of the most tricky parts of racing is the logistics, just getting to an event. Delays in ports, delays in shipping, finding some grass seeds in a grill, and suddenly the car needs to be in lockdown for 6 months to make sure that you don't change the natural ecology of the biosphere and all sorts of very legalese things that go on. But in the meantime, we've got Speed Hunter now back on the back of Snowman. which is a reverse of the earlier position. So Snowman's starting to feel the degradation of those tyres, and we're only 20 minutes into this race. There is still a long way to go in this section, and we'll have to start wondering about when people start taking pit stops.
If fuel is not an issue at the moment, we can see a little bit of tire wear definitely on those cars now. Not enough to go for a pit stop that early.
Not with such a big pit delta, no. Of course, with tyre and fuel is at 1 and 1. It's standard tyre and fuel rates. We don't have any artificial modifiers going on to try and change the way the cars are behaving over a long stint. It is 100% up to drivers, the way they've set up their cars, the way they're driving their cars to manage that tyre and fuel wear. There's basically it's up to the drivers and teams. There's no outside factors messing with things. So you might see people going softs to mediums who are struggling with tyre wear if they're trying to do a one-stop. We might see people doing 2 stops on softs. We're going to have to find out, basically, because I'm not sure which is the best strategy. And especially with the front right wear that goes on around here, it could be very interesting as all these different drivetrains, the mid-engine, the front engine, the mid-engine versus the other mid-engine, because apparently they're different, could all create different characteristics that need to be managed. Oh, Speed Hunter looking for a move there into turn 1. The AMG has been all season very good on the brakes, and by the look of it, it looks a quick car in the straight line, so Speed Hunter has the chance to potentially make a move into turn 2, whereas others, as we saw earlier, were unable to do that.
Yeah, again, that straight wasn't long enough for a move, but yeah, trying to show his nose and force Snowman into a mistake. We'll see the scary kink now coming.
And both of these guys have cracked under pressure, and it's a question to see who can withstand it. Will Snowman crack under Speed Hunter's pressure, or is that just the Doodle factor coming in? Because these guys have been battling each other all season long, whereas Doodle is a new entrant here for the final round, and we're expecting to see him again next season, which is great as a spectator. Horrifying as a driver having to deal with that. But today I've got my commentary cap on, so it's great for the series, so looking forward to it. Tomorrow when I take that cap off, I will be very, very worried. Just too far back at 4/10, and you can see on the gap there that it comes down, but it doesn't come down enough. He's probably got a tenth and a half in hand, so he's going to have to find a way to disrupt Snowman out of Rainy Curve to be right alongside him or just behind him into the final corner to potentially make that lunge into turn 1. Oh, looked like Speed Hunter made a mistake there. So that's one of the classic mistakes you can make there between turn 3 and 4 is you actually go out onto the curb and then take a little bit too much curb, touch the gravel, and then turn in, but you can't turn in because you're out on the gravel, and you end up losing 7 or 8 tenths. As we see the gap now dropping out to 8 tenths. Bit of lag there in between all of that, just to keep you on your toes. So most of the people watching probably were freaking out watching Snowman disappear, but as an Australian, I've seen that lag many times before. It's far too obvious to pick. It's actually surprisingly easy once you've seen it to know what it looks like, because I've seen so much of it.
That's not a mistake, that's lag, yeah. Definitely. So also nice to see that Jay Lee staying with Xavi. 1.5 seconds, that gap, so not willing to let that Eric's driver run away with it. And
it's now lap 21.
Discussions about that drive-through penalty, by the way, so we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Further development. So will it be converted into a time penalty, or it's an actual drive-through, or we'll find out about that.
If I'm the Eric's squad, I want it to be an actual drive-through in race, but not yet. I want it to be further on when I don't lose too much track position, but I don't want it to be a post-race time penalty, because the safety car comes out and everything goes wrong. And the last thing we want is the winner on track to not be the winner. But Doodle with a 20.3. 20.3 on lap 20, fastest lap of the race. I said on lap 16 the gap was 8 seconds.
Yeah, look at that.
It has come down 4.5 seconds in 5 laps. Good luck, Jaylee. You're on your own, buddy, as he goes another 10th purple into Sector 3. But a lot of throttle work there, so not the best line through Rainy Curve there for Doodle. He will not be 100% happy. This lap may not be as fast as he would have liked.
Yeah, still catching 3 seconds now to Jaylee. That's a crazy second half of that lap.
Wow, he made 6/10 up in that final sector.
Yeah,
and it's at 20.2. He goes fastest again. So what I want to check in on is Javi versus Jaylee. Have a quick look at tyre wear and fuel. And of course the stream obstructs all that so that the various teams can't spy too aggressively. But as a commentator, I find these things interesting. So we know the Ferrari is generally very good at saving fuel if you want it to. The question is whether or not you want it to. Is Javi looking after the car or is he pushing? Nobody knows but Javi. However, he definitely has more fuel on board. Sorry, Arix, I'm giving away your secrets. But does he have better tyre wear? Not really. Both those guys have a similar tyre quality and their pace is also similar. So if Jaylee wants to get ahead of Javi, he's going to have to do it on track. It's not going to happen in the pits. And he's not going to just come to him because he's got better tyre wear, because they both have roughly the same quality rubber on board. As Doodle takes another 7/10 out from behind. His tyre wear, same as the guys in front. He's just far, far quicker. Burning a little bit more fuel, but when your pace is a second lap faster, I think we can let him get off the hook there with burning a bit more fuel. Let's go on board with Doodle as he starts to catch up the guys in front. That was only a 20.5. Okay, so he's using the double apex where you trim the first one, get it rotated, touch the second one, and then use all of the road on the other side. So he's hitting that corner like he has plenty of grip and excellent car balance. Turn 3, same deal, getting it right down to the apex, using all of that curbing on the outside. 4, looked like he kind of missed it, and then a couple of lifts. Yep, he did absolutely just miss that one. Not his best line, but he still made up 3/10. Using all the curb again on the outside, touches the apex right down the middle. Lovely line, using the banking to get through. Now up into the death kink. How does he handle it? Using all of that apex curbing, using it on the inside. Oh, heaps left on the outside. Doodle's not even trying just yet. Lining up the corkscrew brake nice and straight to try and get maximum performance out of the car, using a respectable amount of curb. No real instability. Fantastically planted car. Takes the narrow line down into Rainy, not using all the roads, so potentially that's just Doodle's line. We saw him doing that earlier. It looked like an attack. But through there, again, just clean on the apexes, and he takes even more time out of Jaylee and Javi in front of him. Oh, the mid-corner rotation through the final corner. It just yawned. He picked up the throttle. It didn't snap out into any sort of uncontrollable slide or wheel spin, and it's another 20.5. That is what absolutely high-quality operation looks like, guys. Granted, there's a little bit of latency, so he's not looking like he's on all of those apexes, but trust me, he is. There is absolutely nothing left, and you can see Jaylee in front, missing the apex there. A little slide as he tries to turn a little bit more to get back, even though he's missed it, and that causes a little bit of slowness. It causes a little bit more tyre wear. None of that coming from Doodle, and that's the difference. So Jaylee will be making small little mistakes here and there, and that's how Doodle is able to make up so much lap time in such a very short period. We'll go back to the broadcast camera. As Doodle, so Doodle absolutely takes the narrow line there. So I used to take that line because I could never get it to turn back from the wide line. So I just took the narrow line so that I didn't miss the apex. And it seems that Doodle's doing it, and it's quicker. But that probably is to do with the fact that his car is rotating so well in the mid-corner compared to the guys around him. He doesn't need to use all the road out there. And that's allowing him to take that slightly narrower line and not lose any time, as well as making fewer mistakes by being more controlled. And while we've got a small moment here, we'll just check in with Speed Hunter and Snowman Finn. Speed Hunter has lost the back of Snowman. However, on the previous lap, it was at 22.8. So I suspect a little mistake there for Speed Hunter. It's cost him just over a second, and the gap is 1.6. So those two had been stuck together for a while. Jaylee still has
Doodle
room.
now right behind Jaylee, half a second.
And also Jaylee 1.6 behind Javi. That is closing up. Oh no, it was 1.6 earlier, but it felt closer because there's 3 cars in shot. Doing my best to try and make sure everyone's getting covered, not just the guys at the front. But unfortunately, that's where the battle is at the moment. And yeah, again, he's got so much rotation, dude. I would love to drive that car. I'll probably decide it's the most oversteery thing ever and it can't be driven, but Doodle's probably sitting there saying, it's got understeer, guys, we need more front grip. And that's the signature of the best drivers, is they can handle that oversteer. They make it work. So Max Verstappen, notorious for having a car that is completely uncontrollable to his teammates because he's that much further ahead of the car than his teammates are. And that's where you had the conversation about Alex Albon saying, I don't know how Max drives like that. The car's so pointy. And then Latifi, well, teammates with Albon, said the exact thing about what Albon was doing. But that's the difference in your skill curve from one of the greatest drivers of a generation versus the guy who's probably mid-pack, not in any way slow, and Latifi. And Pastor, he's our Latifi. We still love him, though. Looks like, again, Doodle making ground. You just can never take your eyes off Doodle because you never know when he's going to make something happen. Jaylee not looking pressured as such compared to the others. He hasn't made any sort of mistakes with Doodle behind him, but he was making mistakes before Doodle got there. A little defensive into the corkscrew. I think Doodle was a little bit deep, not understanding how early Jaylee needed to brake, had to go out to the right to avoid him, lost a bit of time, makes most of it back up through Rainy Curve, but a little mistake there from Doodle, not quite understanding, and Jaylee boxes! Well. So, half an hour in, and we have our first pit stop, and it's Jaylee of the GT Finlanders racing team. So that would suggest a 3-stop
strategy.
And Snowman Finn as well, also in. So now, if they go to mediums, that's a 2-stop. If they stay on softs, is that a 1-stop? Is that a 3-stop? Sorry.
Look, I mean, it's
36 minutes.
26. That is way too short.
It has to be mediums. It's mediums and a 2-stop for the Huracan. No, it's softs.
It's softs again.
Excuse me, that 36 minutes. You need to get to 40 minutes to do it in a 3-stop. So in 3 stints, 2 stops.
I mean,
maybe it's the first stint because the first stint has full fuel. That they've decided. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so it could still yet be a 2-stop, but they've bought themselves clean air. They're no longer fighting anyone, and they've got less fuel, so the car's lighter, and the temperature is probably changing. Now, worth noting, though, that pit stop was basically just tyres, and he is now 30 seconds off the lead. So if Javi takes that drive-through, he will end up probably only 4 seconds up the road, but he's still ultimately in 3rd place. As we see Javi now in the pits.
Now. Yeah.
Will it be a pit stop or will it be a drive-through? Speed Hunter also in.
No word on the drive-through yet, so it's still discussions.
Yep, we'll have to wait and see. We've got
So that's the regular pit stop.
The hand-cooked control tyres ready, and we see Javi with far more fuel on board than Speed Hunter. And that's the secrets being given away. Waiting. It appears to be just fresh boots, and away we go. Speed Hunter, will he need fuel? Surely not. Wow, that front right is looking very worn, but it wasn't costing him pace. He has, however, been undercut by... Was that man standing in the middle of the air? He would have been undercut by Snowman Finn, and there is Finn sneaking away down through turn 1 and the Andretti hairpin. It's going to be close, but unfortunately not close enough for Speed Hunter to get the overtake done, and he will have to spend the rest of this stint looking at the back of Snowman Finn, trying to work out a way through. However, he's now got better tyre quality. He has a chance. So, looks like...
For the pit loss, it looks like 23 to 24 seconds for a drive-through. That would be the time we are looking at.
That makes sense. And Doodle now also in, so... just having a quick look here at Fresh and Fausto. So will they go on? So Doodle has done one more lap, which means he's probably on the 2-stop. That would make sense. So he's pushing closer to 40 minutes. Will Fresh and Fausto do the same? I've tried so hard to wait on that Doodle pit stop, and his car hasn't appeared. Fresh with more fuel than Fausto, but probably the same on tyres? Oh, no, a little bit more on the M6. So the M6 was slightly better tyre wear. Doodle taking no fuel, comes out behind Javi and Jaylee. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to do it all over again. But Jaylee now right on the back of Javi with that one lap undercut. And the top three covered by less than 2 seconds. So it looks like the field is on a two-stop.
Yeah, that seems to be the strategy. Softs all the way, no mediums, no hards. Just run the softs. And
Fresh and Fausto still could pit at the end of this lap to be, depending on how you want to play your two-stop, you might decide that the first stint, you want to make sure you get past 40 minutes so that any tyre wear dramas you have now, you're not going to deal with for the rest of the race. You can push it a little bit harder. You've got that feeling right. As opposed to these guys who have decided, let's just get rid of that first set of tyres. I know what I need to do now. I'm going to back myself in to do a longer second and a slightly longer the second and third stint. So a little bit of different strategies. We'll see how that all plays out. I could be very surprised if Fresh went and did a one-stop because he still needs to do another 15 laps on those tyres. Same with Fausto.
So, and conversations in race control with the RX team is that they will take the time penalty after the race instead of doing the drive-through. Very
reminiscent of 2021 with stewards negotiating with Red Bull as to how Max Verstappen wants his penalty for driving like a complete moron. But anyway, so Fausto pits. Thomas Batty also pits. I don't think Hijack Paddy has pit yet, and nor Walter has though. So he pit earlier, and that's why he is right in front of the leaders, getting blue flags. So Fresh is the only man not to pit so far. Oh, and Hijack Paddy, I apologise. But in that leading group.
But so Thomas Paddy in here.
Yep. Okay. So it leaves just Hijack Paddy and Fresh. Excuse me, Fresh in. Oh, sorry. In fourth has a 5-second gap to Snowman Finn. So Finn will have to pass him. Oh, excuse me. Dinner is trying to kill me. As we see the Vez car jumping out of the way of the leaders, understanding that there is a three-way fight for the lead and wanting absolutely nothing to do with it, understandably. The job here is just get through the laps and hand over your teammate in a good position without sticking it in the fence. So getting involved with the leaders is not a good idea, but also Doodle now absolutely applying the blowtorch to Jaylee. Can Jaylee hang on? Now we see Fresh pit a lap after Fausto. I didn't think Fausto was close enough to get an undercut. And based on everyone having more than 50 litres of fuel, I would suggest no one's taking fuel in this first stint, so it'll be pure undercut. I'm going to jump to that on exit.
Situations. That's true. All right, so I'm going to take a lunch break and see you soon.
No worries.
Soon, in a couple of minutes.
We're only 40 minutes into this 2-hour stint of the 8-hour race. As we see Fresh and Fausto, it looks like Fausto is too far back. But remember, you get cold tyres, despite the heat. Oh, wow, good bit of lag there. Out of the hairpin. Yeah, and Fausto far too far back. By the way, only a mistake here from Fresh, as he runs a little bit wide there on those cold tyres, but it has not done enough to give Fausto the position. And now he has a one-lap tyre advantage over Fausto in their fight for 6th place. We see Doodle again attacking. This time he's on the back of Jaylee, the lead right there in front of him. So if 23 seconds is what we are deeming a drive-through penalty to be, that means the Arix squad are in effectively 5th place right now, with a 23-second added to their final race time. But, of course, we are only 32 laps into 88 laps of times up by 4. Someone could do that one. I'm not going to try. Something in the region of 340 laps. It's a long way around here. It's such a very, very aggressive circuit. Only 1 minute 20 for a lap time. It sounds long, but the amount of work you get done in that 1 minute 20 is very high. Do not underestimate how physically demanding this circuit is. at the end of a 2-hour stint, guys will be sore. They will be tired. And because of the driver limits, you are minimum drivers is 2, maximum is 3. So you cannot have a fresh driver at every stint in this race. 1 driver minimum. And in some of these cars with 2 drivers, both drivers will have to back this up with another stint later on. And don't count out that second stint being a little bit tougher on the body and seeing some mistakes drawn out by just physical endurance requirements. Looked like Doodle made a little mistake there, and then Jaylee made another one to compensate. Could have been lag, but it didn't look too wrong. And again, they are still only 1.5 seconds behind Eric's Javi. Jaylee just hanging on outside the slipstream of Javi, and Doodle seemingly unaffected by slipstream, unaffected by the dirty air. And these cars are so sensitive to dirty air, so somehow he's got that thing set up in a way that even in the dirty air, it rotates so beautifully. Whether he's done it on the suspension platform, on the aero platform, weight balance, I have no idea. Granted, he's still driving the wheels off the thing. That is nothing to do with setup. You have to execute. You can give me that setup, and I'm still back in 5th place at this point. And he goes up the inside. Wow, I did not expect that. It didn't look like it was a move on. But Jaylee there just steals 2nd place away from Jaylee. Into turn 6, I think it is. That's absolutely caught me off guard. I saw it was a good-ish run, but it didn't look like an overtaking opportunity. So Ray Racing up into 2nd place. Once again, having a great weekend after the excellent result they had, or the excellent pace they had at Brands Hatch. Now 1 second off the lead, hunting down Eric. So the upside, of course, to Eric's taking that drive-through penalty as a post-race penalty is we get to see all the action on track. It doesn't take them out of the lead. It means they can continue to fight everyone here in real time. Doodle, with that overtake, gets fastest lap of the race. Somebody stop him. Good Lord. Interesting usage of the gears there to get the car to rotate. But, wow, he's just so quick. Jaylee already a second behind. A little bit of dirty air in impacting that, as well as being overtaken costs you lap time. Excuse me. Now it's up to Javi to try and hold back Doodle. I believe the Ray Racing car has 3 drivers in its lineup. And that means I think Doodle will do a second stint later on. So he will have done half of this race, and it's taken him almost half of this stint to get himself to the lead fight, starting from, I think it was 7th on the grid. That looks like lag. And sure enough, it is. But Doodle with minus on the fastest lap. Nothing laggy about his lap time. Yes, Pastor, this is the Doodle show because here's the man going forward. As we see, Speed Hunter has once again caught the back of Snowman Finn. I'll have to cut back to the fight for the lead. Once the fight disappears, we can come back here. So we'll just try and keep tabs on it as Speed Hunter is once again trying to make his way past that Lamborghini. Looks like a mistake there. Not really that close. I'll just check in on the rest of the guys. Fresh with a 2-second lead over Fausto in 6th place. Thomas Batty for Vez, just to make Pastor happy. 15 seconds either side of Fausto and Hijack Patty. A little mistake on the previous lap, a 24, but he said his fastest lap, a 21.4 on the lap prior to the lap prior. Can't remember the name for that one. The second last lap, thank you, Brian. Hijack Patty still out there on his original set of tyres, but he's got a 140 on that previous lap. So he was on top of Thomas Batty, so he's made a mistake, fallen off the road with those very, very worn tyres. I suspect he is going for the one-stop strategy in the Ray Racing AMG. So he's trying something different, but unfortunately for him, he's already in 9th place, and everyone still owes us a pit stop, and he will have worse tyres in that final stint. So it is a genuine fight between himself and Walter, who is again finding himself up against lap traffic. It's a 21.9 for Walter, but Hijack Patty is losing 2 seconds a lap compared to the guys, to Walter behind him. So that will become Oh, those two will be right on top of each other if Hijack Paddy can stay on the road just as Paddy pits. However, Paddy will get an undercut for the next 20 or so minutes to try and help him out in his fight against the Vez car. So that one will go down to the wire. The Vez car, in theory, should have to make a pass on track at the very end of the stint, which will give us something to watch, and that will keep the pasta man happy. And as the chat points out, the difference between a very high A+ rated driver and a GT World Series caliber driver, it's actually not that much at the moment. Javi holding his own. He's able to... Granted, Doodle does look ever so slightly faster than him. It's a 20.398 versus a 20.276, but Javi not looking as rattled as the guys prior, but having watched Doodle make his way through everyone, surely Javi can feel that pressure of the man behind him who has made overtakes so far on everyone coming, but Javi has been rock solid this race. He's been rock solid this series as he puts down another personal best to go 20.341, even though Doodle once again readjusts the fastest lap down to a 1 minute 20.126. He gains 0.2, but he is once again in the dirty air of the car in front. And so far, I feel like Javi is the most comfortable leading Doodle, where Doodle is not able to just munch through the dirty air to make up time. It feels like he is not as quick compared to the guys he was racing previously because of when Doodle happened to catch them, where he had an advantage in his pocket. Whereas now it appears these two are relatively equal. In clean air, I suspect Doodle's got the advantage with his 2/10 fastest lap advantage. But right now, it's not looking so strong. But he had such a good run up that hill. Is there a straight line benefit to the Audi, or was it just dirty air from the lapped car ahead? I think it's Hijack Paddy. Will he get out of the way? Oh, it's a dive up the inside. Oh, just gets away with it. Not the best piece of driving. And that's going to see a lunge from Doodle. No, he doesn't quite pull it off into the final corner. Hijack Paddy there, caught off guard, almost helping out the sister team, almost getting drilled into the second last corner by the leaders. Not great, but overall we got away with it. No drama, no harm, no foul. And Javi continues in the lead, holding off Doodle for the time being. We are 50 minutes in, 38 laps, 50 laps remaining in this stint. A long, long way to go. I don't know where. So, Mr. T, you're obviously listening. Where does Javi have to? So, the Arik squad have to finish for Javi to not become the drivers' champion, because at the moment, leading the race, Javi will absolutely become drivers' champion for the 2024 Endurance Racing Federation GT Challenge. Oh, again. Doodle making up huge ground at the top of the hill towards the corkscrew. I wonder if that's just a run thing. Is that a fuel saving thing? Javi not able to pull away there. And that means Doodle is very, very close going into the last corner. If it's a straight line advantage, you'd expect to see it play out here down to turn one. He's got a better run off the final corner. 0.3 becomes 2. He is locked into the slipstream. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Javi versus Doodle down to the Andretti hairpin. Javi, does he defend? He stays on the racing line and just outbreaks Doodle. He's a little deep. Doodle will try and stick up the inside, but he's not going to be able to get it done. Javi leaving room on the exit, but he's able to hold on in the lead. That's a great high quality piece of driving. Defending by staying on the racing line and braking as late as possible is one of the toughest things you can do, because it requires total confidence in your opponent isn't going to just send one up the inside, as Doodle does. I was very surprised Javi didn't defend that, and he runs wide with a little bit of lag, I think was assisted to push him out there. And that means Doodle has got through into the lead. Dirty tyres there for Javi. He's able to keep it alive, loses a bit of ground to Jaylee behind him. And now it is a fight for position 2. Jaylee versus Arik's Javi. Oh, just getting through the dirty tyres. He's hanging on. Bit of a wobble, and he should have clear tyres now. That's the second overtake Doodle's made here. It's such an unsuspecting corner. Jaylee makes a lunge into the second last corner. That's side to side, and he sneaks through. Well done. That's very opportunistic from Jaylee in the Huracan. Finland find themselves back into second place. And Javi now down to third. From the lead down to third in a matter of corners. He will not stay there for long. He will absolutely try and get himself back on Jaylee, as those two have had very similar pace all race. But Javi obviously a little rattled from that overtake. He's probably not happy about seemingly being pushed off. But as we saw, there was plenty of room on at least my screen that Doodle had left him. But it's a good chance that there wasn't room left on his screen. So the Arik squad will probably be a little upset, but it's most likely just a lag. But with that result for now, we'll disappear back to Snowman Finn and Speed Hunter, who are still separated by less than a second, as the second Finnish car is trying to hold off the soon-to-be team's champions, which I believe TDR will wrap up. I don't think they can lose, actually, from this point, because they are so far ahead of second place, and I think second place isn't fielding the two cars necessary to take the points off them in order to win the team's championship. And Max is pointing out that the Dirty Tyres takes half a lap to clean up. I remember it being 3 or 4 corners, but it must have got longer in one of the recent updates that I missed out on because I have not been paying attention. So that explains why Javi was able to get overtaken by Jaylee with an opportunistic move, but it wasn't as difficult as it otherwise could have been. So very well done from Jaylee to understand, as long with the rest of his Finnish teammates, how long Dirty Tyres last and what you can get away with, make a lunge that your opponent can't really fight you with because they don't have the grip under them in order to in order to control their car the way they want to, in order to fight. Because when you're practicing, you do hundreds or thousands of laps, well, not thousands, you do maybe 100 laps practice. So you know exactly how you want to move your car when it's on the racing line. What you don't practice is being completely offline at a weird speed because you've had a bad run through the previous corner, trying to fight for position. So that comes down to raw instinct and feel. How much do you understand how your car is behaving in that moment to try and pick a braking point on the wrong side of the road at a weird entry speed? This time, Jack jumps out of the way into the corkscrew. It looked scarier than it could have been, but nothing wrong with that. Gets out of the way. Oh, looks like a bit of a run wide there for Snowman Finn. Don't know if he got Dirty Tyres from that because I can't remember where the cutoff is for when the game starts giving you Dirty Tyres, but Speed Hunter right on the back of him. We saw earlier that Speed Hunter had a really strong top end. Does he get off the final corner well? Not really well enough to gain. It's still 4/10. He needed to do what Doodle did and make up a 10th on the exit there, get it under 3 so that he could make a lunge here into turn 2. As you saw, he made up a 10th in the straight, but it wasn't close enough to abuse the incredible braking power on that AMG to try and force his way past Snowman Finn, and they remain 4th and 5th for the moment, 17.5 seconds off the lead. Speed Hunter looking left, looking right, trying to get in the mirrors. I saw something happening. Wrong button. I thought I saw Jaylee and Javi crossing positions there, so potentially a mistake from Javi. Not sure, because they have had very similar lap times. I'll just see what happens when they cross the line here, if there is a bit of a time loss for Javi on that previous lap. Apologies, as we see Doodle is now 6 seconds in the lead. It's a 20.5 for Jaylee. That's a great lap for him, and a 20.9 for Javi. So, no, it's just the way things are with those two. Speed Hunter losing ground on that lap to Snowman Finn, so he'll have to regroup and make another assault. Lost a second, so as I disappeared, he's to look at something else. He's made a mistake in corkscrew or rainy curve, and they have a 30-second lead over the car behind, which is fresh in the Tavernello car. And he's still 1.1 seconds ahead of Fausto, who has a big slide in the background. Fausto trying with all his might to try and get on the back of Fresh in order to put him under pressure. But that BMW is so sensitive to that dirty air, and you see he's now lost a second. It's back to 2 seconds as Fresh puts down his PB in the race, a 21.270, which is probably very close to the qualifying times that were going on yesterday. Having a good race. The Stars and Stripes protecting him, keeping a very strong 6th place going. And behind Fausto, it's Thomas Batty, who's done a 21.0 in the Vez GTR. Thomas Batty is coming alive here. 15 seconds behind Fausto, but if he's doing 21.2, 21.0s, there will be not long before he catches up to the back of Fresh and Fausto and makes that a 3-way fight for 6th place. Fausto man will be very, very happy. A bit of a slide there to hear that his teammate has figured it out. He's figured out what he needs to do to go fast and has begun his assault back towards the front. And it feels like a lot of this race has gone past, and surely that gap's too big. It's not even 59 minutes. We're not even at halfway on the lap count. We have still got more than half of this stint remaining. And then again, these guys will have to take a second stint somewhere. I'm not sure if it'll be Thomas or Pastor or their third teammate. One of them will have to drive again, so there's still a lot of this race left to try and make up ground. And we'll check in with Hajek Paddy, who is still yet to pit. I just noticed that Doodle has a 19.7 as a fastest lap, which is quicker than Pole on race fuel. Granted, he did take new tyres with about half a tank of fuel, but that's still a ridiculously fast lap time from a guy who said he was waking up at 5 a.m. for the race. So yeah, I don't think anything can stop Doodle other than Doodle himself or potentially his internet connection. So wait, there is still, of course, more race. There are teammates, there are second drivers. We don't know who's got their best drivers in. We don't know who's got their safe driver in order to avoid all of those nasty sausage curves. We've only seen 1 or 2 cars with a 1:40 lap time which is clearly the making a mistake. And there we go, Hijack Paddy into the pits, only 2 seconds ahead of the second Vez car with VRT Walter, which means when Walter pits in another 20 minutes time, another 10, 15 laps, those two will come out with Hijack Paddy ahead, looking to hold on to position 9, and Walter will have to pass him. So, Doodle's obviously slowed down a little bit there with a 20.2 after doing 19.7, 19.7, 19.8, 19.8. No concept of consistency, this bloke. Those lap times are all over the shop, varying by a whole 1/10.5 over 4 laps. Very, very poor performance from the high standard we expect here at the Endurance Racing Federation. Is this where we write a letter in to the Ray Racing team and request a lap time? Because by the look of things, Doodle can pull out whatever lap time he fancies at this moment in time. Of course, I'm talking nonsense because that is brilliant pace, and it's another 19.9. I was going to ask for a 19.9. I should have said it. Brilliant driving again from Doodle. He is on a charge. Jaley puts down his best lap, and it's at 20.4. And he once again pulls slightly away from Javi, who is at 20.6 in that previous lap, and is able to just clear Hijack Paddy. And we'll go back to Finn and Speed Hunter. Snowman, 4/10 ahead of Speed Hunter. Makes a little mistake there, and Speed Hunter gets right into him, but this is the sector where the Huracan has been so good, making Speed Hunter unable to get close enough to launch an attack. Looked like he ran wide, but obviously didn't lose in time, which means it was lag to make him run wide as opposed to actually running wide. But that dirty air means he's now back to 5.5, 6/10 behind. He's going to have to find something to make Snowman blink in order to get past and make an assault back on that top 3. I suspect Speed Hunter has more pace in him than Snowman in front of him. That's interesting lag. From 140 up to 240 and back down to a sensible 200 k's an hour there. But track position is very, very important, and I suspect that's partly why the ARIC squad have decided for a post-race penalty, because it means they don't have to try and fight their way back through all these guys. It means they just lose all that position at the very end. However, if there is a safety car, they will lose all of that margin they've built up to that point in the race. Because safety cars can happen at any time with enough significant damage or some sort of procedural error or a mass disconnect. These things can happen. So taking a penalty as a post-race has risk. It is not by any means a get-out-of-jail-free card where we just throw 20 seconds on at the end and they only lose half a position or potentially not even a position. Anything can happen up to that point. That means that 20-second penalty could be a huge loss for those guys and potentially even cost Javi the driver's title, which at the moment he is in position to take with his third position here, maybe potentially dethroning Philo, who's been driving for the TDR car all year, which is the car currently in 5th place with Speed Hunter at the wheel, who's been his very reliable teammate all year long, incredibly quick, very consistent. A few tiny mistakes at crucial moments, but overall has been a great driver and would have been deserving of that driver's title had it not been for the Monza sprint allowing Philo to take points out of him. I think he might have missed a race as well, which paid a lot of points, but overall he's been a great driver and has represented the TDR squad very well and made that AMG look very competitive. Guess we'll check in on the various battles as Speed Hunter is once again unable to get within any closer than the dirty air wall behind the Huracan. So it looks like Jaylee has left. And it's Doodle. He's gone off in the death curve. The Death King claims a victim. However, he does not make the wall, and his 9.9 second lead is cut down to 1 second of joined Jaylee at the perfect moment. Dirty tires. That's a legitimate mistake there from Doodle. He has to not wheel spin out the other side. It's now under half a second. Can Jaylee again make an opportunistic pass? He runs wide through Rainey. It's down to 2/10. Will he do it again? He makes the lunge. Doesn't quite get there. And Doodle is now right back under threat. His 10-second lead evaporates right there at the Death King. It claims another victim. Now, who's got the most straight line speed? The gap is 2/10. Doodle goes straight to the inside, pulls away from the slipstream. Jaylee now pulls to the outside. He's got the legs in a straight. Does he have enough under brakes? Doodle blocking aggressively. Jaylee goes to the outside. He'll cut back over and under. Doodle is deep. Doodle loses the lead. Jaylee is in the lead. Finland once again reigns supreme in the ERF GT Challenge. Doodle will have to do it all again. He managed to get the lead. He'd built a 10-second lead, and then one tiny mistake avoids the wall, no damage, but the dirty tires as a result means that he has been just beautifully fought by Jaylee to capitalize on a man who was wounded to take back the lead and will now have to fight him all over again to try and make the pass. And it looks like he's going to get it done very quickly because Doodle, a much better run through the Death King that time around. Side by side up into the corkscrew. Surely not around the outside of the corkscrew. And no, and Jaylee's able to hold on. But there we go, straight away, Doodle making absolutely his intent clear, not interested in hanging around behind these guys, getting a fantastic turn in, getting right up onto that sausage curb, not hitting it, getting the run, carrying so much speed up the hill, he's able to be completely alongside in the braking zone to Jaylee. But this has absolutely spiced up the fight at the front. You would expect Doodle to get through again, but we have proof. There is evidence. Doodle is human. Mistakes can happen. And that's why we like Laguna Seca, because even if the guy is so quick, it's so tough to be that fast consistently. Because the worst part about this layout is if you turn in too early, if the car doesn't understeer the way it did the previous lap because you've just picked up a slightly better steering angle, you can hit those such curbs. He's going to go up the inside again in here. I can't believe Jaylee didn't block him for the second time. Once again, Doodle gets the run through turn 4 and then just goes to the inside without a single defensive move from the guys around him. That's 3 moves Doodle has made into that corner, and I was genuinely expecting Jaylee to make a block. I'm on this tangent, and I'm watching it happen, going, surely Jaylee will block him. I won't have to see this be an overtake, and the fun is over before it can even start. Jaylee deciding to let Doodle go, potentially so that he can clear away from Javi and his teammate Snowman, but I would have much rather Jaylee had gone fight to the death as an option, because that would have been far more entertaining for us to watch here. But it's the smart play from Jaylee. As much as I'm not happy about it, it is the smart play, and it's the correct decision. But darn it, I wanted to see him fight. I wanted to see Doodle work to make this one happen, because he's been so quick and he's made the overtaking look easy. But it has been great watching the guys try and stand up to that pressure, stand up to that incredible pace that Doodle's got going for him. And that's the thing. Why would you let the guy go if he's made a mistake once? He can make another mistake. Unless you feel like you're overextending yourself, you should absolutely be fighting him to the death to make sure that he cannot pull away and make a gap that's so big that he can put it in the fence and not be punished for that. So it's like watching people just let Max Verstappen through after he's had a bad start, so had a bad qualifying. You're not interested in racing him because he's not going to ultimately be the guy you race at the end of the event. But anything can happen. You might drill a bloke, get a drive-through penalty, and suddenly that's 2 points for your championship battle. And I'm just not a fan of watching guys just let someone through when at a track like this, attrition is so high. Anyway, we'll check back in with Snowman and Speed Hunter. Speed Hunter now back to 2 seconds down. He made a mistake a couple of laps ago, lost a second and a half, and is making his way back towards Snowman. It looks like by the end of this race, Snowman can tell you exactly what the decals are on the back of that Lamborghini, where they're placed, the font they're using, the exact size of the font to a tenth of a decimal place. But he will do his best to try and get through. He's still got another 36 laps to try and make something happen. There is still one more pit stop to come for everyone but Hijack Paddy. He's the only man not scheduled to make another stop. He may make another stop, but he is not scheduled to make another stop. And everyone else is due in roughly 10-ish minutes. And we'll check back with Fresh, who is now 1.8 seconds ahead of Fausto, as he has been basically the entire race. But he did have a 22.3 on the previous lap, which means a little mistake, and it's a 21.9. It doesn't look like Fausto particularly capitalising, doing 21s, a 22.0, 21.8, not really gaining much there. Thomas Batty was 15 seconds behind last time we checked in, and he'd just done a 21.0, and suddenly he is 18 seconds behind Fausto in the Vez car. So it's not a good lap, it's a 23.5, so losing a little bit of time on the road, but that last lap was probably a majority of that loss. But it's not really come back the way I was expecting, because he had really good pace last time we checked in that Vez car. I was expecting him to be working his way back to Fausto and Fresh, not falling away. But he appears to be pulling away from his teammate. Oh, as we catch Walter having a big wobble in the middle of Corkscrew. It's a tough corner. Don't let the fact that these guys have got through there so easily so far fool you. That is a big drop, and with the tyre wear we're seeing, it is very much possible to have a big slide, get a little bit of wheel spin, and have a massive moment that changes your race in a big way. And we check in with Hijack Paddy, who took that pit stop and is now a full 55 seconds off Walter, which is a lot longer than I thought a pit stop was. But, of course, he took fuel, and the refuel rate, I believe, Jaeger, is 3 litres per second.
It's even lower, I think, so...
did we lower it to 2, did we?
Yeah, we reduced it quite drastically.
So the pit time is so much slower when fuel is involved. So at 2 litres per second, if you needed another 30 litres of fuel, that's another 15 second stationaries. But I guess because everyone else will do all their fueling in the last stop, Hijack Paddy had to do it in his only stop. So it looks bad now, but with the fresher tyre advantage, he should be catching Walter and making his way back towards the Vez car, so that the Vez car will have to overtake him in the final part of the race.
So Hijack Paddy is going for that one stop, right?
Yes, he pit on the hour. He's also a lap down, which means his lap count was actually okay to deal with that.
Okay.
which is an interesting thing to happen where if you lose a lap, you don't have to pit at half race distance. You have to pit at half race distance -1 because... Actually, no. The way this pit stop, the live drive stop works, no, you still have to do all the laps. Never mind. I thought he was being brilliant. I'm just being very stupid.
Yeah. It is just on the final stint where you can get away with driving less. But the first stints, you have to do the full race distance. Yeah.
Yep. It is only at the very end of the race where all of those lost laps come back to you. So we saw Snowman there getting held up ever so slightly by Hijack Paddy as they come past to lap him. And now we see Speed Hunter getting a very, very kind... No, I thought he pulled offline and braked, but...
back. He tries...
Oh, no!
Damage! F.
I have no damage for Speed Hunter, but damage for Hijack Paddy, I believe. No?
Also, just
how?
Probably.
The AMG is made of titanium. As we see Speed Hunter into the pits, he's in early. He had tyres and he had fuel. He's going for the undercut on the Snowman Finn, on that Lamborghini. However, what is going to count against him is where he comes back out. Will he be in clean air or will he be in traffic? Because I think the guys behind him with Fresh and Fausto and Thomas Batty may end up right on top of him. So it's an attempted undercut for Speed Hunter. Does anyone else also pit? I don't think the Tavernello car, because I think the Tavernello car and the Clockwork car came in a lap after everyone else, but this may trigger a bunch of pit stops for everyone else as we see the fuel slowly dripping in, incredibly slowly. That's the problem with watching endurance racing. You watch them fill up a 60-litre fuel tank instantly, and then you go fill up your car, and it's half a litre, 1 litre, 1.5 litres, 2 litres. Oh, I'll be here all day. And he leaves with 65 litres of fuel on board. But he's in clean air. He is behind Fausta and ahead of Thomas Batty. But what does Snowman Finn do? Does he come in? No, he stays out. The Huracan is worried about tyre wear. They want to even split that. They're going to take their strategy as it was. They're not going to respond. So that means Speed Hunter has the opportunity to perform an undercut here. He will have fresh tyres. He'll be able to push down into those 1-minute 20s, low 121s, while his opponent, Snowman Finn, is stuck out here doing 121.8, 122.1, 121.7. Not the best laps, but is it going to be enough to get ahead? Because at the end of the next stint, he'll have better tyre wear. I suspect, though, that Speed Hunter had better pace than Snowman. So being ahead of him is absolutely important to him to finishing ahead of Speed Hunter, because if Speed Hunter gets ahead, I don't know if Snowman's got enough pace to catch him and repass him.
But yeah, good, I think, for Speed Hunter to be out there without any traffic ahead, but he's now facing blue flags. Here comes Doodle. So,
Oh, that's unfortunate because, he's been stuck behind someone the entire race. He's finally got clean air. He's got fresh tyres and clean air. He now has to work out how to drive in clean air with fresh tyres because he hasn't had that at all. But unfortunately, he's also going to end up having to jump out of the way of Doodle because despite the fact that he's on fresh tyres and Doodle isn't, Doodle's still doing very quick lap times because his car has no fuel in it. It's very, very light. So he will have...
second quicker, per lap.
He will have a massive advantage. He will have to yield, but not yet because that gap is still a little bit too large in order to force the blue flags in. Of course, it's once you start providing dirty air, that 1.5 sort of second region, that's when you have to jump out of the way because the car behind you may be faster, but if you start feeding them dirty air, it's hard for them to get any closer than that. So forcing someone to get right up behind you before you jump out of the way is incredibly rude.
And also Doodle is quite low on fuel, so even if he needs to let Doodle pass, it won't be for that long. So,
it'll literally be he has to pull over, lose 1.5 seconds, and then Doodle will pit that lap. That's what's going to happen.
Exactly,
because Doodle probably has 1, maybe 2 laps of fuel left in it. It was a 20.8, and it's a 20.6 for Speed Hunter. So Speed Hunter actually pulled away by 0.2 on that lap. if he can keep that kind of pace up, he won't have to lose, near enough 2 seconds jumping out of the leader's way. But he needs to be locked in.
To the pits. Here we go. Next round of pit stops happening now.
Oh, excuse me. My dinner is trying to visit again, and I would very much like it not to. So, Snowman responding now. He's come in, I think, early on the even strategy. I'm just trying to work that one out, because we're not quite at an hour and 20, and we're expecting the stint to be 2 hours, roughly, pretty accurately.
But don't get confused with that time, because we had a formation lap.
I'm aware.
Also.
I have considered that. Okay. I'm just trying to divide 87 by 3 in my head, and I'm struggling because I'm not good at it. It should be 19. No, not 19, 29. So it should be 58 laps complete. And we're only starting 58.
1 lap undercut. Yeah, that's...
It's actually a 2-lap undercut, but it's a huge fuel difference. It's only 46 litres on Snowman Finn. That is 20. That's 20 litres less.
That's how you do it or not. I don't know.
It should be okay. Car? It should be okay because he was able to do 2/3 of the race on half. It should be pretty close. But worth noting here, Doodle and Javi in the pits, but they have a 22-litre difference. And if it's 2 seconds per litre, that is 20. So that's 10 seconds of fuel. The gap's 8.4 seconds. Javi will be back in the lead. Well, relatively, because of course Jaylee is in the lead right now. But Doodle is going to end up behind Javi. It does. And now they're fueling.
Away, Doodle. Yeah.
Oh, lag.
Information. Speed Hunter maybe overfueled the car.
So he's made a mistake there, overfueled. And we can see Javi out on 40 litres of fuel, even less fuel. Wow, crazy low amount of fuel. Doodle still fueling. So he's burning fuel at such a rate. Not only does he have to spend more time to put the same amount of fuel back in, but he has to put more in because he's still going to burn more in the next stint. Javi's bought himself a huge lead. Doodle is going to have to do it the hard way again. And that's why I was saying I was so surprised that Jaylee just rolled over and let him go. That's a 10-second advantage. Jaylee won't have as big an advantage because, of course, he doesn't have as much fuel left as Javi did.
It's now,
But that's huge. That could actually be the difference. If Jaylee had fought Doodle, that could have been the difference between being ahead of Doodle in this stint or not. Fausto also pits, and he is now fueling at the incredibly slow pace, which means he's going to try and get an undercut on Fresh, who is again going long. Will Fresh respond this lap, or will he go another lap again? It looks like everyone is sticking to the even strategy after those early pit stops in the first one. So everyone's done their long second stints to have a normal third stint. I say normal because nothing's normal in this race. Fausto comes out in clean air. He needs to make a big attack. Where does Jaylee come out? There goes Javi.
Yeah, a bit more fuel needed for Jaylee and more fuel consumed, so...
Oh, but it's so close. So Javi now back in the lead. He's gone from third back up to the lead, but Jaylee now has a 6.4 second lead over Doodle. It could have been so much more had he held him up for another couple of laps. I wonder if that's going to hurt the Finnish squad. They might regret that one come the end of this stint and potentially the end of this race because, of course, the end of this stint isn't the end of the race. There's still 6 more hours after this one. And Fresh goes around again. He has not responded. And Snowman Finn with a 12-second advantage over Speed Hunter, and that's just in fuel. But Fresh now, it's going to be interesting to see if he can hold this on. He's doing low 22s, but a 22.0 is a good lap for the fuel and tyre wear he's got going. So has he preserved more fuel than Fausto? I think he has. He's got 25 litres on him. Fausto only had 17, so he's got something like 5 seconds of fuel in hand. He can afford to go longer, come out with fresher tyres, and then be able to hold Fausto at bay for the final stint here, even though Fausto is operating at a quicker run right now, getting a nice undercut. The fuel advantage Fresh has in that Tavernello car means that he can afford to run a few more laps here and give himself really good tyre quality for the end of the stint. And he boxes with a lot more fuel on board.
But look at the difference between That R8 and Doodle's R8.
Yeah, Doodle using a lot more fuel. Walter now pits, and we should see him come out behind Hijack Paddy, and that is how that fight's going to go to the end of the race. Speed Hunter now slots back into 5th place, as he has been all race. Oh, Fausto still at the corkscrew, a while away from what's going on there. I thought I was something close, and it was a Vez car now about to be lapped by Snowman. Speed Hunter now has to make up 10 seconds in the final 27 laps here if he wants to try and fight. Fresh is out. Fausto still at last corner, so Fresh is able to hold on with a couple lap overcut against Fausto. He's got a lot less fuel though, only 39 litres, but he has the least distance to go, so that's not the scariest number.
Nope.
And we see Walter versus Hijack Paddy. Paddy is actually behind. He hasn't got it done. Oh no, that's very disappointing for Hijack Paddy on his one stop, because he needed to be ahead of Walter in order to force Walter to make a mistake trying to overtake him, and that undercut has not worked out for him. The Vez car has managed to save more fuel than the AMG, and that difference in stationary time. Remember, Hijack Paddy came out, he was a long way down because he had to take so much fuel, 50-something seconds. He'd made up at least 10, maybe 15 seconds in the undercut, and it's still not enough to get him ahead.
Probably also overfueled, looking at the fuel, over 50%.
Well, he's used a lot of fuel, because I guess he had to make that call from a long way back, but that car was nearly out when he boxed. Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't seem like it's too overfueled.
Like, yeah, with that leader, you can, like, not
just quickly cycle through. Now he's got about a similar amount of fuel to Doodle. Speed Hunter probably has the most fuel of anyone, but everyone else is roughly the same. Thomas Batty as well in the Vez car has a lot of fuel on. So it's not crazy overfueled, but he's got a good pace on, though. He's actually making ground here. Walter is struggling right now. Hijack Paddy's found a second in this lap, and that fight is not over.
Yeah, but even like 4 or 5 liters costs you like at least a second.
Well, it's
more, I don't know.
2 litres cost you a second, 5 litres cost you 2.5.
Exactly, yeah. So,
where do we want to sit for the next 2 laps? Who do we want to look at? Jaylee is fight. No, Doodle has not made inroads just yet, so I wonder if he's looking after his tyres a little bit to try and make some overtakes later on. I need a rest stop, which is why I'm looking for something we can go on board with.
Stay with Hijack Paddy. I think he's closing that gap to Walter slightly.
Well, we're going to have to hope that...
And it looks like now that Styx takes his break, Hijack Paddy is losing pace. No! Was less than 2 seconds, up to 2.5 seconds now. We'll see if we have a fight for position for that P9 and P10. It looks like that Walter, with those fresh softs, getting up to speed early, puts in his personal best of the stint and is blue again after the first sector, so opening up that gap slightly, getting closer to the 3-second mark. Oh, and then touches that gravel that gives Hijack Paddy probably the opportunity to get closer. Yeah, gap again down to under 2 seconds, so that's a little mistake Walter made. Touched that sand on the outside, gives Hijack Paddy the run, but then through the corkscrew again, not gaining anymore, so Walter's tires should be cleaned up again. And we see now blue flags appearing for Hijack Paddy again. The leaders are coming through. Javi, Jay Lee, and we also have Doodle 6 seconds behind Jay Lee at the moment. Jay Lee with his fastest lap after stint, a 20.25, and Doodle with a 20.0. So again, getting closer to those 19s. Interesting. And now Chavi with the blue flag situation. Hijack Paddy needs to yield and will get out of the way, I think, round. Now here moves to the side, nice. Let's Javi past, slots in between Javi and Jay Lee though. Oh, but Jay Lee gets the run up towards the corkscrew, so I think fair play. No one lost or gained anything with that overtake. The only one that lost is Hijack Paddy with the chase for Walter. 4.8, 4.9 seconds now, that gap.
Of course, if he can stay with the leaders, he'll be able to gain when they go and lap the Walter. And if he does a really good job of that, he can sneak through by being directly behind them, although he's lost a big chunk of time there, and there goes that dream. That was a great tactic in Formula One, using using the leaders lapping you to overtake people. Classic bit of racecraft. So
Doodle gained, yep. He's flying again.
And it looks like the leaders have just dropped away from those low 20s and gone back into sort of the mid-high 20s, whereas Doodle is still locked in. He's gone from low 20s to, well, 19.9, 20.0. Let me see. Doodle, I'm requesting a 20.2 just to make it look like you've got some tyre wear. That'd be lovely. Thanks, mate. Finn, 18 seconds off Doodle, 25 off the lead, so he's the second GT Finlander car is actually basically on par with Javi once you account for that drive-through penalty. So Eric's squad are P3, just on P4. That fight not over. Speedhunter has made 8 seconds up in his pursuit of Snowman. They're still 30 seconds ahead of Fresh, who is now 6 seconds clear of Fausto as he puts down his new best lap, and then another best lap, a whole thousandth of a second quicker, with a 21.021 and a 21.020. Has Fausto got anything of that? He had a 20.8 a while ago, but starting to fade now as the tyre wear begins to kick in on that M6. They have 40 seconds over Thomas Batty, who's doing good lap time. So he must have had a mistake somewhere, because that gap was not that big. It was only 15 seconds, if you remember. So, not sure what's going on with that. Let me just check back in. Oh, it was a 19.8.
Oh, Doodle.
Yeah, it was a 19.8.
Yeah.
So there's a stream delay. It'll be a 20.2 this time, I think, maybe.
I think he's flying again.
I think it's going to be a 19.7. But if it's not a 19.7, it'll be a 19.6. Doodle absolutely on it once again. He is now making his assault for the lead for the third time. I think someone earlier asked, is this the Doodle show? Doodle is making it the Doodle show. There's nothing we can do about it.
Oh, no, it won't be happening.
No, he's giving you the 20.2. I told you it's stream delay.
It could be a 20.0. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, look at that. Xavi and Jay Lee, 0.6, 0.7, that gap. So.
Oh, 20.0, darn it. So it looks like Jay Lee is now making an assault on Eric's Jevi. He's now got it down into slipstream range, which means he's getting a dirty air, but he's also getting a very helpful slipstream in the straights. I can't remember of the two who was quicker in a straight line in order to make an overtake, but Jay Lee getting a really good run here.
Thomas Batty in the pits with damage.
Yep. Just cycle through. It is front right and splitter damage, which would likely be... Where would he have done that? He will come out ahead of Walter. It just means he is now further behind Fausto. and fresh in his pursuit of them. I'm trying to work out where you'd get that. You'd have to make that's a very strange right-hand side damage. Normally it's left-hand side because of just the way the walls are. The Death Kink is basically the only place you could do it, where you end up... It's the only way you can hit the right-hand side, but normally you hit it with the rear, not the front, so he's been very unlucky if that's the case. Javi there was looking very, very threatened by Jaylee. It was down to 3/10 through the corkscrew, but that Ferrari has hooked up the final sector as it did in qualifying and able to pull away back out to 0.6 of a second, taking him out of threat, immediate threat at least, from Jaylee, as they do 1 minute 20.6 apiece, which is a great lap time until you realise Doodle's doing 1 minute 20.0. He's 0.6 quicker. He is 3.3 seconds off the lead. If this were Formula One, we would have the little graphic saying in striking distance in 5 laps, and that would leave him a whole 15 laps of this race to try and effect an overtake on Jaylee and Javi to try and win the stint and give Ray Racing the lead into stint 2.
So you say we need to get the AWS sponsorship, so we get those graphics on our broadcast as well.
We just need we'll take the discount of AWS. So what's discount AWS?
I don't know. Microsoft Azure. I have no clue, but we'll go for something, or we'll fake it.
Hey, what's TDR track design? So it would be the. The track, hang on, it's got to be not web service, it'll be track internet assistance or something. It's the TIA graphic.
The TIA.
The TIA graphic.
Not to be confused with the FIA. Yeah, but...
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a joke you should not have made as we talk about the T international assistance. Mr. Rulebook's issues has his own governing body, the TIA. Oh, no. Don't worry, there's only 6 more hours for the other commentators to elaborate the effect the TIA has on the series. As Doodle does a 19.6. He doesn't, as I said, he doesn't do a 19.7. He does a 19.619. It is a massive lap time. He's 0.4 quicker than pole position was. Granted, I think he's got a little bit less fuel on board, and he's had a lot longer to get a good lap in, but that wind I do not think is particularly favourable, giving you a tailwind into the Death Kink, and a headwind everywhere else, and a crosswind anywhere that's not that. But it's now down to 2.5 seconds. Looks like Jaylee is only 7.
Crazy.
It's now 3.2 to the lead. He has absolutely got a shot to win this stint and hand over the car in the lead. And I think Jaylee now has no choice but to fight to the death, block every corner, and make Doodle work for this one. What a great stint this has been. We're going to see the top 3 with a blanket able to cover them as we head into the second stint. It's almost a shame that the race isn't...
Bit dirty tires maybe, or was it lag? I'm not sure. It looks
It's 5/10. It must have been lag because it doesn't look like he's falling back. I mean, he's not falling back from Javi, but Doodle is pulling them both in. I don't think it matters. 20.0 and 20.4 previous lap. So Jaylee is doing whatever
at the moment.
Jaylee is doing whatever pace Javi is doing. So Jaylee is locked into Javi's pace, and Javi pulling out a 20.1 on the previous lap after doing mid-20s. I think he's been saving tyres and fuel. Not sure about fuel or tyres, but he's been saving one of them. He might have underfueled, maybe not. I think he's been saving tyres so that he has something to fight with when Doodle arrives, and he's just kicked the chocks out and has decided now it's go time. Let's see if we can beat Doodle here in the first stint of the California 8 Hours of the Endurance Racing Federation GT Challenge. It's the final round. We have only 6 hours and 20 minutes left of season 2024 as Jeffy goes back to doing 20.7s. I can't remember what. I think it's the Water Boy. It's the last game of the season. Can't leave anything behind. And by the look of it, none of these guys are leaving anything on the table. They are giving everything. And even with that lag, making the apex 3 different times. And we can see the gap is now 2.4 seconds. We expected Doodle to be within striking distance at about lap 75. It's 1.8 seconds to go, and he's making 0.6 of a second per lap. He'll be there in time for the TIA graphic to say, the likelihood of an overtake is yes, because so far there is nobody who has been able to stand up to him to make an overtake impossible. Difficulty? High, but entirely probable, unless these two can pull something out, because Jaylee has now kept the gap down to 0.3. He's got what he has to do in order to try and make an attack here on Javi. So, can he get off the last corner cleanly? It's 0.5 on the way in, it's 0.6 on the way out. He did not get the exit he needed. Javi did get the exit he needed. If it was 0.3, Jaylee had a shot to potentially make a dive here down into the Andretti hairpin, but Javi able to get the job done through the second last and final corner to just keep ahead. And we see a 20.5 for the leaders and a 20.1 for Doodle. It's 0.4, now down to 1.5, 2 seconds covering the top 3.
So yeah, I will be leaving this lobby, join the next one, but stay in that chat, of course.
Oh, more lag.
Yeah, I'm trying to time it like in a good way.
You watch everyone slowly wander to the fence. It's like, oh, come on, just update. I love seeing Mr. T saying the Australian lag is crazy. It's like, if Jaeger's seeing it, it's not my fault. It's Mr. T's fault, but he's never going to admit that he has a problem. It's someone else's fault. Anyway, Javi now with a 7/10 lead over Jaylee, who now it's down to 1 second to the Doodle behind. But there's still 20 minutes left. There's still 15 racing laps. Once we complete the 73rd lap, we will see racing to the end of lap 88, where everyone will have to box for the driver swap. In the second stints, I believe cars have 10 litres of fuel from their outlaps. So cars will be refueling at the start of the second stint. So those cars who have seen good fuel economy will have an advantage, which means even if Doodle happens to get to the lead of this stint, there is a very real probability that the Arix squad in that Ferrari actually exit the pits in first place, because that driver swap pit stop is now counting towards fuel. In previous events, it was 100% fuel and everyone just took tyres or jumped straight out and away they went. Now we will be seeing refueling on these driver swaps. So the position on the way in may not be a position on the way out. So cars who have a fuel advantage will keep that advantage on the lobby change.
That's an interesting bit. Yeah, with the strategy, you can choose to fill up the car or just put in enough for one stint or whatever. So yeah, definitely, I think a nice addition to this. So
yeah, adding more strategy is always good. So making sure that there are more avenues and more uncertainties, because those uncertainties are what make a race intriguing. If we can see that Doodle is the fastest driver and he's got track position and there's no reason for him to ever fall backwards, it's not interesting. But because this track is the way it is, no lead is ever certain. Because he's using more fuel than the guys around him, he's able to be beaten on pit lane. Great driving there from the Vez car, jumping out of the way. I think it was Thomas Batty. I didn't quite see. Jumping out of the way of the top 3, losing a bit of time for himself, but keeping the top 3 nice and safe. It's lap 75, and ding ding ding, on time. Doodle is 0.5 behind Jaylee. He is now officially within striking distance of Jaylee, who is also within striking distance of Javi. The top 3 covered by less than 1 second. It is officially 0.9 of a second, first to third. With 14 or 13 and a half laps remaining in this stint. Who will get to the line first? Who will come out of the pits first is another question. But if things stay the same way they are, you would expect it to be 1, 2, 3 into the pits, leaving 1, 2, 3 with the way their fuel burns are. But I don't think we're going to see 1, 2, 3 as it is now enter the pits in the same order, because Doodle is now 0.2 behind Jaylee, and Jaylee is now 0.8 off the back of Javi. Oh, no lunge there from Doodle. He'll try and get that really good exit to make a run down the front straight. It's 0.3 of a second. I think Jaylee's just on the edge of slipstream, but it's not enough. He's going to have to try and defend here down into Andretti. No need. 0.2 is apparently far enough ahead that you don't have to defend against that Ray Racing Audi. Reminder, he's made his moves here into the left-hander out of turn 4 up to turn 5. Can Jaylee finally put a defensive move on and keep Doodle behind him? Looks like Doodle doesn't get as good a run as he would have liked and is unable to effect an overtake this time around. But it feels like it's a matter of time before, not just an overtake, but an attempt at one. Because he has the pace, he has the tyre wear. It looks like he has enough fuel. And that's something we should keep an eye on, because these guys are ultimately estimating their fuel. With the intensity of the race going up, you could see people burning more fuel in a battle and then needing to save just to try and limp the car home, coasting down the hill from the corkscrew. We've seen it before in many other series, but will we see it here today at the ERF GT Challenge, 8 Hours of California? Again, Doodle so quick down the hill, but unable to get far enough up in order to make a lunge on Jaylee. As Jaylee gets a big slide out of the last corner, it's not quite enough to invite Doodle through, and Doodle now doing 1 minute 20.6s, 20.8s with the guys around him. It is just the way it's going to be. He's going to have to try and find some clean air, make a move. We still have 12 more laps in this stint. Actually, no, I won't. This is the corner that he makes up all the ground in order to make attacks. And he does it again. It's 2.5 tenths. Is Jaylee going to have to defend? No, he's not. Let's quickly cycle through and see Snowman Finn is now only 4 seconds ahead of Speed Hunter. So Speed Hunter, with a lot of fuel on board but a lot worse tyres, is going to potentially get close. Fresh has now got a 9-second lead over Fausto, who appears to be nearly a lap up on Thomas Batty after he had to jump out of the way of the leaders. He's 15 seconds ahead of Walter, who is now 41 seconds ahead of Hijack Paddy, who is still running very much out of tyres. And we can see Doodle once again right on the back of Jaylee. It's 0.3 of a second. Jaylee starting to fall away. Is he getting distracted by Doodle? Is he starting to make mistakes? Or is it just that car is starting to wear out, running out of tyres? The balance is changing with the fuel and tyre wear. It's becoming a little bit tougher to drive. Able to hold on the inside there, but again, Doodle making a great exit out of the final corner and has the run down the straight, but it looks like the Ray Racing Audi is not fast enough in a straight line to get close enough to launch an attack here into the turn 2 hairpin.
I think we've seen that before somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's like at this point it's just like, yeah, it's lag, come on, hurry up, update, show me the racing. Yeah, everyone always looks like they're dropping a wheeler on the outside there, but of course they're not, because if you do that, you know when you do that, it's a bad time. And Jaylee just doing enough here to hang on, but he's now 1.3 seconds down on Javi, so all those laps he spent in the dirty air of Javi, fighting the car, trying to make up the lap time, trying to find an opportunity on Javi, it's hurt him in tyre wear, and now Javi's starting to pull away, and it's putting him under a lot of pressure here from Doodle. Oh, big wobble there. That's not lag. The positioning might have been, but the wobble wasn't. However, he's able to hang on. It's still 4 tenths, but it comes down with every medium high-speed corner. Doodle is able to make up ground. Even if he gives away on the entry, he gets it back in the middle and on the exit. He says as Doodle loses ground. But not enough. He's too far back here. So that mistake earlier on from Doodle, where he has spun off in the death kink, has cost him that 10 seconds, and it's cost him the lead. He's managed to make back all of that time, but he is still fighting second and third here. And that could be the difference between Ray Racing being able to pull off a fantastic victory here and having to settle for a podium, which I'm pretty sure if you'd told them before the previous round, you will be third place at California, they would have said yes please every day of the week. But right now I think they want the win, but unfortunately for them, Javi wants it just as badly, and Jaylee is willing to hang on in there and try and fight for it himself. Javi, I don't know where he needs to finish in order to win the championship, the Drivers' Championship, but as far as I can work out, he is going to take it with any of these podium places, but why win the championship with just third place when you can take a commanding win and lock out a fantastic season as champion? Jaylee, of course, going to try and stop him with the rest of the GT Finlander squad. They've got a good car under them this weekend, and they're no longer being held back by that BMW, and you can see the difference. They have been at the front of this race from go to woe with both cars. Snowman Finn in fourth, Jaylee in second. Snowman 30 seconds off the lead, but by no means slow. He's still ahead of literally everyone else. Only Speed Hunter within his postcode in terms of the gaps that goes around him, because he has been so quick, and Speed Hunter, he's been able to hold him off with the dirty air and Speed Hunter's slight fuel burn difference. It's held him up, made him work very hard to try and get that position back. And Doodle once again getting a great run through turn 4, but not close enough to make a lunge here on Jaylee. It looks like it's calmed down for the moment, but one corner later, it's 2/10, and the fight is back on. Jaylee using all that exit road. Can Doodle make a move into the corkscrew? Jaylee goes defensive, and no dice for Doodle, but he gets a better run here. He's going to set something up into Rainy. Jaylee needs to cover, and he does, and that was very important. You can see Jaylee was just a little bit deep into the corkscrew, a little wobble. Doodle set that one up, got a great run, but Jaylee again having to cover here in the last corner. Doodle trying to go clean around the outside. Will he get on the power well enough? He's run wide, touches the gravel, and is forced to slow down there. Jaylee survives for another lap. He's putting the fight in, though. He's not letting it happen. He's not rolling over and letting Doodle have him, because he knows that every single lap he can hold Doodle up is another second or so that his teammates don't have to fight back. They know they have a fuel advantage. If they can hold him up, they will have a road advantage going into the next driver. But the gap now to Javi is 2 seconds there or thereabouts, as the Clockwork Motorsport car of Fausto, the Gangnam Style star, hops out of the way on the front straight, and he will have to do the same again for Jaylee and Doodle shortly. However, it's a bit of a gap now. He'll probably have to do it next time by on the front straight, because they will start getting dirty air any moment now. No crazy run there from Doodle, so a bit of a reconfigure. Don't think he got dirty tyres, but only dropping 2 tyres in the gravel out of the last corner. But maybe because the left side was off the curbing, he did have dirty tyres, and that's why he is not making as big inroads as he has previously. I doubt the Clockwork car giving slipstream to Jaylee is helping him. I'd suggest the dirty air is starting to hurt. Needs Fausto to jump out of the way here after maybe towing him all the way down to turn 2. But the Clockwork car doing the right thing, jumping out of the way, and they are now a lap down. So the top 6 are the only ones still on the lead lap. So Fausto will have to do an extra lap at the end of this stint to try and finish out his 88 laps before handing over to whichever Clockwork teammate he has got in the car next. But that's his problem for the moment, because right now it's Jaylee and Doodle second and third, 1.7 seconds off the lead of Arix Javi. This fight has gone on for the entirety of the race, with Jaylee and Javi, Doodle joining in about 30 minutes in after finally making his way through the entire field one by one. But this is a fight that is likely to continue for the entire event through to the checkered flag of the California 8 Hours, presented to you by the Endurance Racing Federation. Once again, a big thanks to the guys behind the scenes, with Mr. T running the show, Jaeger, the incredible stream producer, and Philo for his custom BOP that has given us far more entertaining than Polyphony's BOP could have done, and also giving us, even between the same cars, different characteristics, which mean that it's about the teams and the drivers and not about what car they are driving necessarily. That's the end. Ooh, big wobble there, but it's enough to stay ahead as we end the 82nd lap, start the 83rd lap, still 6 laps to go. We have the 83rd, 84th, 85th, 86th, 87th, and 88th laps to go. 6 laps between us and the end of the first stint. Now we're starting to see guys, we're getting to the red on fuel. So, who's got enough? Who needs to save? Doodle is the highest on fuel out of the top three. However, we know his consumption was higher than the rest of the top three. So, is that going to be the difference? Does Jaylee or Javi need to save a bit of fuel, whereas Doodle does not? And it looks like Timlaw has joined the wrong lobby.
Oh, Stint 2 lobby has just been restarted, so it's really panicking.
Bye, Tim. I do agree with that message of please no disconnect Reno. I saw that and went, oh no, Jaylee made a mistake. Hijack Paddy getting past Javi at the front with the lap traffic, but Jaylee making an error, allowing Doodle to get right on the back of him. Oh, almost contact there. Has to defend into the final corner here. Can Doodle go clean around the outside? He's almost ahead at the apex. This time he'll stay on the road on the exit, and it is a duel down the front straight. Doodle has the better run, but who has the better top speed? It looks like Jaylee is able to just hang on, got enough of the car up the inside to fight down into the Andretti hairpin. How does this play out? They both brake sensibly. A little bit of contact there from Jaylee, but nothing wrong with that. They were side by side the whole way. And no one braked particularly late to cause that issue, and it wasn't Doodle wasn't able to pull an over and under after baiting Jaylee into going deep. Jaylee going a little deep, but deep enough to keep the advantage, and Doodle continues in third place, and they're still only 1.82 seconds behind Eric's Javi, despite battling the way they have been. Little mistake from Jaylee. That's the first signs of pressure getting to him. He's made probably 2 mistakes in the corkscrew, so the tyre wear is starting to affect him and his drivability in the most unstable part of the lap. I would have thought the Death Kink would have claimed more victims, but so far it's the corkscrew that's been trying to hand Doodle his advantage to try and claim a position. But Jaylee, driving really well defensively into Rainy Curve, was able to keep the position. As we go around again, one more time, finishing the 84th lap, we still have 3 more laps of racing. 4 more laps. I think I can learn to count. They're flying by now as we enter the end of the second hour, which will be the end of this first stint. The next stint will have its own dedicated broadcast, as Jaeger now has to do the hard work of blending the footage and the audio. I'm not sure how he does it. That's kind of wizardry, and we thank him for making this stream possible. Because without this stream, it's so much harder to follow these races. And Javi now, it's down to 1.4. He's made a little mistake. Has he got dirty tyres up there? As Jaylee and Doodle are coming back towards him. Will these 3 enter the pits in this order? Will they exit in this order? I think this is the correct order to exit, but I don't know how they're going to enter. The Clockwork car is not able to hang on behind them. I haven't seen Fresh in a while. I'm expecting him to have to be lapped by these guys, but if they're not, that's gone fantastically well for them, because they don't have to give away the 3 seconds to let all the leaders through. Lovely reverse drift angle there on the lag from Jaylee. That's a classic since GT Sport, GT6 never had that. It was always regular drift as opposed to the reverse drift. So even the lag of this game has evolved. So the game has evolved, the technology's improved, the lag has also improved and changed. And the gap now at the front down to 1.2 seconds. This is not done and dusted. Javi's doing mid-low 21s, but Jaylee, after fighting off Doodle, is doing 21 zeros. He's coming back at Javi. And Doodle, of course, is doing whatever lap time Jaylee is, just from 4 tenths further back. So this race is not over. Of course, this race isn't over, but this stint is over. The result is most certainly not settled. Doodle seems to have lost his advantage. Well, correction, lost the edge of advantage. He still has a significant advantage, but it looks like Jaylee has better tyres. So Doodle, in order to create that incredible pace he has, is eating up the tyres more. He's eating up the fuel more, and the edge he had earlier on has somewhat faded. He still has an edge because he is sitting in that dirty air and continuing to run quickly, but it's no longer 2 tenths, 3 tenths. He requires a mistake from Jaylee in order to make an attempt. It's no longer he is always there, ready to pounce on any minor disruption. It requires an actual mistake from Jaylee. As the lead comes down to 8/10, it's now dirty air for the top three. It's all back under 1.5 seconds. As we come through the final corner to start the 87th lap, there are still 2 laps left, and it is most certainly anything but sorted. It's a 21.1 from Jaylee, but it's a 21.5 from Javi. Javi's either backing up the pack, or he is running out of grip, or potentially even running out of fuel, but it doesn't look like he's running out of fuel compared to Jaylee at least, so maybe Jaylee hasn't noticed that he's running out of fuel, but something is definitely going on at the front here, because that 2-second lead has fallen back to almost half a second over the last few laps, as Jaylee is able to put the pressure now onto Javi, as Doodle falls to 9/10 back. The swings and roundabout in this stint is incredible. It looked like Javi had cleared out and it was done. He was going to win this stint. But now it looks like Jaylee is the man in the hot seat, the man with the fastest car. Doodle unable to make inroads with that dirty air, but now Jaylee, a great run up through the death kink. It's now under 4/10 coming up to the corkscrew. Does he get a clean run? Oh no, it's a bit of a wobble. Javi has the better run. Doodle with a slide. It's 1.1 seconds. Still 1 and a bit laps to go. Will Jaylee have enough fuel? Will Javi have enough fuel? There is so much of this race yet to go, and I'm going to have to skip back to everyone else. I apologise to everyone else in this race who has not got nearly enough coverage, but this battle at the front has been spectacular. It is 4/10 from first to second. It is 1.1 seconds from first to third. It was 1.1 between Jaylee and Doodle, and then the downhill happened, and Doodle immediately pulls 4/10 out of them both, and is now getting right back into this fight. It's under a second between the top few. Oh, Javi making a little bit of a slower turn too. Jaylee picks up the apex a little bit better, but he's not able to get a run to try and make something happen. Can he get a run through 4, like Doodle did earlier, to try and make an attack into the left-hander? No, he loses a 10th in the dirty air as Doodle launches through that corner. It's now 4/10. Jaylee is now exactly in the middle of the 2 guys beside him. It's no longer looking settled. Doodle has almost backed off, cooled the tyres, and now making an attack once more as they go through Death Kink. Jaylee getting it the worst of the 3, but it's 8/10 between all 3 of them. Now into the corkscrew. Jaylee breaking deeper than Javi, getting a good run. No dramas from any of them. But again, Doodle looking very, very quick. Reminder, everyone will pit at the end of this lap to start the driver swaps. It's now 6/10 from Javi to Jaylee. Doodle is right on the back of Jaylee, but he's not going to get it done. The top 3 pit, and the top 3 is the order. It's Javi, Jaylee, and Doodle. They finish with 1, 0, and 2 litres of fuel. Jaylee timing that to perfection. Now, who actually gets the box first? I have no idea if the boxes are in sequence or not. And also Max Finn out there in 4th place. I'll give him credit while I've got it. Sorry, check that gap. It's now 11 seconds to Speed Hunter, so Speed Hunter's made a mistake somewhere and has lost ground. Oh, they're very much on par. All 3 of them joining basically on top of each other. And now we see Snowman Finn. He has been doing mid to mid-high 21s the last few laps and has a 10-second lead over Speed Hunter. I don't see where he's made that mistake, so it looks to be just tyre wear. Yeah, the front right is completely gone almost, down to probably the last 15% for Speed Hunter, but he still has a 30-second lead over Fresh, who has a 13-second lead over Fausto. So this is the Tavernello car, maybe the worst wine, but the best-sounding name and the most patriotic livery here this weekend. He is almost out of fuel as he comes down the hill through the Rady curve, trying to minimise the losses to Speed Hunter to give his teammates
And
the
we're
opportunity.
out in stint 2, so Slim didn't put in that much fuel compared to his competitors. Opened up a 14 seconds gap already to max out Finn for GT Finland Racers and Dylan for Ray Racing. So that was the strategy part we were talking about. Interesting.
Fausto making it in with 0 fuel as well. Thomas Batty still has to do another lap, so he was actually a lap behind Fausto. So the Vez cars are 8th and 9th. So how much less fuel did Javi put in, the RX car than the Finland car?
A quarter of a tank less.
How much did the Finland car put in?
The same as Dylan.
Which is how much?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it.
Oh, please do. The listeners want to know.
So it's basically 50% for most of the drivers, except for the leaders. They just put in 25-ish.
Okay, so they are going a very light first stint. I wonder if that was... No, I've got no idea. I can't work out what's going on there. That's going to result in a very short stop. So maybe they know something we don't about the conditions in stint 2 and how long they can run a set, but right now they've bought themselves a bunch of clean air, no pressure, and the ability to go as fast as they want. As we are now on board with here Thomas Batty, as he comes into the pits for the Vez squad. I love watching everyone go flat out towards that wall. Not a care for the brake pedal. And now we see the second Vez car, 46 seconds back. It's VRT Walter. And he's looks like he's got just enough fuel to get him home, but he's got very high quality tyres. When did he pit? Did he pit again for damage somewhere? Because those tyres are far too good to have been a 40-minute stint. And I don't know. Maybe he's had to come in for a pit stop, take tyres, and then because he's taken tyres, he's got better pace and been able to run down his teammate.
Only the replay will tell.
Oh, it's too far back. I'm looking at the lap time chart. No, I'm not seeing any slow. So the replay that we will not be broadcasting, someone will have a clip. And which means the last man is Hijack Paddy. He's doing 1 minute 25. Is it 1 minute? Oh, it's a 33 next. He's made a mistake. But there is no tyre left on that car. They are screaming to let them go, let them leave. But they are still 2 miles away from being relieved of duty with 10%, I think, on that front right. Probably 20 on the left front. 25 at most on the right rear, and probably 30% on the left rear. That car has seen a better days, but to their credit, they are finishing their stint, passing on to the next driver as we see a bit of lag. Oh, and Thomas Batty disconnects from the pit lane. That is a very, very fortunate disconnect. He's managed to just sneak past the 2 hour mark.
They completed the driver swap just in time.
Yep.
Good stuff.
We see Hijack Paddy now
I don't know.
into the pits as Mr. T lets everyone else exit the pits. So Hijack Paddy, no chance of catching the leaders as he has to come in and actually serve his stop to make sure the driver swap can be completed. So thank you all very much for joining me and Jaeger, so me, Stig CC, and Jaeger here for the first stint of the California 8 Hours for the Endurance Racing Federation's GT Challenge. It's the final round. Hijack Paddy ends his stint. His teammate can take over, and we hope to see you in the remaining stints and again next year. Thank you all.
Alright, so I'll take over from here. Then we see the final car just performing their driver swap with, Shadow now behind the wheel, and we are now racing full screen after the driver swap. It is Slim leading for the RX team with that very short refueling idea after the driver swap. And max out Finn for GT Finland Racers in a second position, putting in some crazy fast lap times early on, 20.2. At this stage, Dylan for CLR Racing in that Audi R8 in PE3. Slowly getting up to pace, Vadalux, 21 mid at the moment, and Beetlejuice for the second GT Finland Racers, the 67 Lamborghini, followed by Lugi. So also a bit of a fun fact, Beetlejuice and Lugi both will be doing a Spa 24-hour race later on today. So they are mad people doing 2 endurance races on the same weekend. But here we go. enjoy driving by the looks. So we'll see them transferring to Belgium somewhere throughout this day. Interesting stuff. Then in P6 it is Clockwork Motorsports with Tim. 44 seconds. That gap to Luki in P5 for TDR Racing. And we have Jiri for the Tavernello Racing team at Audi R8 with the Stars and Stripes livery in P7, 15 seconds. And we have the two Italian DEZ teams, Resistance and Incredibile, P8 and P9 for the two Nissan GTRs. And then in P10 it is Shadow for Ray Racing, the 32 AMG running in P10. And we see blue flags appearing. So Shadow 5 minutes already down. That's maybe there's the 4th lap now soon to happen with a slim. Let's have a look. 20.7, 20.4% of the best last time around, keeping that gap to max out. $11 seconds-ish. Yeah, the different idea of the pit stop with how much fuel you want to take definitely changed that scenery where we saw the top 3 were entering the pits within a second. Now we have bigger gaps, 20 seconds to Dylan in P3. So that's quite a gap, but that shows you how slow the refueling speed actually is, and if you can save some fuel, that's a good strategy. And we saw that Ferrari was always a very good fuel saving car while maintaining quite some speed. In P4 then it's the second GT Finland Racers entry, 67 Lambo Beetlejuice 21s all the way. As usual, very inconsistent driver and runs in a comfortable position for now. Lugi for TDR on the team championship leaders in a P5, and if I'm not mistaken, they should have claimed that title already. So I don't think, no, I don't have the championship standings prepared currently for the screen, but it looks like that. And with the drivers, so we can do that, I think. So Philo's currently leading but not driving today. So it's Xavi, and we learned earlier on that if Xavi and his team finishes inside the top 10, I think P9 should be enough for Xavi to claim that driver's title for the 2024 GT Challenge season. Clockwork Motorsports with Tim Lohr in P6. Can they keep the second position in the team championship standings, or will Erics jump them? That's probably one thing that's not decided as far as I can tell. A little bit of spaced out now after the driver swaps. Also a different strategy. Say Jiri for Tavadello Racing has basically filled up the car with maximum fuel. So that's a completely different strategy compared to the other drivers. With resistance, bit of up and down with a 24 on lap 6, 22s since then, incredibly a little bit quicker, 21s now for the second VEZ team, the 60 car, the number 1 car, the 62, the number 2 team car, and Shadow 32, his debut in the ERF GT Challenge for Ray Racing. He also did the qualifying session yesterday for the car. And the gap at the front is slowly coming down under 10 seconds. We see between Slim and Max Out. So Max Out is pushing this Lamborghini. I think you see the name, it's Max Out. You know what you get. Let's start well within the 1 minute 20s so far. What about Dylan? Yeah, also had a 1 minute 20.8 on lap 6 and a 0.8 on lap 8. Since then, low 21, so definitely getting into the rhythm. I think Dylan couldn't quite show the pace in the qualifying session yesterday. Struggled a little bit with that format. Not sure with the pressure for the team. But race very strong. Opening stint so far. A little bit deep maybe into the end. Shreddy hairpin. But no drama. Stayed on track for now. And yeah, someone said in chat earlier it's a Finnish affair. Look at that. 3 out of the top 4 drivers are from Finland currently, with 2 of the teams being Finnish teams. So get in there. In P5 it's still Lugi, not really bringing that gap down to Beetlejuice in P4, roughly 15 seconds that gap. So 21s, low 21s for Beetlejuice, and Lugi the same, yeah. Is there a Nations Cup in place? I don't know, but definitely today they are rocking it. And we will see even more Finnish drivers later on in this event. Okay, we are inventing it now. That's a good idea. Bonus points for random stuff now happening. I think Finland will like the idea. What's happening in Discord? Look. The party chat here, Sticks, you can close it. All good. Right, that's sorted now. And you also see it on screen that Tix STC has left the building. Yeah, thanks again, buddy. Great comms on that opening stint. Was very enjoyable. When I had my little break, I still heard you being very enthusiastic about the racing and what a race we had for the top 3. Definitely great stuff. Now, it's a little bit spaced out, but this should get closer once we get to the first planned pit stop here. So it looked like it is a 2-stop, roughly 40 minutes of driving on the racing soft tires for all of the teams. And with the different fuel the drivers have put in, this battle for P1, P2, maybe P3 can heat up again. So not sure about the lag. It looks fairly stable from what I can see in this lobby. At least better for the spectators. So, and we see the gap between Slim and Max Out. Still roughly 10 seconds, but, and here comes the big but, that fuel is very low now on the Ferrari. So not sure if it was a mistake to put in just 25 liters of fuel for that opening stint. I guess it will be 1, maybe 2 more laps for Slim before they run out of fuel. And this is just over 20 minutes. So that's interesting, to say at least. Also interesting the pace that Max Out is showing us. We saw some purple again with a 20.283 currently. The best for this stint. Fastest lap overall. I think it was a 1 minute 19.6. The opening stint from Doodle. Will stay with Slim. Now, wait. Fuel could last for another lap, probably. Yep. Staying out for 1 more lap. And let's get some onboard footage. New fastest lap, improved it by a little bit, not too much still. Improvement is an improvement. 9.5 seconds that gap now. Nice tidy run. It looks like Max has everything under control in the Lambo. No drama on that left-hand kink up towards the corkscrew. Second gear, third gear, downhill we go. Dropping those stories all the way down to the pit entry. Bit wide, but all good. Roughly the 3 board on the right hand side, you brake. Final turn onto the main straight we go. Another good lap. 20.5. It is for Max Slim now, probably on that final lap of the stint. 9.2 seconds to gap. So Max in P2, Dylan P3, hovering around mid 1 minute 21. Beetlejuice also mid to low 21s. Lugi picking up the pace, gaining a little bit on the Finnish driver. Gap went down from 15 to 13.2 seconds. So good opening stint for Lugi for the TDR team. The number 5 AMG Tim with also low 121, so low 21 seems to be like a solid pace. Most of the grid is able to do that. Jiri 21s mid summer needs to find a couple of 10s to get into that low 21 area. Resistance 21s. What about Incredibile? Yeah, 21s mid now. And what about Shadow? A 21 1 personal best, 22s and 23s currently. So wouldn't be surprised to see Slim now coming into the pits. That's 18 racing laps in. And under 9 seconds. That gap to Max in P2. A very solid run on that opening stint, but the fuel is now very, very low. See, heading into the pits for the first visit of that stint. So Max still has roughly 25 liters of fuel remaining, so we'll get into the lead now, while Slim's still waiting to arrive with his pit crew. So Max leading Slim now. It's where is Dylan coming round that final corner, and also Dylan here just under 25. That fuel, where is Slim now taking forever and ever that refueling speed, but he will stay in front of Beetlejuice. Pretty sure about that, so we'll see about that fuel amount going in. 50 liters or 50%, whatever the unit is in the game. Beetlejuice coming round into the Andretti hairpin. Where is Slim? Staying in P3 after that pit stop. Beetlejuice. Then P4, Luki in P5, Tim in P6 it is, Jiri P7. No close battles on track at the moment, with Resistance in P8 and Incredibile in P9, separated by more than 30 seconds. The two sister cars for VZ. And Shadow for racing, AMG in P10. Here comes the number 12 car, same team, different car, so should see Shadow moving out of the way for his teammate, probably before the King. We'll see about that.
Dylan getting closer. Oh no. Shadows staying in front for now. Not holding Dylan up. Father looks into the corkscrew we go. And Dylan was not close enough, but maybe gets the run downhill around the outside. Oh, touches that grass and unsettles the car. No, that doesn't look good. A costly mistake for Dylan, who had to go around the outside his teammate and then just lost the car. Oh, we'll see that again. Let's watch it all happen once again. So you see Dylan around the outside. He got a little bit too wide, touches that grass, and then woo, loses that car. But yeah, unfortunate moment, but luckily no damage, and can continue with his drive, but lost 10 seconds or even more. 31.8, yeah. Lost that quite some time. That's good news for Slim, for the RX Racing team. And they're keeping that gap to Beetlejuice in P4. 4.7, 4.8 seconds now. And it's still Lugi who is catching ever so slightly. 13 seconds or less now to the car in front. But they're in the same strategy with the fuel and the tires. Tim in P6, a bit of a lonely race at the moment. Jury also touching that sand. And some cars around him, but not for position. That yellow Lamborghini is car in front. Jury a lap down. Who is already a lap down? That's the top 5 on the lead lap. Tim, the first driver in P6, being a lap down. Jiri as well. Again, we see some dust kicking off the ground. Resistance for VZ and also incredibly for VZ. Hoping to move up the order later on this race. Maybe what's the gap? Quite big. 1 minute plus between P8 and P7 at this stage. We see like a little mistake we saw from Dylan, and it can easily damage a car or lose those valuable seconds. So the race situation at the moment is that the 66 car, a Lamborghini for the GT Finland Racers, is leading this race with Max out doing a fantastic opening stint. Fastest lap of that stint so far as well. And we are probably looking at 27, 28 laps per stint, plus minus, to see what the race situation gives you. But yeah, that two-stop is the go-to strategy for today's race for every stint, the drivers. So 35, 36 seconds. The gap currently to Dylan in P2. Eric's gaining 8.5. And Beetlejuice lost a bit of time, maybe coming through traffic, but it's 8 seconds now. I think it was roughly 4 to 5 at some point. And Lugi got still some clear track ahead and can close that gap to Beetlejuice in P4. It's under 12 seconds now. And we should be expecting the drivers in 5 to 10 minutes for their first regular pit stop. Then we see another blue flag situation, very well handled between the drivers. And our poster car for the broadcast. Number 6 car running in P7. 21 seconds in that gap. But number 6 currently able to stay with one of the Lambos. 21. That's good pace. Maybe can use the 67 to drag them along and get closer to Clockwork Motorsport in P6. And what about the two BZ cars, Resistance and Incredibile? Still separated by roughly 30 seconds, the two Nissan GTRs. Not making any noticeable progress at the moment. You can see it on the bottom left, so 5 hours 26 minutes still remaining in this 8 hours. Here at Laguna Secas, the California 8 hours. Round 7, the final round of the 2024 ERF GT Challenge Series. In P10, it is still Shadow 4 Ray Racing, 32 AMG. 6 minutes behind the leaders and roughly 2 minutes behind P9, so a long way to go for the car. Let's see Slim closing that gap to Dylan. Under 5 seconds. I think Dylan's still recovering a little bit from that mistake. But it's all good. And again, behind the teammate. Let's see if this works better this time. I think there should be an easy way to handle that overtake. The end of the main straight into the Andretti hairpin. This should be a good opportunity, a good spot for Dylan. And here we go, going down the inside. Again, lost probably a little bit time. Lugi into the pits early. Alright, so we also saw on the first part of the race, the first 2 hours, that the undercut might actually work. Seems to be quite powerful with fresh tires. Gain some time, so it was 11.2 seconds to the 67 Lamborghini before that pit stop, that undercut. And Lugi also bit better on fuel compared to that Lamborghini. So early pit stop, better tires, maybe also a little bit of a fuel advantage could bring down that gap under 10 seconds after the pit stop. We are getting closer to that 40-minute mark of racing if you want to split that race into thirds for a 2-stop. You should be looking at roughly 40 minutes of racing, and let's see Beetlejuice staying out for another lap. Luigi back out on track, dropped behind Tim for the time being. Tim also not it's not that long that we will see him pitting. The fuel getting lower, 3 laps maybe in the tank. So I think that should be good news for Luigi. Doesn't have to stick that long behind Tim. And what about our leaders? Max going out for 1 more lap. Fuel should give him also a bit more than 1 lap. 2, 3 could be doable. Dylan. What about Dylan? Staying out, but is under pressure. Here comes Eric's Slim right behind in that slipstream. And short shifting. Didn't want to go for that move. Other looks. Well, gets a great run out of the Andretti hairpin, and we're going wheel to wheel. Racing action, Dylan. That car gets unsettled, and it's on the inside. We see Slim got that move done. The leader is into the pit, so we'll have a look at that move again. Bit of a drift happening for Dylan. I'm not sure, was there a little bit of a tap? It was Slim getting past the number 12 and up a position. It is Max now in the pits. 8 leaders remaining. Slim will go longer, so definitely a bit of an off-sync strategy happening for the number 11 car. Around Dylan into the pits now as well. What about Beetlejuice? Probably hitting this lap as well. Yep, doing so. Right, so Slim leading again. Max coming out of that pits. 50 liters of fuel again for the second stint. That's roughly 7 seconds that gap to Max. Dylan, those little mistakes will be, yeah, I don't know, don't want to actually predict the gap. We will see it really soon, but it's definitely not a 3-way battle for P1 at this stage anymore. So we have 42 seconds. Now Beetlejuice coming out of pits, and where's Luigi? Luigi on the start finish straight. Beetlejuice coming out of the pits. So it was 11 seconds-ish, and it will be under 10 seconds, maybe just. So that undercut gained Luigi probably a second. Jiri also pitting now. What about Tim? Tim on the outlap will get back into P6 P Steve or the 56 Clockwork Motorsports. Oh, Jiri. Fuel looking good, so it won't be taking fuel, just tires. Probably. No, they're still refueling. So not sure about that strategy. They want to have a short pit stop on that final stint then. Okay, interesting strategy. So I would argue that the car should be faster with lower fuel. But maybe the fuel, the extra weight, like helps with the drivability of the car with that setup they found. The Jury P7 resistance still running P8 incredibly with the service getting roughly probably to 50 liters. Oh, a bit more this time. Also not sure about those strategies, so and it's Shadow in P10. I think the 32 is the only car that opts for a one-stop strategy. They're saving tires and saving fuel. So, new and old race situation. It's Slim leading for Eric's Racing. Max in second and Dylan P3 for Ray Racing. And we have the 67 GT Finland Racers Lamborghini Huracan GT3. We will choose in P4 and the number 5 running in P5 with Luigi behind the wheel for TDR. And a big gap to Tim. P6 for Clockwork Motorsports, 24-25 seconds that gap. To Jiri for Tavanello Racing team. And we see the blue flags, so they will probably have to let the Lamborghini get past. A little bit of sand again for the number 6. Will it be enough for dirty tires? It looks a bit shaky through that corkscrew section. Still stays in front again, touches the sand. But now I think the Lambo is close enough that Jury could think about letting them pass into the Andretti hairpin. No, still stay in front of that car. So there's a rule in the written in the rule book, of course, that your blue flags in the same class, you have to obey them, and that car behind is definitely within that range now. And if you don't want to risk getting a post-race penalty for ignoring blue flags, and you should think about, and exactly this is what Jury is doing now, lifting off before the kink. Nice job. That's what we want to see. So in resistance and Incredibile create P9. Incredibile put in more fuel, so also opts to go for a shorter pit stop, the final pit stop, and to finish this stint. And our one-stop team, the 32, is still going and going and going, so they want to probably get in 10 more laps, maybe 12, 13. Tires looking a bit worn, 50% on that front right, but I think they could manage it. So Max gaining on Slim, fastest lap improvement again, a couple of hundredths, tenths, whatever. Definitely Max is increasing the pace, under 5 seconds that gap to Slim the moment. And we have that drive-through penalty for the RX team still. I think they opted to take the time penalty instead. So looking roughly at 23 seconds-ish. So they would drop down a position to be to that gap to Dylan. 48 seconds, so big enough to stay in P2. And yes, the 66 car at this stage effectively leading the race. But still, anything can happen. Still more than 5 hours to go in California, 8 hours. Haven't reached the halfway mark of this race. And can Dylan keep that podium for Ray Racing? Number 12, it's 15 seconds to Beetlejuice, and Luigi closed that gap under 10 seconds. Now facing some left traffic. He's under pressure. That blue flags because of the leader already behind. 1 minute 18. So 2-3 seconds now. Slim behind Luigi. Don't think there's much of a pace difference at the moment. 20.8 for Slim and 20.8, something like that for Luigi. So that gap should stay roughly the same, and Luigi should be able to do his race. Gaining on Beetlejuice though, 9.3. I think the 67 just had to deal with traffic. 15 seconds to Dylan, 9 to Luigi. Then in P6 it is Tim Law. For Clockwork Motorsports P2 in the team championship, so I can also change that banner for you a bit. So whoopsie. Don't need both of them. That's more like it. So yeah, TDR leading. Clockwork Motorsports in second and RX Racing in P3 for the teams. Then we have the Talonero Racing team in P7. 27 seconds that gap to P6. Again, a little bit of sand on the exit. But I think he could keep the foot on the throttle. Didn't lose too much time resistance with the personal best last time round. 21.5 for about Infradibile. 0.6, basically the same pace, still roughly 40 seconds between the two sister cars for VEZ, and Shadow still running on lap 35. So target lap probably roughly 43, 44 to get to. Still a couple of laps to go for the 32, and the gap between Slim and Max under 3 seconds. Max is pushing another 1 minute 20 compared to a 21, so half a second at least gained last time around. What about Dylan? Into the 1 minute 20s again. It looks like he recovered from that mistake. And that gap to Beetlejuice went up from 15 to 16 seconds again. We're waiting for Lugi, 8.3, so Lugi is definitely on the hunt. With that pace he's showing, he should be able to challenge Beetlejuice towards the end of that stint, maybe, for position. Coming around another 20. Strong pace. 8 seconds the gap to Beetlejuice, so that trend is definitely Lugi's friend. And I think at some point he can already see that yellow Lamborghini. Should give him some extra motivation. And Max 2.2, Max is definitely on a mission. The 66 is flying again in the stint. Under 2 seconds now, braking for the corkscrew. And it's just, I've prepared some nice little track map for all of us. So with the turns, so we all are on the same page. So we will go through one lap with Max now starting on the main straight. That first kink is actually turn 1, and then we are heading into turn 2, the end ready happen. We go round into turn 3. Right-hander approaching that sweeping turn 4. Purple for Max. Then that little kink into turn 5. No drama, 1.2 seconds that gap. Now through the kink at turn 6. And then it's uphill on that Rahal straight. It is, and the corkscrew section, it is T7 into T8. And then heading into turn 9 and 10. And then it's the final turn with turn 11 to finish that lap. And within a second, great lap again for the Finnish driver, 20.4. And that battle is on for P1. Slim versus Max, the two Finnish drivers. So we go Jaeger Camp special. Getting the Ferrari engine noises, and we see that Lamborghini closing that gap. 7/10. Again, approaching the king. Ooh, that looked dangerous. Be close to that inside sausage. Rahal straight. 4/10. Braking for the corkscrew. Oh, look at the car jumping a little bit. Downhill we go. It's 3.5/10. 3/10 approaching for the final 2 turns. Getting past the pit entry, and what a dive! Oh, there was contact between the 2 cars. It's a drag race. And Slim trying to force Max narrow into the Andretti hairpin. They go side by side, but now I think Max got that position. It was a mighty little dive, actually. I should have saved it. I should have saved it. We'll see if we can catch it, but I don't think. No, we are just seeing that run into the Andretti hairpin turn 2, and at that point the 66 got his car in front of the number 11 and takes P1, and not looking back, already 7/10 gained throughout this lap. And what a run Max got through the corkscrew section, a second already, and he will be gone now. Slim also needs to look after the fuel a little bit. I think can't push that much. P1 for the 66, P2 for the 11 Ferrari for RX Racing. Then in P3 it is still Dylan for CLR Ray Racing, a number 12 Audi R8. It's the 67 Lamborghini for GT Finland Racers in P4 with Beetlejuice. The gap to Lugi, 8 seconds. In P5, Lugi not gaining that much over the last couple of laps. Maybe also traffic, or more traffic incoming for the number 5 TDR entry, that AMG in that throwback DTM livery. And it's Tim in P6 still, running all by himself. And Jerry unable to get closer. I think Tim is a bit quicker, gained a couple of seconds on the Italian driver in P7. Resistance and Incredibile and Shadow a bit early, I think, into the pits on lap 40. It will be quite a long second stint for the one-stop strategy. And yeah, that gap, Max too slim, nearly 2 seconds now after the overtake. They're also gaining time on Dylan, like Dylan now 53 seconds, that gap to P2. And with that fighting, that helped Lugi a little bit. No, yeah, just when I was going to say it, blue flags, but it's blue flags for the Nissan GTR, and I think Lugi is just outside of getting blue flags himself from Max. Max is a bit quicker, so maybe. And Lugi needs to let Max pass throughout the next couple of laps. Right, but first he needs to find a way past that GTR and the gap to P4 is 67. It is. It's 8 seconds. Still not close enough to challenge the GTR or to make them slow down. But losing time. And now it will be the leaders 3.5 seconds now. Max on that mission. Oh, what a stint so far for the 66. Gaining so quickly. I think with that pace, it will be interesting to see now. So Lugi wants to get past the 61 car, but also has the leader right behind him, so a double blue flag situation, if you can call it that way. And what will happen first? Lugi getting close enough to make the move on the GTR, or the leader being that close so that Lugi has to back out. Looks like the 61 had a poor exit out of that final turn, so now should be time to get out of the way for the quicker cars, and nicely done. So Lugi got past and Max as well, so now it's probably time for Lugi to let Max get past, and yep, Lugi pulling onto the left hand side, and so the leader is through with the damage. No damage, not really lost any time, but it looks with 4 seconds. Slim in P2. I see the fuel is getting lower again. I think still for 4 laps for Slim would be doable. And Dylan keeping that distance now to Slim with 52 seconds and Beetlejuice with 16 seconds. And yeah, after the blue flags, it's Lugi who lost 1.5, maybe 2 seconds. To Beetlejuice in P4, so that gap was coming down throughout the stint. Now we are back at roughly 10 seconds. More work to do for Lugi. Tim keeping that gap to Jiri, increasing it little by little. 31 seconds now, that gap. Just saw that 61 car with the blue flags. We see Slim now right behind P2. Incredibile. In P9 and Shadow. And still running in P10. Now using the medium tires. Alright. So mediums. Try to get them till the end. And with we saw that overtake. We have just 4 cars on the lead lap. That's Max the 66 GT Finland Racers Lamborghini, and Slim for the number 11 RX Racing Ferrari, Dylan the number 12 CLR Ray Racing Audi R8, and it is Beetlejuice the 67 Lamborghini for GT Finland Racers. Those 4 cars are running on the lead lap. Everyone else at least 1 lap down. Let's see if Lugi can close that gap to Beetlejuice again. Got some clean air, a clear track. Kind of. And got a nice run. Probably the same, yeah, gained 3/10. And Slim struggling now a little bit. Lap times at 1 minute 22. For the first time, I think. While Max is still running 1 minute 20s in his Lamborghini. Dylan also dropping into the 1 minute 22s now on the previous lap. We'll see if it's another 21. Yep. High 21s to low 22s now with a little bit of tire wear. A little bit, yeah, I say it's 30% roughly, from what I can tell. 21.7 for Beetlejuice. And what about Lugi? We see not gaining again, so bit up, bit down, roughly 10 seconds the gap between those 2 drivers. Tim also still lapping inside the 21s. Jiri now doing the same, not really losing time to Timlo, and with that different Yule strategy. So Jiri has 60 liters in his tank still, so he won't have to refuel probably the end, but then just runs a bit wide on that King Dirty Tires. Lost some time, and we'll see into the corkscrew. Got that stopped. But yeah, so we'll probably gain quite some time during the pit stop on Tim. So this could get very spicy between those 2 drivers. And we are getting closer to that second pit stop window. Probably round about lap 60. Maybe starting lap 55 to lap 60. This should be the pit stop window for the drivers. Just looking at the gaps between the drivers a bit further down the grid order, but nothing changed. Max with a 10-second gap now. Too Slim in P2 and Slim. The fuel is quite low and exactly now he's driving into the pits, so pit stop now for the Eric's Racing team number 11 Ferrari. Dylan with 52 seconds. Yeah, but also the fuel getting lower. Probably keep that P3 as Beetlejuice also the same fuel, maybe one more lap for the Finnish driver compared to Dylan. And whoa, airborne Lamborghini, that corkscrew. So Slim out of it. Here comes Dylan. Brief moment, they go side by side. It will be. Oh, that's close, and Dylan just got in front of Slim. That's a bit unlucky for the 11 car, that Ferrari. Dylan will be pitting soon, so he won't be stuck behind the number 12 with the worn tires. So looking at that kink, it's very unlikely to make a move. Running up the wall rail straight into the corkscrew we go. And gets a nice run, then had to lift. Avoid the big snap moment. But it's still close. What about Dylan now? Is he pitting? Oh, again, twitchy. That Ferrari. Dylan went wide on the final turn. This gives Slim the run and makes that move stick. So we will watch that entire sequence again. From Slim's perspective, we see break-in, but then nearly lost that car with that rear tire touching the sand. And then it is Dylan goes a little bit deep into T11, the final turn, and this gives Slim the run. The Slim into second position, Dylan in third, Beetlejuice P4, but he's under pressure, being lapped by his own teammate. So will we have 3 cars on that lead lap then remaining? Very soon it could be the case. See the lap times now slowly dropping for Max as well. Not able to do the 1 minute 20s, but still a bit quicker than Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice close to that pit stop, maybe 1 more lap on fuel. Lugi into the pits again, going for an earlier pit stop compared to his competitors and trying to gain a couple of seconds in that pit. Saved a fair amount of fuel compared to Beetlejuice. So again, that's roughly 11 seconds, so it probably will get under 10 seconds again after the pit stop from Beetlejuice, so it's pretty sure it should be this lap. Coming in, the same should go for Dylan. Maybe he can squeeze out one more lap on the fuel. Yeah, could do so. Let's see. Yeah, deciding to go for one more lap. So, Beetlejuice. That looks very close now on fuel. Kate is one more lap in. That will be then very close towards the end. So Lugi has then a 2-lap undercut on Beetlejuice. So can he use those fresh tires? No real traffic. Tim in P5 with 2.5 seconds. This looks like to be the in lap for B56 BMW for Clockwork Motorsports. So Lugi with 2.4 seconds behind shouldn't affect his driving. And now Beetlejuice, his teammate right behind, to start the lapping process. I think Beetlejuice can survive. We'll probably lose it then in the pits. Max better on fuel. So Beetlejuice is stayed out for another lap. How is that possible? That fuel indicator is tricking me, definitely. So Max in the pits. Beetlejuice squeezing out every little bit of his tank to have fresh tires towards the end. What about Tim on that final lap? Lugi right behind. So Lugi would have probably liked to see Tim going into the pits one lap earlier. Now right behind, half a second. But this time on the fuel, what I can see, there is probably 1 liter remaining when Tim heads into the pits. Probably just in time for Lugi. And what about Lugi's lap time? (21.3), not too bad compared to Beetlejuice, who is running 22s, 22.1. So let's see in. Now let's see about the fuel. 1 liter remaining, yeah, about the same as Tim. Dylan also going for the extra lap with a very low amount of fuel remaining. And with Max completed that last scheduled pit stop for that stint. 15-16 seconds roughly that gap to Slim in P2. 8 seconds to Dylan, but Dylan, they need to pit. They will lose, I don't know, 45 seconds maybe with refueling. So, and where's Lugi coming around turn 10 into turn 11? Beetlejuice now gets released. Where is Lugi starting his lap number 60, and Beetlejuice on just pit exit, so that's well then. Yeah, gained massively. Look at that, 6 seconds. Now I was expecting roughly 8-9, but a well played undercut so far. So Lugi with that 11 seconds gap before the pit stop, now roughly 5 seconds. So they will go to the end, both of them, with Beetlejuice having the tire advantage. Now Dylan into the pits. Should stay in front of Beetlejuice. So Beetlejuice are just coming through the corkscrew section into turn 10. And Lugi is flying, look at that, 4.5. Tires are up to temps into the rhythm. Beetlejuice needs to step up his game now with a very thoughtful outlap. And Dylan back out on track. That's 12, 13 seconds. So lost a little bit. Should keep that P3. And Lugi, 4 seconds. He's putting the hammer down currently. And see P4, not too far ahead. Tim in P6 and Jiri in P7. So that fuel strategy definitely helped Jiri. Gained, what's that, 18 seconds roughly on Tim. It's 12 to 13 seconds now. We saw that Tim was a bit quicker per lap throughout the stint. And in P8 we have Resistance, and Incredibile in P9 also gained on his teammate with the fuel strategy. Less fuel for that final stint to put into the car. And Shadow in P10 with that one-stop soft to medium strategy. All right, all right. Well, let's keep an eye on that gap between P4 and P5. 3 seconds. So can the 67 pick up the pace now? 21.9 on fresh softs is probably not the pace you're looking at. Should be roughly a second quicker. Bit better this time. Lugi gained another 4/10 under 3 seconds. That gap now into the Andretti hairpin turn 2. Go struggling with the power a little bit. Also think that Lugi has overfueled the car slightly. Not by much, but you see with a refuel speed of 2 liters per second. So if you can put in a couple of liters less than your opponent, you gain during that pit stop. 2.5, again a good run up towards corkscrew. Close to the personal best. What about a Beetle? 21.5 last time around. Looks like to be a similar lap for this one. Okay, so inside on that AMG it's a thirsty one, so you have to put in more fuel to be competitive. But of a downside then for the AMG. But Lugi is definitely on a mission. A nice run. So quickly have a look at the rest of the grid. So Max 16.5 seconds in the lead for the 66 GT Finland racers. Lamborghini Eric's Slim in P2, the number 11 Ferrari, and 1 minute 5 seconds to Dylan for CLR Ray Racing, number 12 Audi R8. Still holding on to that podium position in the Beetlejuice in P4, 11 seconds the gap to the podium. But just 1.3 seconds to Lugi in P5. Lugi is charging. He is like catching like crazy. Gained another 6, 7 tenths maybe on the slab. For the Beetlejuice, a 21.8, nearly a second for Lugi. He is now within that slipstream range. So that battle for position is heating up. Tim in P6. 53 seconds on that gap to 5 with Chiri, 11.43 seconds personal best, a 20.9 for the number 6 Taranello Racing Audi R8. Resistance in P8, what's that gap, to P7 for 26 to 39, that's 1 minute 40 something. A lap down to P7, Incredibile in P9, and Shadow in P10. So let's go back to Lugi versus Beetlejuice. Under a second that gap, we go a little bit on board. Yes, somehow Beetlejuice not able to go the pace after the pit stop. We saw earlier throughout this race, it's not easy to go for an overtake on this narrow track. Not many overtaking opportunities. The run into the Andretti hairpin at turn 2. The straight is probably not long enough to get an advantage in the slipstream. You basically just rely on a small mistake. But that was a good final sector for Lugi. 6, 7 tenths that gap. The acceleration for Beetlejuice coming out of turn 11 wasn't good though, keeping that gap 8 tenths. But Lugi very consistent lap times while catching the Finnish driver. 21 once. Oh. It looks like Beetlejuice is now picking up the pace. 21.3, 21.4. Looks like now he's in the zone. Keeps that distance. Oh, we see blue flags. What is a blue flag scenario? It's not for... Oh, it's Slim in the distance. You see, so Lugi and Beetlejuice, they're getting the blue flag now because P2 is approaching. This time, a better exit for Lugi, but still not close enough. 6/10. T1 braking for turn 2. AMG good on the brakes. Now, seeing that yellow Lamborghini right in front of him, Lugi will be pleased with that stint so far. Half a second. Whoa. Every time that kink gives me again, that final turn, turn 11, is where Beetlejuice gets the better run in his Lamborghini and can keep that gap big enough to not be under immediate pressure heading into the braking zone. So Lugi has to be patient for sure. And here comes Slim. So Max has checked out by now. 18 seconds, that gap to Slim. Dylan in P3, that gap went down to 7 seconds, which was roughly 10. So both are gaining on P3. So what is going to happen? Really a battle for the P3 podium position maybe incoming. We'll find out again. Lugi with a great run through. Who corkscrewed and touched that sand briefly. Again, that rear stepping out. Oh, good catch. Whoa. Oh, that's now intense racing between the two drivers. This time, Lugi with a good run coming out of the final turn. Under 4/10. That gap uses that toe to get closer. 3/10. But they have to hit the anchors too early, probably for Lugi's liking. 3/4 between those two, and the gap to Dylan, 6.7 seconds. But Dylan with a 1 minute 24.7 last time round. That didn't help at all. Beetlejuice with a 21.8, Lugi 0.5. So Lugi definitely a bit quicker, but where's a way to get past, to get around? The run and the rail straight up towards corkscrew, also too short to get your car alongside. Again, it's the mind games. Can you force your opponent into a little mistake, a little off track? It's again half a second, and again we will probably see that strong exit out of turn 11. Yes, indeed, gaining a couple of hundredths on that exit, keeping that gap to that half a second to 6/10. Again, it's the waiting game. Whoa, that was again close on the exit of the kink. Still the same between the two drivers, half a second. Not much changing again. A bit wide for Lugi. That dust is not helping at all. And again, T1 is a lifesaver for the 67. And what about the blue flags now? You see Slim is definitely getting closer now. Within 1.5 seconds, I reckon, at this stage. And let's have a look at Slim's lap times. He was lapping in the 1:20s, and Beetlejuice and Lugi 1:21, so he's a bit quicker. And the gap to Dylan also just 6 seconds, so both Beetlejuice and Lugi are now peaking with their pace and doing everything they can to bring that gap down to P3 to have a chance for a podium finish for their teammates later on. With 4 hours and 22 minutes remaining, still a long way for this event. It will stay very exciting. 20.5 seconds the gap between P1 and P2, so P1 still behind the battle group. Beetlejuice and Lugi. Dylan 6 seconds that gap to P4, and Dylan is a lap down, so we have 2 drivers. Oh! What happened? Lugi lost it. Lugi lost it. Curb? Sand? What happened? Let's watch the replay. Bit too aggressive probably. Coming out of the next right-hander. Yeah. Touch the inside curb. I think the sausage unsettled that curb. We will go on to the onboard perspective. We'll see. No. Not this one. The next turn it is. We'll see. It's turning in. Yeah, hits that inside sausage curb. The car gets unsettled, and I mean, thank God for ghosting moment for Slim. That could have ended in disaster for number 11. Luckily, they just managed to drive through that ghosted number 5 AMG, but Lugi lost quite some time, now 7.4 seconds to gap. Beetlejuice, luckily no damage. But hey, that was a moment. That was something. Oh, it looks like I will be doing a triple stint then. So yeah, all good. So I don't have streamer for the next stint, unfortunately, technical issues. So we will go with a short break between the streams, but we will keep that stream running while I will be switching the lobby. So no driver swaps screen then for that one, but we will probably just be missing 2 minutes of racing action. All good, all good. I have it covered. So Max leading with 21.6 seconds. Slim in P2. Dylan 1 minute 12 behind P2. Still 6 seconds, that gap to Beetlejuice. For 8 seconds to Lugi after that spin. Tim in P6. Jiri in 7th. That gap isn't changing that much. Something between 10 and 12 seconds between P6 and P7. Resistance in P8. And it looks like the number 16 car also cannot get a driver in for the next stint. So we will be missing that car on track, sadly, for the next stint. Hopefully they can come back for the final stint to finish the race, to finish that season. And Shadow in P10 for Ray Racing. 32 AMG. 8 minutes down at the moment, with Max, the leader, right behind. Past the 32. So on lap 77. On lap 88 is where we see the driver swap happening. Dylan 5.5 seconds. What's the lap? Another 21.7 compared to Beetlejuice with a 21.5. So slowly gaining on Dylan, the number 12 car, podium position within reach for the 67 Lamborghini. Lugi, after that spin back into mid 121s, won't be happy with that spin. That's easy for me in the commentary booth to say. We all think everyone who did some laps at Laguna Seca knows how easy it is to put your tires onto the gravel or hit those nasty sausage curbs at some point during the race. And if you're going maximum attack, this can happen at some point. We saw some mistakes from every driver, I think, also in the first stint with Doodle. Like the quickest driver in that lobby had a big moment where he lost 10 seconds with the spin. But what a performance for Max Out and the entire 66 crew so far, approaching the halfway mark of these 8 hours of Laguna Seca to California, 8 hours. They basically have a pit stop in hand. Eric's racing in P2. Dylan in P3. Keeping that 6 seconds roughly now to the second GT Finland Racers Lamborghini. Lugi for TDR, number 5 AMG, in P5. 8 seconds the gap to Beetlejuice, Tim and Jiri, P6, P7, 11.6 seconds, so roughly doing the same pace. So we have, yeah, just losing like 8 seconds. I think it's still a bit of a lucky moment. It could have ended worse, definitely, for Lugi. But on the other hand, you think, yeah, without that little mistake, we would have had that battle for P3, 4, and 5, eating up even more. And it just looks like we have a little bit of a calm race situation now, with roughly 10 minutes before the driver swap. So a comfortable lead for Max Out for GT Finland Racers 66 car. So what a move it was from the team to change the car for the final race of the season. So they were using the BMW M6 throughout this 2024 season. And for that final round, they used their one free cars change ticket, and so far it paid. It looks like a very strong car at Laguna Seca. Of course, in capable hands. Probably a good tune, and also some very, very fast drivers in that team. The number 11 RX Racing, so they're on track to give Chevy the Drivers' Championship with that drive. Still have a 23-second penalty post-race because of a jump start at the start of the race. But the gap to P3 big enough. That is more than a minute, so they should stay in P2 if they can continue on that pace. And again, we see inner team battle, and this shouldn't be a re-battle again. Dylan behind a shadow, and Dylan should stay in P3, probably before that driver swap. Again, that overtake costs Dylan a little bit of time, 5 seconds. Now between Dylan and Beetlejuice Lugi, who had a 1 minute 23.4 on lap 79. So that gap went up over 10 seconds again to Beetlejuice in P4. Still, those gaps are manageable, I think, for the second half of the event. Still over 4 hours to go. Have a look at Tim in P6, a lonely race so far for Tim. And Jiri P7 as well, doing some consistent lap times towards the end of that stint, also trying to stay within striking distance for P6 overall. And then the two VZ cars, Resistance, the 61, and incredibly the 16 Nissan GTR, 8P9, and Shadow in P10 for Ray Racing. So, lap 84. 4.5 laps to go for the leader before the driver swap. Just checking. All good. So 28 seconds now between Max and Slim. Dylan versus Beetlejuice, 5.5. Probably staying that way until that driver swap. Lugi in P5. Under 10 seconds again. Briefly, at least. Tim versus Jiri under 10 seconds. So Jiri with a good run on that last time around. Will be probably also a bit of a motivation booster for the team. Keep it under 10 seconds, the gap, when approaching for the driver swap. See the gap between 3, 4, and 5, but nothing really changes at the moment. So then let's run with the leader. Lap 86 out of 88. And looking at the right hand side, the lap times, great consistency. Giving his teammates a very good situation for that second half of the event. 2 more stints to come, and so far the 66 looking very, very dominant. (32) officially retires from the race. What happened? Oh, that's a bit of a shame. 33 is still running. But yeah, penultimate lap for the leaders, and Slim in P2 for Eric's Racing, Dylan for Zila Ray Racing. In P3, 5.6 seconds that gap to Beetlejuice. In P4, 10.7 now to Lugi, struggling with pace a little bit. Tim also maybe looking after the fuel. 8.5 seconds that gap to Jiri. Resistance P8, Incredibile P9, and Shadow in P10. So the leader is on the final lap of the stint. And here he comes round for the final time. Into the pits we go. 32 seconds. The gap for the 66 car. And we see Eric's Racing into the pits as well. P2, 33 seconds. That gap to P1. Next up will be Dylan. They started their final lap of the stint. The gap to Beetlejuice 5.7, 5.8, so Beetlejuice unable to bring that gap down any further. One last time through the corkscrew we go for the number 12, heading into the pits. Then we wait for Beetlejuice in P4. 5.3 seconds it is the gap, and Luki in P5. And after Luki drives into the pits, we will be changing the lobbies. So I will be and quickly turning on this thing here for you, and I will jump out of this one and bring you the racing action from stint 3 in just a couple of minutes, so stay with me. Good thing is that I'm just checking my network environment again for the 100th time today. And speed up with something. Go react thing. Right. Found the room. We are back. I think on the track, so I can probably remove that one. We just need to wait for the positions to update on the left hand side, so don't be confused. Joining a lobby late, you don't get the actual positions. Usually it takes a couple of minutes for the game to update. We stay with the J-Lee for the 66 GT Finland racers. We slowly see some deltas appearing. It is Xavi again driving for the 11 in P2, 24 seconds. That sounds about correct. But in P3 we should have Ray Racing with Doodle again driving. We wait for Oh, that's 1 minute 9 seconds behind E2 and already setting the fastest lap of the lobby, a 1 minute 20.6, going purple again through that first sector. We have Razor for the 67 car in P4, 12.7 seconds the gap to Doodle in P3. Then we should see Speed Hunter appearing. Probably they were behind the 67 after the driver swap. Here we go. We see the delta updating now. It was roughly 10 seconds. We'll see how that goes. Still says more than 50 seconds. A bit surprised to see those gaps. But yeah, you should see an updated delta very soon. Would be surprised to see that big gap, but you never know, something can happen between the driver swaps. Now we see something is updating and we should get probably a more accurate delta soon, but there's actually a big gap between P4 and P5. So what happened during that driver swap? There are a bit more fuel, yes, for Speed Hunter, but that's crazy. 54 seconds. That's lost 40 seconds during that pit stop. So maybe something went wrong with the driver communication. Speed Hunter forgot to refuel, had to go into the pits and refuel again. Ah, okay. That's why we have that big gap now. That's an unlucky moment for the number 5. So they are under pressure now. GT Racer for Clockwork Motorsports, just 3.3 seconds behind the number 5 car. And in P7, it's Tavanello Racing Team with Capero and the 61 with Scheckter, the last remaining car on the grid for this stint, with the 16 BZ car unable to get a driver into the lobby, and the 32 AMG for Ray Racing having to retire that car. So that's a bit of a shame. So started with just 10, now we're running with 8. It's a long season, it's a tough season, and the shout out to everyone who is competing in those events. It's a big commitment. Okay, so information, maybe the 16 car might be able to get back out on track for the final stint to finish the season and the race. Would be good to see them actually finish that one. So the gap between JD and Xavi, 22.5 seconds. It's Xavi gaining slightly on the leaders. Doodle doing probably 2 hours of time trialing now. Maybe he can unlap himself, get back onto the lead lap. Another purple lap for Doodle. 1 minute 20.1, getting closer. Doodle 1 minute 19s again. So Razor for the 67 Lambo. Before after that pit stop mistake from Speed Hunter. This could have been a nice battle for position. We'll see about that. Speed Hunter versus GT Racer. Speed Hunter now driving with some vengeance, probably 20.8, 20.9. GT Racer 21s. So trying somehow to keep up with that pace. Seven. It's the number 6, 22s currently, so not up to pace. And in P8, it's Scheckter. Ooh, driving onto the sand. Also 22s currently for the E61. So, and after being more than 2 hours in the chair, need to have a quick toilet break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. So, back. Let's see. JD and Javi. Javi still gaining lightly. And Doodle getting closer to that 1 minute 19, 1 minute 20.133 at the moment. Pushing the limits definitely with that run. Is it the purple? It is. Would get close to that 1 minute 19. Oh, and it's just 6 seconds-ish to unlap himself. Yeah, lost a little bit on that final sector, 20.8. Razor then 21.6. Currently in P4. Speed Hunter pushing. I think opening up that gap to GT Racer, 6 seconds now. And Caperuman in P7 for the number 6. 22s, 23s, bit slower than his teammates. Trying to get the car till the end, finish the season, score some good points. Scheckter found a little bit whoopsie of pace at 21.7, 22s most of the time. That gap to P7 is 1 minute 35. Still more than a lap to go, and you see Doodle is pushing. Looks like didn't gain that lap. 20.4 with some traffic. And Robbie in P2. See Javi second in the Drivers' Championship so far, with Philo not able to race this weekend. Javi looking to take that title. And JD comfortable in the lead still, 21.2 seconds. The 20.4 personal best. Picking up that pace now. Trying to mimic, to get in a fight with Doodle for the fastest lap. Is it possible? We'll find out. 3/10 at the moment, and Doodle did a 19.6 on the first stint. See those gaps Razor with 21s now. And Speed Hunter still gaining roughly a second per lap. .3 now, that gap to GT Racer in P6. Let's keep an eye on Doodle. 20.1 again. So 1 minute 25 the gap to P1. You see that yellow and black Lamborghini just around the corner. And Jaylee right behind Speed Hunter, so we have like a a nice group of cars. Speed Hunter, Jaylee and Doodle, 3 of the 4 quickest driver in that split, with Xavi lapping mid 1 minute 20s currently. Should get interesting. See the blue flag situations, how they're gonna be handled. Xavi is still gaining 20.5 seconds. Doodle with another point, 20.1. Is definitely not going easy. That one trying to push, trying to unlap himself. That looks to be the goal for the stint. 19.8. Here we go, the first 1 minute 19. And 1 minute 23 to Jaylee in the lead. Oh, that's 3 seconds roughly. Jaylee still behind Speed Hunter, who is lapping high 1 minute 20s to low 1 minute 21s. See the 3 cars now in one frame of the camera. .5 the gap between Jaylee and Xavi, and 1 minute 2 to Doodle, who is flying, bringing that gap down to get a chance to unlap himself. Oh, this will get interesting, definitely now. Multiple blue flag situations appearing for this race. Pretty sure Speed Hunter sees those blue flags already and Jaylee is feeling that pressure from Doodle. Right behind. No blue flags though, but what's the decision there? Fight Doodle. Doodle is allowed to unlap himself, of course, in a safe way. But how much risk are you willing to take with that? And do you actually want to fight it if you're Jaylee? It's 6, 7, 10th maybe per lap. That Doodle is quicker, so probably just let him go. But then again, it's Jaylee not able to get that close to Speed Hunter, who is also lapping 1 minute 20, so not much time between those three drivers, with Speed Hunter trying to stay just one lap down, but this mistake might have cost him. Also dirty tires into the corkscrew we go, so now Jaylee is really close and should probably be the signal for Speed Hunter. Now you have to let them pass with that mistake. Yeah, slowing down on the inside. Oh, getting back just before Doodle. Doodle gets the run. And that went not too bad for the American driver. So now we have a nice little thing going on here with Jaylee leading this race, Doodle in P3, trying to get back onto the lead lap. Oh, saw some dust again. And with all that, Xavi is having a lonely race at the moment. 20 seconds that gap to the leader not having to fight. And with on lap 20, so we are looking at probably lap 28, 29 for the first scheduled pit stop for the drivers. There's still a couple of laps to go. And we see a little bit onboard action now. Whoa, aggressive through that corkscrew. And look at that, Jaylee not fighting it. Yeah, that was my thinking here as well. So nothing in for Jaylee to fight that. I still a nice lead. But yeah, Doodle back on to that lead lap for the number 12. So we have 3 cars on the lead lap. Jaylee, the 66, Xavi, the number 11, and Doodle, the 12th car. Then in P4 it is Racer 1 minute that gap to Speed Hunter. Lost some time. 141 on lap 18, so we missed a big off track for Speed Hunter. GT Racer P6 also with a 1 minute 35 on lap 20. And the Tornado Racing Team, number 6 in P7. 45 seconds that gap, and Scheckter for the number 61 VZ team in P8 it is. And gap between Jelly and Xavi 18.6 seconds, with, keep that in mind, a 23-second penalty added post-race for Eric's Racing. So I think that's why Jelly and the 66 crew are not really fighting that hard. Just play it safe. Be in a good position for scoring their first race victory in that 2024 season. Doodle is still pushing. That gap between P3 and P2, 1 minute. Currently, can't see that coming down to less than half a minute towards the end of the stint. But we will see. We'll see what happens. Before it's still Razor and Speed Hunter back up to pace. After a mistake, 21s again. And GT Racer in P6. After that, 135 on lap 20. It's back to normal for the 56 BMW. Look at the lap times. Jiri not able to consistently do the 22s, 23s, 24 we see in there. Whoopsie. And P8, it's still on that 61 Nissan GTR, lapping low 1 minute 22s at the moment. Here comes Boodle, also not able to do those low 1 minute 20s anymore. We're getting closer to that first pit stop window. Should open in roughly 1 or 2 laps for the drivers to be within that window to easily make the 2-stop strategy work. 17.5 seconds between Xavi and Jaylee. Okay. Not taking any risks here by the looks for the lead car. 21's at this stage nursing the cars, the tires, the fuel. Still looking good. Xavi a bit lower on fuel. Doodle quite low on fuel already. We saw that in that first stint where Doodle was pushing his R8 like crazy. Also had to refuel quite a lot compared to the other drivers. Razor in P4. Speed Hunter in P5. The fuel looking really good for Speed Hunter. GT Razor in P6. And we have again the Chapadella Racing team strategy with Caparaman having started that stint with a full tank compared to anyone else who just used 50 liters maximum. Something like that. But yeah. Approaching lap 28 for the leaders, so 28, 29, this was roughly the lap where the pit stops were happening. Under 17 seconds, the gap under 1 minute for Doodle. Got through that traffic now. We see some, maybe 2 push laps to finish that stint. How long can they go? 8, 9, 10th down, so that with the higher tire wear now on the car, it's not that easy to do those fast lap time. Should be a 20, close at 21.1 for Doodle. We see 21.3 for Xavi. 21.9 for JD at this stage of the race. "17 seconds the gap between the top 2. Then roughly a minute between P2 and P3, so those 3 cars still on that lead lap. Razor is 1 lap down and Speed Hunter 2 laps already. GT Racer on the same lap as Speed Hunter. We see number 6, 4 minutes down, that's 3 laps as well. And a Schecter 1 minute 25, so getting closer maybe to get on the same lap as the number 6 car. So JD still running. Lap 30. Xavi doing the same. What about Doodle? That fuel is low. No, but could get away with doing this lap. Then pit. Razor probably also 1 more lap. Speed Hunter has plenty of fuel compared to the other drivers. 10.5, so over 10 seconds again to GT Racer. They are running on low fuel now. Would be also the in lap. Maybe one more and Doodle in now on this lap. So 59 seconds also. The leader is pitting. What about Xavi? Also in for the Ferrari driver. So top 3 are in the pits, and quite an interesting look at the fuel. Also Speed Hunter into the pits with 19 liters remaining. Who will get released first? Jaylee saved some fuel compared to Doodle. Doodle might lose that lead lap again. Yep. Just behind the leader. And we see the 67 car as well. So Racer briefly up onto the podium position, but they will pit very soon, probably the end of this lap. And Gabi gained again some time during that pit stop. Ferrari again less fuel needed apparently. That R8 with Doodle behind the wheel is a thirsty car. Oh, he lost again, I don't know, 7, 8, maybe 10 seconds because of the fuel. Oh, a little bit of a moment there for Racer, but he will be pitting, so we will see the gaps now once everyone crosses that line. Outlap completed for Jelly, 15.4 the gap, and Doodle, that's 3 seconds again behind Jelly to unlap himself, get back onto that lead lap. With Razor in the pits, GT Racer still running, but that's definitely the final lap of the stint with that amount of fuel on the display for me. Speed Hunter completed the out lap, so he should get past GT Racer. Out for Racer, and here comes GT Racer into the pits. We go for the 56. It is Speed Hunter, 35 seconds. He will catch that easily. Number 6 out on track. Not that much fuel going in because of the initial fuel strategy. And Scheckter, I think the last driver to do the first pit stop, could probably run another lap if they want to, but probably there's no need to do. So get some fresh boots and away we go. And here's GT Racer in the pits. You see Speed Hunter coming around the Andretti hairpin into P5 again, and the BMW is out on track again in P6. Where is Scheckter? Yeah, doing one more lap on warm soft tires. So, updated race situation. After the first round of pit stops for the front runners, it's JD, the 66, are leading with under 15 seconds, the gap to Xavi. For Eric's Racing in P2, Doodle in P3 trying to unlap themselves once again, but they did it before the pit stop and had to then put in more fuel into the car. And Scheckter finally in the pits. We'll stay with that. I need to do some calculations quickly. Alright. So Doodle saw that, got that free pass, and now back onto the lead lap. So JD 12 seconds that gap to Xavi, and Doodle 1 minute 18 to the leaders, 1 minute 6 to P2 Racer in P4. Speed Hunter 49 seconds behind in P5, 16-17 seconds that gap to GT Racer in P6, another 36 to the number 6 Capero for Tornado Racing, and Scheckter in P8. At the back of the remaining cars running. Oh, Navi is pushing. Personal best. Last time round, 1 minute 20.4. You see the optimum, 1 minute 20.3. And Doodle with a 20-0 3 times in a row now. Will we see another 1 minute 19 happening during this stint? Could be. We see purple appearing on the screen. Definitely pushing. That gap to Xavi is still over 1 minute, but also a minute to P4. I lost a little bit of time during that run, but still could be a low 1 minute 20 again. See that? By 20.6. Bit of a cooldown lap, I guess, for Doodle and Jaylee. Started to pick up that pace. 1 minute 20s again for the lead car. Javi doing 1 minute 20s consistently. Doodle saw that. Razor 21s now. Mid 21s by the looks. Speed Hunter also doing 1 minute 20s. But it's a long way up to P4. 47 seconds. That gap. GT Racer 21s as well. Slowly losing time towards the number 5 car. And look at that, the number 6, a 1 minute 21.7. Took them quite a while to get into that range. But then blue flags and continue racing, I guess. So it's 40 seconds to P6 and the gap to Scheckter. That is 1 minute 40 roughly. So nothing to worry about for at least the foreseeable future. That gap between Jenny and Xavi, just 11 seconds now. Another 20-0 twice in a row. But what is possible for the number 12 car this race? Can they stay on the podium? The gap to P4 1 minute and 5 seconds. So this is a nice gap for the final stint driver for the team. Not sure who will be driving. Will it be Dylan? Will it be Ray? We'll find out. It won't be Doodle. he did the 2 stints, can do back-to-back stints with the format. And that Ferrari is quick with the Chevy. Still running 1 minute 20s now. Jay Lee again picked up that pace, 20.6, 20.7 last time around. So back into focus mode it is for the leader. Probably also not that easy if you have a big lead. You don't want to actually fight too much. Then to suddenly increase the pace. (21.1), not too bad, but probably not as quick as Xavi. Again, losing a couple of tenths. Here comes Doodle. Every time I don't go with Doodle, he's doing quicker lap time. So now doing 2 1 minute 19.9s in a row. 19.8. Looks like we have some good conditions now with the sun setting down. Cooler temperatures. I think also the tires still in a quite decent shape to push fuel and getting lower. Attack a bit too much. This won't be a 1 minute 19 anymore, but a low 1 minute 20 probably. 20.0. 10.6 seconds at that gap. What about the other gaps? (41 seconds the gap to Speed Hunter in the AMG, or the best FR car. Just looking at the chat, the race of the MR cars here with an AMG, a BMW, and also a Nissan GTR competing in their own category for better looks. I'm actually quite surprised that no one went for a Porsche for this race. But definitely those setups on that Lamborghini and that Ferrari quite good also. Of course, the Audi R8 with a tuning enabled. Just such a good car to drive compared to the standard BOP. we have 1 minute now, roughly, between Xavi and Doodle. And 10 seconds between P1 and P2. With all of the 3 drivers pushing. Low 21s. Autumn and Doodle with 20. Now probably tire deck starting again to slow down the cars a little bit. The racer with that lonely race in P4. 40 seconds the gap to Speed Hunter is doing again everything he can after those 2 mistakes we saw on that during that stint. First, forgot to put in fuel after the driver swap, had to do an extra pit stop, and then had a spin or an off track route. That first stint of his run, he lost more than 10 seconds. Brought that gap under 40 seconds. Again, what is possible towards the end of that stint. So approaching the halfway mark of that stint, roughly. B6, it's still the 56 car, Clockwork Motorsports BMW M6 GT3 Endurance model. 24 seconds roughly that gap to P5. And the number 6 struggling. See that lap 42, a 1 minute 27.3. And ANP8, it's Schecter for VZ61, Nissan GTR 21s now, finally, at 7.8. Again, some dust, but the gap's still quite big between P7 and P8. That is still 1 minute 38 between the drivers. So at the front, that gap, like, it's stabilized. 11 seconds roughly, with the drivers again lapping 1 minute 20s. And let's have a look. Lap 48 for the leader. So we're looking at roughly lap 55, 56, 57 maybe for the next round of pit stops. This should give us then the idea, with everyone being on the same amount of fuel and on that for that final stint, what the gaps are actually gonna be like. But from what I can see, the top 3 are on a very similar strategy with that fuel. Again, we see difference in the fuel consumption between the drivers. 20.8 again, 20.9 for JD, 20.5 for Doodle. The second GT Finland races car in P4. Speed Hunter pushing to the limits. Trying to clean up those tires. A little bit of an off track. Should be okay, I think. Wasn't off track with all 4 tires, just the outside tires. Should be okay. Under 40 seconds. That gap. 2P4. GT Racer doing a very solid stint. The consistency is great to see. Mid 21s it is for that 56 BMW. And between P7 and P8 it's 1 minute 35. Schecter gaining slowly on Capero. At the front, we didn't miss a thing. Still 11 seconds between P1 and P2. See a little bit of fuel lashing for Javi now. So this means 4-5 laps remaining in the tank. Doodle 58 seconds that gap to P2 and not sure what the gap to P4. Let's see, 1 minute 8, that's 1 minute 24 seconds to Racer in P2, so giving his teammate a nice little gap, so looks promising for the number 12 car for a podium finish. What about the Hunt Speed Hunter? 36 seconds. So definitely gaining a lap. Would it be enough to get into striking distance for that final stint? We'll surely find out. I'll quickly grab a drink. Be back in a second. Always stay hydrated. So, Peter still catching before pushing this AMG to the limits and sometimes even a bit over the edge. GT Racer with a 1 minute 30 last time round. A little bit off building sand castles, maybe? Better gap 2 P7 still quite big. 50 seconds. Injector 1 minute 29. No, more. 26. 36. I can't speak anymore. A bit confused. Still 1 minute 30. Let's put it that way. So we're getting closer to that second round of pit stops. First 1 minute 21 for Doodle. Now. Yeah, we can do some onboards if you want to. It's available. Let's take a ride with a Doodle, the fastest driver in the stint. He shall teach us how to drive at Laguna Seca. Nice lines, no doubt about that. Into the final turn, turn 11, and here we go. Another 1 minute 20.7 on used tires. Now that's again very strong pace. You feel like we need a full course yellow because there's some debris lying around the track. We will need to bring out the track inspector to see if it's still safe on the track for the cars, actually. I don't see any side mirrors lying around on the track. It is a danger. Just see some rubber, some marbles. Everything else looks quite tidy. Yeah, a competition caution. No, we just need to do the commercial timeout caution. So we're back in 5 minutes, and then suddenly the grid has punched up, and we are ready to do a 2-hour sprint race. After all, don't like artificial cautions, to be honest. For those type of races, and so for now it's kinda unlikely to get any cautions out on track. Oh, that's interesting. So we have information from the 56 car. Too much sand on the track. So it's just too slippy. We need to bring out the big cleaning machines. But that 56 still running in P6, 31 seconds that gap to Speed Hunter 35, or Speed Hunter 2 Razor in P4, so gained again a little bit of time, and we should get closer now for that pit stop window. So lap 58. Probably 1-2 more laps for the leaders before they pit for fuel. Xavi quite low with the fuel. Could be the final lap of this stint. Same goes for Doodle. That fuel is low. Yeah, try GT7. You can have the free demo now with the My First Gran Turismo. Get an idea how the game feels like. That demo is for free. I think we all agree that it's a beautiful looking game, and it had some flaws, of course, that every game has, and with the many communities out there and leagues and organizers that trying to get the best out of the game with what's being on offer, it's actually nice to see what you can do with that game, and what Polyphony digitally is like not willing to do. So many opportunities, and just need some small improvements, bigger lobby sizes, bit more options for custom lobbies, and yeah, would be an amazing game. Still, I think many are still enjoying this one. It's, I think, hands down the best racing game on the PlayStation. And yeah, we as organizers trying to do our best to provide some exciting racing, exciting formats with all the things happening around, creating those events, the setup, the tuning, the broadcast, whatever you name it. Oh, so much potential for this game. Okay, so now back to the race situation. We have Jay Lee in the pits, Xavi on the outlap, Doodle also in the pits, Speed Hunter doing that same again, pitting earlier than a Racer. Okay, so you don't have a PlayStation. Yeah, that might be an issue then. To actually play it. And there are still rumors that GT7 might be coming to PC. I don't really see that happening, but hey, I don't know. So pit stops done. It's Jaylee 11 seconds to Xavi. After pit stop again, Doodle had to put in more fuel, but is still on that lead lap, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. It's ahead of JD on the track. So great job for the number 12 to bring that car back onto the lead lap with 3 teams still running on that lead lap. The 66 car leading that race, the number 11 in P2. with a post-race penalty to be added to their racing time. And then the number 12 R8 in P3 racer, then P4 still running, but the fuel is low, hitting now. So into the pits they go. GT Racer also now low on fuel, doing the extra mile with that amount of fuel that might be close, very close, till the end of that lap. Speed Hunter in P6 with an undercut again on Racer. It was 35 seconds. We'll see how that goes. So Racer refueling his car. GT Racer will be hitting, coming round into turn 10 and into the pits they go. Racer still not out of the pits. Here we go. 44 liters and GT Racer with 1 liter remaining. Here comes Speed Hunter, turn 11 it is. And it is under 30 seconds, that gap. 2 for 25 roughly. We will wait for the pit exit. And 25, 26, something like that. Okay, GT Racer now refueling, going for the final stint of the day for GT Racer, not for the car. It will be 1-2 hour stint remaining after that one. P7, it is still the number 6. They haven't pitted yet, still running on fairly warm tires. Fuel is still looking okay. And the same goes for Schecter in P8 for that 61 Nissan GTR entry. BEZ, the name of the team. And now we see the final push for the top 3. Boodle with low 20s to start that stint. Xavi 2021s. JD also started with 21s. Under 10 seconds. That gap now. And the number 6 is in the pits. P7 now pitching. 20.9 for the leaders. What about Chevy? Coming round. A 20.3 personal best. Pushing. Trying to get that gap down. Doodle with a 20.4 after doing 20.2, 20.1. A little bit of traffic, maybe. Then in P4 it is Razer, but they are 2:53 to 1. That's 1 minute 44 seconds. The gap between Doodle and Razer. That's, yeah, plus 1 lap, and oh, we just saw that nice little airborne moment. Well, let's hope we can see that once again. No, I can't do the replay because I joined the lobby too late. That's a shame. But we saw the front in the air for that corkscrew, and here we go. BMW not too slow on that straight. Into the Andretti hairpin. No drama for Doodle. 1 minute 9 the gap to the leaders. Just under 1 minute to P2. So we were running with Racer in P4 and Speed Hunter P5. So slowly bringing that gap down. 25. And but lap 60, a 1 minute 24.2. But that cost him a bit of time. That race 20.7. That's more like it for Speed Hunter and the TDR crew. So can they move up one position to P4? They've wrapped up that team championship, so I can bring that up for you. So on the banner on the bottom, so EDR he won in championships. It should have it, with Clockwork Motorsports sitting in P2 currently and P6 in that race, and RX Racing P3 overall. P2 that race, and I'll quickly have a look the actual standings to see what is the gap between those two teams. Let me quickly see that. Oh, that is the wrong one. It's just 6 points between Clockwork Motorsports and RX Racing. So we could see RX Racing jumping CWM in the team's championship and get that P2 overall. GT Finland Racers in P5 currently, and they will be jumping Syndicate Sector Racing in P4, who haven't entered this race, so they will get a P4 overall by the looks. And then in P6 is CLR Ray Racing. They also score some solid points with Doodle in P3 currently. Not sure if it probably won't be enough to jump Syndicate Sector Racing, so they will stay in P6 by the looks. So that is a quick overview, but don't quote me on that, of course. It might be wrong, it might be correct. You will get the official results as usual after the event is completed. The incident reports have been reviewed and the stewards' decisions have been made and announced. So we have quickly see that. Nine seconds between P1 and P2, with Chile now personal best at 20.3, Xavi with a 20.5, basically the same. What about Doodle? Seems to be now like really good conditions, at 20.2 last time around. That gap to Xavi roughly a minute. 58 seconds, something like that. Racer versus Speed Hunter, just 21 seconds again. Racer 21, 22 Speed Hunter with those 1 minute 20s pushing this AMG to get into a position for that final stint, which is yet to come. So you see 2 hours 28 minutes remaining for the California 8 hours here at Laguna Seca. And it's GT Racer ANP6. That gap to number 6 Capero Man 4. Tabanello Racing 1 minute. Personal best for the Audi driver. Previous lap 21.5, and Scheckter 22, 23, 35. So after that pit stop, that didn't go to plan. Maybe blue flags had to lift, let the other cars get past somewhere. Saw him driving definitely quicker throughout the stint. And now it looks like that JD is back, pushing the car now to the limits. Maybe not the ultimate pace, but definitely a bit more towards the ultimate pace he can do. Always keeping in mind that they have the lead. There's still a 20 plus second penalty for Eric's Racing post race. But that's all looking promising for 66 with the number 11 in P2 pushing, maybe trying to get closer to that 1 minute 19, and still Doodle, the only driver to record multiple 1 minute 19 lap times. And what happened to the number 6? Damage on the front bumper with lap 66. Oh, a bit unfortunate. Not that they pitted on lap 60, so that's a bit unlucky for the number 6 car. They still have a nice gap to the 61 in P8, so they can afford that change. New tires as well. And away we go. Oh, what about Speed Hunter and Racer? Look at that, 17.7 seconds it is. This is one hell of a ride for Speed Hunter this stint. 20.5 personal best. 21, 6, 9, 22. So yeah, that's massive. The difference at the moment. As I said, yeah, no. I heard like you had trouble with the Italian train system, the transport system. So that's very unlucky. But why do you work on Saturdays, by the way? What's wrong? So under 8 seconds between the top two drivers now. Work is wrong, okay. Yeah. I mean, you have to pay your bills somehow. But yeah, don't know. I feel like working on a weekend feels so weird. I start paying with blood money, oh no. Blood is very precious, you know that. So 7.7 between JD and Xavi and Doodle, 57 seconds. That gap still lapping those low 1 minute 20s. Might get a 1 minute 19 again in this stint. We'll find out he wasn't too far behind his personal best. Wait for it. 3.5. That's too much for a 1 minute 19. 1 minute 19.8 currently. The fastest lap, but it should still be a 1 minute 20.2, maybe 0.1. Let's look at Speed Hunter, 13.8 seconds. He is on a mission. Doesn't have to look after the tires, just can push. And still with mid 1 minute 20s compared to Razor is doing 1 minute 22. So that's 1.5 seconds per lap at this stage. So that gap will come down like under 10 seconds easily. Well, we have, what's that? 72 to 80, 16, 17 laps remaining. This could even be like a position change if Speed Hunter can keep up that pace. No more off track, of course, but then this could result in a fight for position between the 67 and the number 5 car. You see something else happening. Know that the gap to GT Racer now 38 seconds. 6 Capero in P7 after that pit stop to repair the damage. 5 minutes 49 to 6 minutes 45. So 1 minute 4 seconds between P7 and P8. And Scheckter now with the personal best last time round, 121.5. So gaining on the number 6 car. See that less than a minute now between those two drivers, and Xavi and Jay Lee 7.3 seconds. So Xavi is still gaining a little bit, bringing that gap down. 20.6, 20.7, Boodle, a 19.87. So here we go, the next 1 minute 19. Oh, still needs to find roughly 2 attempts to beat his own fastest lap of the event with a 1 minute 19.6 on that first stint. We saw him that opening stint of the event. Yeah, we had a great drive from Doodle as well. Started E7, I think, and then went into the lead briefly. Driver swap in P3, just 1 second behind the leaders. Great opening stint, definitely. Now running P3 with more than 2 minutes the gap to P4, and Razor is struggling. 1 minute 22, that's consistent, but unable to match Speed Hunter's pace. Another 1 minute 20.7 for the TDR driver. Under 10 seconds, 9.3 into the Andretti hairpin. We go turn 3 and 4. You have to be so committed. Don't touch the inside sausage, but trust in your car. Slight little banking. There's a nice turn, then the kink. Also don't be too aggressive on the inside curb. Then the run up towards Rahal straight, braking for the corkscrew once again, going downhill into turns 9, 10. Turn 10, now the right-hander, also a little bit of banking the pit entry, and then braking for turn 11. And back onto the power, onto the main straight it is. And we see another 20.8, so Racer now picked up the pace slightly into the 21s, just losing 1 second per lap, not 1.5 to 2 seconds per lap. So he felt the urgency now to push. Looks and look at the sister car, still leading that race, the 66 Lamborghini. 7.2 that gap, 26.56 for Jay Lee and the 66 crew. Starting lap 79 by 21.4, or maybe chance for Xavi to bring the gap down under 7 seconds at 20.8. Roughly 7 seconds now. What about Boodle for the number 12 dealer Ray Racing Audi R8 entry? 1 minute and 2 seconds the gap. 2 leaders. 57. 50. The 55 to P2. And Racer versus Speed Hunter. So Speed Hunter is pushing still inside the 1 minute 20s. but the lap times are fading, tires are fading. Still roughly 1 second per lap, then uses the white line again, some dirt, and cleaning up the tires with those little wiggles. Weaving micro turns to hopefully get rid of the dirty tires. It was again very close on the edge, but gaining with that approach under 7 seconds that gap to P4. So need a reminder to tell the number 16 car their rejoin time. So we'll go with that now. I think we have less than 8 laps to go. So I'll just post that into their team channel. And doing multitasking stuff is always good. Let's go back to Speed Hunter. 5 seconds again to Racer. It's still 9.5 laps to go in the stint. Into the 21s now for Speed Hunter. What about Racers? High 21s, 22s. So Speed Hunter still gaining. Under 5 seconds it is now. Oh, 20.9 again for Speed Hunter. That was a strong lap with the tire wear now kicking in. E6, it is still GT Racer for the 56 Motorsports MP7, the number 6 car, Capero for Tavanello Racing Team, and Scheckter in E8, 7 minutes the gap currently to the leaders. And also development at the sharp end of that race, 4.5 seconds just between 66 and number 11. So, Boodle, less than a minute to the leaders. Let's keep an eye on that one racer. 4.4. Speed Hunter pushing 21.8 last time around. It didn't gain that much, just 3/10. Now with like the tires being not that good anymore, you have to be careful. How much can you actually push the car during that stage? Also nearly 2 hours into the stint, so probably some fatigue happening now for the drivers at the end of the stint. Easy to have a lapse of concentration. If you lose the focus, the last thing you want to do is spin that car or go building sandcastles again. But that was a better lap for Speed Hunter again. Gained a second. 3.6, 3.5 roughly. 21.2 compared to a 21.2, another second. And it's 6.5 and a bit lap is to go. So 6 laps after this one. Could get close towards the end of the stint before the travel swap. Probably the same between JD and Chevy. 4 seconds. For 3.8, the Ferrari is pushing. We see it. I see the fuel is low, but that should be okay. Should be 4 laps, should be doable with that amount of fuel. Boodle in P3, still lapping 1 minute 20s. I think he's the only driver. Should be in that range. 22.3 for Racer again. Not really able to pick up the pace that late in a stint, and it's Speed Hunter 2.6, 2.5 seconds. We get a little bit of on board again. That AMG, we hear that grunt, and he sees the 2 cars. Now let's see about the corkscrew. This is where Speed Hunter gains the time compared to the Lamborghini. A little bit, but then nearly lost it. Pushing, gained 2 tenths though. Again, turn 10. Slow into the final turn 11. And this time just gained 2 tenths by the looks, so Razor had a better lap this time. But it's just over 2 seconds, and we still have 1 car sitting in between those two. The number 6 Tavanello Racing car, the Audi R8. Will they move out of the way? So now they are not impeding Speed Hunter or even like forcing Racer into a mistake. And we saw a little mistake happening. Speed Hunter nearly lost it through the kink. Lost a tenth. Starting lap 85. It's 4 more to go. What about those two, JD and Xavi? 5 seconds between them. Probably won't be seeing a change of position with Chile being on lap 87, so he will be starting the final lap of his stint. Right about now. Xavi in P2. 5 seconds the gap. Boodle 50 seconds behind. P2. Racer versus Speed Hunter P4, P5. 2.7, 2.8. They are a couple of laps down, so they have to do a bit more. Speed Hunter again, we saw some dust pushing the car. Racer keeping his calm, his cool. Lap 86, 3 more laps to go with 3 seconds the gap to Speed Hunter. 23-0 last time around. And this is Jay Lee now through the corkscrew for the final time for this stint into turn 9, braking for turn 10, and into the pits we go. The leader is in the pits ready for that driver swap, and right behind 5.5 seconds it is Xavi in P2. Then next driver will be Doodle in P3. And again, we will have a short break. We don't have a live driver swap between the lobbies, so I have to switch the lobbies again to cover the final stint. So we will wait for Speed Hunter and Racer to pit, and then we will go to the final lobby for this 8-hour event. So Doodle and the pits, what a stint it was for the number 12. Racer versus Speed Hunter. 3 seconds that gap, so Speed Hunter not gaining anymore. But good job, he brought that gap down to give his teammate a chance to fight for that P4. The Racer keeping the 3 seconds, but it's 1 more lap. Go. So penultimate time. Oh, that was close. Same goes for the number 6. Again, touching that sand slightly gives Speed Hunter a bit of a run. Gained half a second through the final part of the lap. So final lap of the stint for Racer 22.5. Speed Hunter with a 21.8 gained 7/10 that lap. But still, there's the 6 car in between those two, so no direct fight with that car sitting in between them. And we approach on the lovely time of day with that sun setting down slowly at Laguna Seca. So 6 hours in, 2 hours to go. And looks like Razor will keep that P4 for that driver swap sequence happening. Corkscrew for the final time this time. And 2 seconds. So Speed Hunter gained another couple of tenths throughout this final lap. And then it is Razor in the pits. Speed Hunter pitting as well with less than 2 seconds to go. Alright, so I'm gonna switch the lobbies again. So be back in a second. Or maybe 2 minutes, because the game decides to check the network environment once again, forever and ever and ever. We're used to that. So just imagine some nice engine sounds, us making vroom, vroom, vroom all the time. So while you're still checking the network environments. There, we are nearly there. And stint 4, here we go. Fingers crossed I can join the room. Vroom vroom, yeah. Everyone doing vroom vroom noises. It looks like I'm not letting me join the room. On game. Something. That's a bit annoying. It's not working. Connection has timed out. Oh no, I need to some special things. Maybe this helps. Success! I'm in. And we are hopefully able to spectate. Yes. Oh, I just see the leader. Oops, you can't see it, but I could see the leader just went a bit offline, and we have a battle for P1 just in time. What's going on? It is Slim versus Max out. Into the Andretti hairpin we go. The Ferrari on the inside, the 66 Lambo on the outside. Still dirty tires probably for the Lamborghini, and the Ferrari takes that lead. Now into P1 we go with Eric's Racing and 66 Lamborghini in P2. Now after that little off track coming out of turn 10. So we'll stay with that, because in P3 we should see Dylan probably appearing. So don't get confused by that timing tower on the left hand side. It will update itself. Usually takes 2-3 minutes when you join a lobby a bit later. So yeah, Dylan in P3, Slim leading, Max in P2. Then let's have a look. Dylan in P3. That should be correct. Beetlejuice probably P4. That sounds correct. And Lugi in P5. Yeah, so top 5. Okay, Tim for GT Clockwork Motorsports in P6. Taken over from GT Racer. So we go back to the lead battle between Slim and Max Out. Half a second gap, and then Slim touched that sand. Will we see dirty tires heading into the corkscrew? Maybe a little bit, and Max closed that gap instantly. And will we see an overtake happening? Slim, nearly lost it through turn 9 and recovered it, but it's Max back to the lead with the Ferrari. Now after a shaky lap number 7, touching some sand, dirty tires, car got unsettled a little bit and lost the lead again to the Finnish driver in P1. But that battle is not over. So can Slim regroup? It looks like Max is opening up that gap. First sector, a really good one for the Lamborghini driver. 1.1 seconds now. Slim still in that slipstream range. Again, decent corkscrew. Turn 9, no drama this time. Very smooth through turn 10 and gained some time. Saw that Lambo has a great final turn exit, and Slim in his Ferrari nearly lost the rear, being aggressive, but tries to stay with the Finnish driver in P1. So Dylan in P3 for the number 12 has a huge gap, should have 2 minutes plus, I think. Yeah, 2 P4 with Beetlejuice now. Wheel. And Lugi in P5 under 5 seconds. That gap. So I just saw that GT45 Gaming has joined the lobby, so I will also join this thing here. Wait a minute. So I think I'm in the chat. So Mr. GT45 Gaming, if you are here and you can unmute yourself and talk to us. Still muted at the moment. Maybe we'll hear him very soon. Definitely join the lobby. So should be able to bring that event home together. what is going on with the stream and all the stuff. I don't know. Is it still running, the stream? I think so. So yeah, still the battle for P1 is raging on the track between Max and Slim. And Dylan in P3, Beetlejuice P4, Luigi P5, then we have Tim in P6, Jerry P7, Resistance in P8, and the 16 car. They rejoined this race. They are not too far behind the sister car. We'll see how that goes. That's 11.5 seconds between the two VZ cars, the two Nissan GTRs, P8 and P9. We go back to the lead battle. Still less than a second between the two cars. Quickly to check. So Slim staying with Max. Less than a second. Dylan in P3. And what happens between Beetlejuice and Luigi again? We had that during stint number 2. Luigi was catching Beetlejuice. And looks to be the same for that stint. 3 seconds it is.
Hello, hello.
So, here we go.
Mike's working.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, apparently. So, glad you made it for that final stint. So, yeah, take all the time you need. I think you just came from a commentary stint, so whatever you need, all good. I have it covered. But you're in the lobby, you can see the racing action. You don't rely on the stream delay and stuff like that. So that is good to see.
A nice battle between the MRs here in first place.
The MRs, you noticed?
Mm-hmm.
It's
the Lamborghinis and Ferraris and Audis are very strong.
Yeah, you're not the first one to to mention that. Also saw some comments. Change the BOP again.
Well, I mean, the nature of the racetrack really just suits an MR car. I mean, they're just better balanced, and these cars are designed for turning capabilities as opposed to top-end speed. So Laguna Seca is right up their alley, just for the way these cars are built and designed, for sure. So not surprised to see that they're pressing the issue up front, for sure.
Definitely not. So yeah, just to let you know that we have the battle for P1, but that's a big but included. The number 11, they get a 20+ second post-race penalty. So,
Ooh.
oh yeah.
Well, they got some work to do then.
That's one way, yeah, to see it.
Anything can happen. I mean, I'm a big fan of this Lamborghini Huracan GT3 in Gran Turismo 7 here. It's definitely one of my secret loves in the game. I'd prefer not to drive it in league competition because it's a very hard car to handle under tire and fuel consumption conditions. It gets very hard to handle. So, I mean, anything can happen with that Lamborghini around this particular racetrack. It's just the smallest mistake in that car, and it can definitely hurt them. So, they're in a tough spot. The Ferrari's a little more balanced. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, but then you forgot that it's full tuning, so you can basically make that car better. Or I don't know if you can make it better or you have to make it worse. I heard last time around that you had to tune your cars in a certain way to be able to meet the requirements. So I think it was that last time, yeah, we said it was quick, but it didn't feel like that great to drive. But yeah, so from what I've seen so far, that Lamborghini looks very, very stable with that, especially that aero and suspension tuning. So you can probably tweak those little twitchy things that Lamborghini tends to have.
Yes, it likes to secretly try to kill you without you realizing it.
I mean, I think I did a leak in a Lamborghini, and after that, I said I never ever touched that thing. It was painful. It was on stock BOP settings, and it was before some physics updates and so on. It wasn't really nice to drive. So
I was just in it recently, actually, after the BOP changes here in the game, and I mean, it seems more stable than it was. So
definitely. So that's why should I revert my statement now?
Well, you know, it would be great to see a Lamborghini 1 Make series somewhere in the near future. I mean, I think that the Huracan just does not get nowhere near enough love, unfortunately, because it's such a hard car to drive in the game that it just doesn't get the love it deserves. It's such a beautiful car.
Yeah, I must admit it's one of the best looking cars in my opinion on the GT3 grid.
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of the Viper, I mean, that is the sexiest car of all time. But, you know, maybe I'm a little biased there, I don't know, but...
Yeah, but I think we also can't complain about the Ferrari, but it's such an old car, but still a lovely looking, that 458, still a lovely shape. I think so. Looks gorgeous.
We all have our dream cars, and mine is the Viper. I've just been a die-hard fan since the beginning.
And here we go, we have Slim in the slip now. Max covering the inside line.
Defense.
Yeah, into the entry hairpin. Deep for the Lamborghini, but no. Oh, it was a bit early for Slim maybe in the Ferrari. Didn't want to go for the move around the outside.
I mean, it can be done in the Andretti hairpin. It's definitely tough to navigate because you always got to worry about what the driver to your inside is going to do on the exit out of the hairpin. Are they going to leave you the room? But that Lamborghini just seemed really hooked up there. He just absolutely parked it on the double apex there. Really didn't give Team Eric's a chance to even get anything done there. So it was a good defense at the same time by the Lamborghini as well.
And yeah, looking at the time remaining, so a bit early probably to go for that late launch thingy, and so you.
And we do have fifth starting to close in on Beetlejuice here a little bit.
Forgot about that one. Yeah.
About 1.8ish.
Yeah, it was 3 seconds last time when I was running with them. So. Again, we had this in stint 2. Luigi was catching Beetlejuice, and then Luigi had a nice little 360 coming out of turn 4, which ruined the race.
a 2-hour race last weekend here in the Mazda Group 4 car, actually the front-wheel drive version cars here in the game. And that was a task in itself. I couldn't imagine GT3 machinery with the capability of tuning and being able to increase your lap times potentially with being able to really dial in your car. I can't imagine how much harder it would be over an 8-hour period to navigate Laguna Seca at 90 laps per driver. Yeah, that would be tough.
Yeah, I mean, if you look just like at the pure set, it's like 90 laps of Laguna Seca. What the hell have I signed up for?
That's a lot of racing. That's a lot of racing.
Yeah, definitely. But I think most of the drivers are actually enjoying that one. But yeah, as usual, some impressive driving, impressive pace from the drivers, and.
Well, Laguna's a really old racetrack in North America. It's one of the more iconic circuit tracks in North America that's not currently really used much anymore. But it's been around for a long time, this track. It's got a history, it's got a reputation. So it's just kind of cool to see that the racers get to end the season here at Laguna in 2024. For the racers, they actually get to enjoy some sunny conditions and some nice weather to finish off their season as well, as opposed to maybe a 24-hour spa race or something like that, or Suzuka at the end of this time of year when the weather is very dicey.
Certain other events, yeah.
Yeah. So. Sunshine and t-shirts and cold beverages post-race for these drivers. Sounds like a pretty good day.
If it would be just that warm, my home currently would love to have that sunshine and the temperatures here. But okay, so imagine like I'm being like trackside and enjoy the lovely conditions here.
The smell of racing fuel and burnt rubber. Oh yeah, sounds like a good day.
Yep, definitely. But look at that, a bit of overcast weather. What's happening? Where's the sun? Suddenly, I want to see a gorgeous sunset setting. No clouds, please.
Where's the wind at? The wind is very typical here. It's about 13.5 feet per second, so about 1.5 meters per second right now. It's actually a little dumbed down here for Laguna Seca. Typically we see that wind a little bit higher here, so really just playing nice. And the cooler conditions good for the racers too. Obviously will help keep the tires cooler, which will mean that they'll get a little bit more longevity out of these racing tires as well. So as opposed to a really hot desert summer racetrack where you've got a 40-degree track temperature and it's just tearing your tires apart, the track is maybe just slightly less than ideal at this point right now, probably for these drivers.
That's true, and so they can probably push a little bit more. So the strategy is a two-stop soft all the way race, and
which is impressive in itself. I mean, Laguna typically is a sandpaper style racetrack. It definitely likes to eat up your racing tires. So smooth and efficient is really key around Laguna. You need to be very patient in the corners here. You need to use coasting and just a little bit of throttle input to keep your trajectory right around here to really utilize your tire life out of this racetrack, and obviously stay out of the sand helps. But it's just for a very flat racetrack for the most part until you get up into the corkscrew area of the racetrack. It's just very gritty. It's very hard on the tires. I don't think the track surface has been redone on this racetrack in quite some time. So it can be very abrasive at times as well. So it's surprising to see that the drivers are running multiple soft tire stints as opposed to a longer medium tire stint, maybe with a couple of softs or something like that, right? But
it's also due to the fact that the BOP and the PP limit was based on you have to run soft tires as a mandatory tire. So that's probably the setups that were built to maximize the soft tires, and going on to mediums would probably lose you too much in the end. So that's why they're just going for softs.
Alright, so it looks like Beetlejuice is starting to open the gap back up on Loogie a little bit here, so nothing really immediately developing back there for fourth at the moment, but definitely keeping our eyes on it.
Yep, over 2 seconds again, so maybe a little mistake for Loogie.
I mean, it's so easy to do here. You know, you get the kink just a little bit wrong, or you catch a little bit too much of one of those sausage curves. And, you know, that's 2 or 3 tenths right there out of your lap time. It's very easy to do here. And typically, the drivers, I feel like right now with the current way that the physics model is in the game, you can dip a couple tires into the sand briefly here, and it doesn't seem to affect the car too much. But you get out in the sand, and you know you're going to lose a couple seconds a lap, and it's going to be a lap long dirty tire endeavor, unfortunately, for these drivers today. So it's definitely tough out there. You definitely want to keep it in between the white lines as much as possible.
That's true, and you basically told the story of this race. So
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So yeah, very very tough track to overtake, and it was usually then when someone just dipped their tires into the sand for a bit too long, and then got dirty tires and lost a bit of momentum. But apart from that, yeah, it's so hard. So the main straight is just not long enough for the toe to do something, and then
No, I mean it's
the run Rayhol
you really
straight
gotta
into
just-
the corkscrew also usually not long enough.
you just got to buy your time. You got to apply a lot of pressure and
Yeah.
hope that pressure opens a hole for you essentially around this racetrack so you can get a nose in. I mean that's Laguna's sake in a nutshell. And dirty air is a big factor here as well. You know, cars driving nose to tail or within a half second apart from each other here. They need to really be on point with where they're turning and where their brake markers are, because that dirty air really can throw drivers out in a literal sense into the sand here if they're not paying attention. So there's a lot of factors that Luke is saying. It's a great racetrack. It's one of my favorites. I love the track. I love watching races. Love racing here myself. But it's a vicious racetrack, and it bites, and it bites hard.
I totally agree with that. So I like the flow. If you get into it, it's so good. It's also the same for me with like Willow Springs. Also, it's like the pier of the sand all around. But then if you get into that rhythm and you nail those apexes, and so it's such a rewarding track and experience if you nail those lap times. And so.
My pit crew doesn't like Big Willow because that means they're fixing race cars.
Same thing, you know. Again, it's another truck I do enjoy, but for some reason, I like to go hang out with the viewers on the edge of the racetrack there.
Yeah, it was my first experience was like I was like being more off track than on track at Laguna and at Willow Springs. So that was like probably the first hate relationship with that track. But as soon as you get like to know those tracks better and build up your confidence, it's such a nice flow. Those both of the tracks here. So.
But I mean, in any racing series, it doesn't matter the series, the championship, the organization, how many drivers, how many divisions, the setup, the style. It really, at the end of the day, you always have a handful of drivers that are just a class above the rest, and that's just the way racing is. It happens in real life too. You always got a strong group of racers, and then you've got the rest of the field, right? That is doing everything they can to beat those strong racers, and that's what makes racing fun.
Yeah, for some of the drivers, it's maybe also an honor to share the same track with those quick drivers, and
absolutely,
yeah,
see where you stack up against them, even though knowing you probably don't stack up well, maybe against that driver, but it's just that, you get starstruck in a sense sometimes, I guess. And it's like, well, if I beat him, oh my God, what if? But it also makes you a better racer, racing that handful of drivers that just seem to be, half a second faster than everybody else. It seems like is kind of the tone or the standard, I guess. It helps the rest of that pack get to that point though, and then maybe next season it's not just a handful of racers that are fighting tooth and nail for top spot. Maybe it's, you know, almost a dozen racers, right? So
Slim nearly went off.
yeah, that was close. And now this is what we're talking about.
Yep.
Slim's gonna. That was enough for him to have to really watch this car over the next basically lap, because dirty tires here just take forever to scrub clean at Laguna. That sand just is so hard to get out of the rubber of these soft compound tires.
True, so we'll go back to that lead battle in a moment. Let's see with Beetlejuice and Lugi with 2 seconds, and they have a lap car in between them. It's the 61.
Slowly but surely making their way around the lap traffic there.
Should be, I think, the run towards the corkscrew should be a good opportunity for that. Ooh, Nissan, now the gap is still big enough. No need at this stage.
No, I don't. And again, you know, it's tough. This is a tough situation to be a blue flag car too, as well at this racetrack. Because again, there's just not a lot of room around this racetrack to pull out and allow that lead lap car through safely. You really just got to be patient as that lead lap car and wait for that little bit of straightaway opportunity you get around this racetrack to take opportunity to get around that blue flag car.
This is the situation now on the main straight. Should be now an easy one. Oh, bit of miscommunication happening. So going wide and leaving that inside line open for Lugi. Yeah, still lost him.
Yeah,
Probably 2 tenths. Yeah, he wasn't sure about where to go.
He wasn't really sure if he was going to give it to him. That's what it looked like. Yeah. I think that the GTR probably should have pulled over off the racing line right out of the exit of turn 11 there, in my opinion. But, you know, that's just my opinion. Yeah. That's what I would have done anyways. But no harm, no foul there. A couple seconds lost. Lots of race left here yet. We still got 62.5 laps remaining, 63. Anything can happen yet.
It's still kind of early doors, even if it's like within the final 2 hours of this event. But yeah.
Well, I mean, really, you know, there's definitely some spacing going on. So I mean, really, the big battle is for first and second, and it appears to be fourth and fifth currently right now. So
it is just a quick run through the grid, but then see the 66 still leading, 2.7 seconds. Omex too slim in that number 11 Ferrari for RX Racing. Then Dylan, after that impressive stint from Doodle, which gives Dylan a nice gap. It looks like a very comfortable podium finish for the number 12 car. Then saw that battle maybe happening at some time between Beetlejuice and Lugi, the 67 and the number 5 car. And also interesting, the amount of fuel. So Beetlejuice very low already, and Lugi saved quite some fuel. So there's also one. Oh, Lugi nearly lost it. also with 2 liters per second refueling speed. So if you can save some fuel, you gain some time during that pit stop. So, yeah.
That is the issue with the MR cars. So I mean, these FR cars, you can short shift these cars a little bit. You can still maintain your power output in them, and do exactly that. You can save, you know, maybe 0.1, 0.2 laps of fuel per lap doing that. Where these MR cars, Lamborghini, the Ferrari, the Porsche, McLaren, the Renault, you really got to take them higher into their RPM range in order to get all the speed out of them, which means you're going to use a lot more fuel than maybe the guys that can't do that, or that don't need to do that. So, you know, the Mercedes, the Corvettes, the BMWs, even the GTR can be short shifted to some extent to just save that tiny little bit of extra fuel. And over a long race, like an 8-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour race, you know, that can make a big difference when it comes down to pit delta.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised to see that, but there's definitely a difference between the two.
Yeah, and then we also see that Ferrari is still quite fuel efficient for an MR car. That definitely has an advantage. So consistently saw them putting in less fuel, so less time spent during the pits. stops. So yeah, that's also something to keep in mind.
Well, the drivers do have tools at their advantage well behind the wheel of these race cars as well. They do have fuel mapping controls in these race cars, which means they can take out horsepower out of the engine to eliminate some of that extra usage of fuel. Now, whether or not that actually works all that effectively in the platform of GT7 is entirely really hard to say. I don't personally mess with the fuel mapping. I just short shift to compensate for any fuel that I need to save. But some of these drivers do play with the fuel mapping and can utilize it very well. So, yeah, it's just learning how to maintain your pace well under less horsepower, essentially. And if you can do that, then you can definitely save some fuel too as well. So, but again, in these MR cars, it's so tough to do. So tough to do. Right now, I feel like the Audi is probably doing the best job out of the MR cars when it comes to conserving the fuel that they got in their car, if the strategies are all very similar at the moment.
We had different approaches with that R8. So we had that number 6 car. They were more on that fuel saving side of the race, and then we have the number 12 car, where fastest driver today, Doodle, was pushing like crazy and used up quite some fuel. So you can do both.
Oh yeah, no, it's no different in the front rear cars. I mean, definitely eat fuel up in those cars if you want to as well, for sure. But typically, I mean, that's what's going to do it, right? It's just the higher RPM that you're maintaining in your car while you're driving around the race. You're going to burn more fuel than if you're in a medium to lower RPM range. In an overdrive gear, so to speak, without an overdrive gear in these race cars.
But Slim is now basically out of fuel, so he has to hit the slab.
It's going to be interesting to see how the strategies work out. I think we'll probably see a heavy fuel load for most of these drivers, I think, in the first stop, and then I think we're going to see a lot of splash and dashes nearing the end of the race. But it's entirely hard to say, I guess. Each of these teams have their strategies, and I haven't not quite in to know with how these strategies are working out here so far today with the 8 hours. So
completely different. So some opted to refuel the car entirely after the driver swap. Some just used like up to 50 liters. So you also saw like a bit of a opposing strategy for Ferrari. Just put in 25 for the opening stint and then do like successfully longer stints or whatever. So there are plenty of opportunities with the setup with the driver swap. So the next drivers are starting on 10 liters initial fuel, so they can choose how much they want to actually put in the car for their opening stint. So they have the flexibility,
which is a little bit fantastic there, because you can keep the car light, keep your tire.
You can exactly, yeah, if you want to, yeah.
Definitely a big difference between the race leader and second place in the amount of fuel they took. A fairly large, significant difference, actually. And that's going to, I mean, at 2 liters a second, that's, 3.5 seconds gained right there in pit lane, essentially.
And you see they are quite close again. So we had like Max out, they had like 10 liters remaining, Slim 0, and still the Ferrari being a bit more fuel efficient than it looks. Less fuel, and boom. Yeah, still within a second after the pit stop. So that's...
Well, it was 2.8 now he's right.
Oh yeah,
a couple car lengths away here.
Still,
so,
yeah, it was nearly 3 seconds there. So that refueling speed, yeah, is definitely a big factor. So Dylan into the pits now.
Beetlejuice just in behind those two there. Beetlejuice almost getting a lap back there.
See, well, that definitely opened up that gap to Luigi. 4.3 seconds, so maybe Luigi's stuck in traffic. Oh. No, but they are also like on a different fuel strategy. So we heard throughout this race that AMG is quite thirsty the way that TDR set up their car to maximize the speed.
He's coming into
but right look at that, 26.
Put some fuel on the cars, so maybe strategy to come out with a heavy load of fuel and then it'll minimalize how much fuel they're taking in their final 2 stops and try to make that time difference up that way, perhaps. Again, it's fun to see the strategies at play.
So I'm pretty sure that Beetlejuice will be pitting this lap with that amount of fuel remaining. And look, that difference between those two drivers now with 26 to say 2-3 at the end of that lap, this will be huge, and I wouldn't be shocked if Lugi will jump Beetlejuice. Lugi, let's see that, yeah, 48 liters, so don't think Beetlejuice can put in that, and not, yeah, say 45, maybe the minimum for that Lambo. So this.
No, I mean, we've seen 54% go into a race leader's car there.
Yeah.
Just, you know, so it gives us an idea roughly what we should probably expect to see going into the team car there.
Yeah, good shot. So pretty sure that Lugi will jump Beetlejuice there with that fuel strategy, initial fuel strategy after the driver swap. So yeah,
Well, we got
Beetlejuice remaining
in pit lane here right now. The delta is 43 seconds between him and Lugi as they go into pit lane. So yeah, it's going to be very close. He may come out a couple seconds behind Lugi here.
So
depends on what he takes for fuel.
Yeah, exactly.
Ultimately, I think.
But I say if it goes roughly up to 50% or 50 liters for Beetlejuice, then we will see Lugi 5, 6, 7s up the road. So slowly refueling the car, Lugi coming round the final turn.
Yeah, no, it's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. Because, I mean, Lugi's still got to get around the Andretti hairpin yet before they meet up at pit exit there.
Lugi will have roughly 7-8 seconds. But now Beetlejuice getting released. So that
They definitely short fueled that car a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
What we've seen his teammate do there, but I think this is just in anticipation of knowing where that Mercedes is on track right now.
Let's see, 7-8 seconds. So good guess.
Yep, that's a great call.
So definitely interesting idea to put in a bit more fuel. Lucy moves to P4. Corrects. Lugi moves to P4. Let's call him Lucy. I'm all for that. Yeah.
Dylan here in third place is actually at risk of being lapped here currently right now by our race leaders. So
yeah, so they were a lap down. Then on the previous stint, they could unlap themselves, but I think they will again be lapped with the pace difference between Max and Dylan probably too big to doing race settings. So
slid his way down the corkscrew there.
But yeah, the top two is still
the pressure
close.
Potentially a little bit there. Dylan getting the blue flags waved in his face a little bit here and there as the leaders are just getting into that range.
But again, as Dylan can take it easy. I mean, the gap to Lugi is 2 minutes and 12 seconds, something like that. So no need to do something stupid and get into the way. But look at that, Slim versus Max. Slim had a great run coming out of the final turn.
Well, this could be good for Dylan right now, trying to stay with these guys.
Yeah.
These guys decide to battle a little bit in behind him here. That'll alleviate a little bit of that pressure for him for a little bit here. But I think that the pace of the leaders ultimately will eventually find their way around Dylan. I mean, there's still 65 laps remaining here in the race yet, so lots of time. It's a long time for Dylan to stay on pace, or slightly better pace than the race leaders right now. So clearly they're moving up the racetrack.
Yeah. It's a little gap at the end.
Ferrari Lamborghini showdown here.
Yeah.
This is quite interesting.
It is. It's approaching. Looks the golden hour in a golden car.
Yeah, we got the gold Lamborghinis in IMSA every year, and we got the gold Ferrari here at ERF this season. So I love it.
The gold standard. I mean, Eric's Racing had a great season. They will grab P2 overall in the team championships if it stays like that. And
a race win would definitely be a great way to cap a season, though.
Yeah. You definitely want to win that final round of that season, no doubt about it. And they will also get their driver, Eric's Chevy, on top of the Drivers' Championship after that round. So and they missed one round, I think. So they could have maybe challenged TDR for the team's championship as well. But yeah, great season from the team.
No, I just, I wonder at some point too if Eric's team Eric's here is just kind of biding their time in behind the race leader here too. He's got a lot of time right now just to sitting behind that Lamborghini, continue to save his fuel, use that hopefully to his advantage in the next set of pit stops, but ultimately really assess where he is stronger than that Lamborghini and where that Lamborghini is stronger than that Ferrari right now too. So right now I think this is a great time for the Eric's Ferrari to really gather up that intel that racer needs to make an informed decision, and at what point on the racetrack should he attempt to make that pass if he can get into that position, barring that the race leader doesn't make a mistake and give him an opening to take an opportunity.
Yep, at this stage, yeah, it's probably just play the waiting game and study your opponent and wait.
When do you show your cards? It's a chess match right now between these two for sure, I'm sure. Clearly the Ferrari has game. I mean, I don't think that the Ferrari is any worse than that Lamborghini up front, clearly. I mean, they're nose to tail. So it's just whether or not, when he, I guess, decides whether or not he wants to start applying the pressure. You do it too early in the race, and you give him the opportunity for that driver to re-attack back at the latter part of the race. So, yeah, it's a bit of a chess match right now, I think, between the two teams. I'm sure that they're in communications with the drivers, and they're telling time gaps, and they're probably telling a lot of information right now to each other. So, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And they are closing in on Dylan every bit here, every lap as well. So
they're doing 1 minute 20s. Dylan with 21, so he has half a second roughly per lap. And now Dylan gets the blue flags. So they're definitely within that blue flag distance according to the game. Oh, Dylan very early getting out of the way, not interfering with that lead battle.
Well, at the same time, too, as a racer on the platform, when you're constantly being waved blue flags lap after lap after lap after lap, it does get distracting as well, because it's right in the middle of your screen, your visual, right? So at some point, you just got to be like, you know what? I need to get rid of this. And I think that's exactly what that was.
Yeah.
He was just in that zone of where they're just getting into where they're waving the flags at him, and that can be enough to break a driver's rhythm sometimes. So that just might have been a call for himself, just to get that annoyance, that nuisance, that distraction out of his way, and so he can focus in on locking down that final podium spot.
Ooh!
Little touch there.
Yeah,
it was very close.
Bit surprised probably by how much Max slowed down that car. It looked like a normal line for the Ferrari. I don't know.
A bit of overspeed there.
Yeah.
It's just a case of overspeed, I think. Just car pulled in a little bit quicker than he anticipated. It's a great race between the race leaders. You'll love to see that showdown to the checkered flag, that's for sure.
Nice run. It's still like those camera angles and this kink so scary. You go like centimeters past that sausage curb on the inside. And also those MR cars, they're getting airborne on the entry of the corkscrew. It also looks...
Pretty much most of the cars probably get a little bit of air coming down there. It's just the way that the corner is cambered. It's so steep. If you ever really want to see get a perspective on how steep the corkscrew is in Gran Turismo 7, drive the track backwards and go up the corkscrew instead of going down the corkscrew. That really gives you it gives you a scary perspective on how much that corner drops.
But yeah, great to see those two teams battling with, I don't know, after 7 hours nearly, still like being that close. As it's still a bit of a shame with that post-race penalty for the number 11, but we'll just ignore that for now and enjoy.
Yeah, that's back end mumbo jumbo that the commentators don't need to deal with. It's great not to be a race official and a commentator, I tell you what. But I mean, that Ferrari's getting full-blown coming down that corkscrew right now. I mean, that was a full-blown, no tires were touching there. You could tell when he landed, it was a little bit sketchy. Yeah, these guys are pushing right now for sure.
Yeah, Dylan then with that a lap down now, so 2 cars on that lead lap. Dylan in P3, still clear. That's 2 minutes and a couple of seconds. To Lugi, it's 9 seconds now. To Beetlejuice and Lugi with his personal best, a 20.9. Beetlejuice in P5.
He's turning up the heat a little bit here, making sure that Lamborghini doesn't close back in.
So we have then Tim in P6 for Clockwork Motorsports, the BMW 56, 46 sevens, and then we have the 3 Italian drivers, P7, P8, and P9. It's 46 seconds the gap between Chiri for Tavanello Racing Team, the number 6 Audi R8, and then it's the 2 EEZ Nissan GTRs in P8 and P9, Resistance and Incredibile. So the race for dragon rides within the team.
Well, you know, you want those bragging rights within the team, you know, so you know that race is.
So we can go on board in that Nissan a little bit and see Incredibilis. They missed the previous stint, and so they are fighting their way back, and they have a nice battle with their sister car, so that's probably
on the GTR, a little bit not the one of the more uncomfortable cars around this particular racetrack. I would imagine it's kind of like driving a brick. So when you got a tight, nimble racetrack like Laguna, it's definitely at a slight disadvantage. That's for sure. And you know, a track like this, GTR does not really get to use where its power range is either. I mean, the power range in that car is in the top end of the gears and in the higher gears, and then this track is just so small that Nissan never really gets into its optimal power range either here. So, yeah, definitely a tough car to be driving around the racetrack in today for sure. I know that car quite well, the GTR. I've been driving it for quite some time here, lots of leagues and endurance series in myself, so it's definitely the car I'm most familiar with currently with the way the game sits. And yeah, it's difficult on these smaller, nimble tracks to keep pace with the rest of the cars just because it never really gets to use all its power. It's strapped a little bit.
Getting closer, half a second between the 61 and the 16. So also see what you did there, VZ. You like those 2 numbers, right?
Yeah. Thankfully I'm not dyslexic. That would be very confusing.
See what happens at the front. It's still slim, within a second of max out. Those two fighting war that he won for how many laps now? Basically, since I started the stream, I just jumped into the lobby and then just saw that max out had an off track coming out of turn 10 and lost a couple of seconds, and this gave Slim then the opportunity to get close, and ever since they're racing within a second basically. Just before that pit stop, yeah, that went up a little bit, but that fuel strategy helped the Ferrari.
And I really feel like that single-handed thing right there alone is going to make the difference for them here today. I think at pushing for the top of the podium. I mean, it's very evident that car is just better on fuel than the leader currently. So that might be the game we're playing here right now for Team Eric's is let them burn their fuel up.
Team orders for the EZ, the 16 car, got past the 61. There wasn't a fight going on. So we were robbed. Come on. Probably the team manager just driving that car and decided, nah, I'm not having it.
Well, and I mean, number one rule of racing, take your teammate out. I mean, that's the number one rule of racing, right? So having an incident between your teammate either, this late in the race either. So it might not have been a team call. It might have just been a driver call as the moment was happening. But that's one big thing when we've got multiple drivers from our team racing in a league or whatever. It's the big thing is you fight it out to the checkered flag by all means. I don't want to see team orders, but don't take each other out. Right? Safety first. I'd rather see two of you on the podium than two of you lost the podium because you took each other out. So.
Yep. Don't make us look stupid. Yeah.
It's not so much that. It's just and then they feel bad, it's just a bad situation all around. So, number one rule of thumb in racing: don't take your teammate out. Just don't do it, and things are easy. So yeah, there might just be a little respect there as well. Don't want to cost each other time either at this point in the race. I mean, every second on track counts now. So.
It is, and Luigi seems to be losing a little bit of time. Slap. And yeah, it's the last hour of 2024. That's a long shot, but for the 2024 season here. I was like, wait a minute. We're already that close to end the year? Still have a couple of days left.
I still got 10 hours of my 2024 broadcast season left, and then I'm done for the season too. So.
See, I just go with 6, but yeah, I know your pain. So 6 seconds between.
And then we'll see what 2025 has in store. Whole new year, and it's coming soon.
So what happened to Luigi on that lap? 26.0. It's 5 seconds.
Well, that's definitely a moment in the kink, perhaps.
Yeah, you definitely lost to that kink probably after that.
Well, it's funny, I've spoken to a lot of real life racers that have ran Laguna Seca in real life in real cars, and you would think that the corkscrew is the scariest part of this racetrack. Any real race car driver that has spent some time on Laguna Seca will tell you the first couple times that you go down that 3-story drop in the corkscrew, it gives you butterflies in your stomach, so to speak. But most of real life racers are terrified of that kink because it's such a high speed major corner and so easy to get wrong. So the kink is actually the more dangerous corner here, Laguna Seca, when you talk to the real life racers, as opposed to the corkscrew, which is kind of surprising. It was surprising to me when I first started to hear that from some of the real racers in our community. The corkscrew is nothing compared to that kink.
Yeah, I mean, if you're pushing the limits. Yeah, this kink is definitely the scary bit. So yeah, I think you get used to that drop. Then at some point, the corkscrew like can't dip and down. But yeah,
I kind of feel like Lugi almost realizes he made the mistake last lap, and now I've seen him make a couple of smaller mistakes here on this next lap around here as well.
And I feel like he's feeling the pressure of that mistake and worried about obviously Beetlejuice and behind in fifth place, and kind of overdriving his car a little bit right now. So that he's got to be careful with that. You don't want to burn the car out any too early and change that pit strategy here. So
yeah, want to get that out of your memory. Like probably if you lose it to that kink, you just need to forget that it happened. Next time around, but then again, probably you're a bit more cautious then, and then it's not helping your lap times.
Which is costing you time, yeah. It kind of has a follow-on effect. We can see a little bit of a separation here between our race leaders now as well, a couple seconds here, so something happening to the Team Eric's car. They're falling a little bit behind pace with our race leader here as well, but I mean, Chase is still on.
Yeah, 2 seconds, that's still... with that fuel-saving capabilities for the Ferrari, you could see them taking the lead after the pit stop, which should be roughly at lap 60.
And I believe that 2-second gap is probably just a little bit of an off-track moment and some dirty tires. It really, I think, is probably all that is. So
lap 43, 21.9. That's probably the time they just lost. Yeah, somewhere a bit off track. So there is no.
I can't even speculate what part of the racetrack.
No,
be,
but that's definitely. We just saw it live on stream. That's definitely.
I think we just seen a big mistake.
A big mistake. Another 2 seconds probably then with dirty tires into the corkscrew. 1.5 for now and getting up to speed. Yeah, that's cost again.
You can see the attitude of the car right now. You can see that he's fighting the car to get it to turn in right now. You can see the car is trying to push out of the corner on him. Definitely got some dirty tires going on there. All right, you know what? He's in a tough position now. You know, he's right there. He was breathing down the tailpipe of the race leader for a large part of the stint here. Now he's made a mistake, which is coupled into another mistake. You know, he needs to just shake that off, get back into his rhythm, and lock it back in. And he's still got lots of time to close Max down here. So, but you know, the sooner that he locks back in behind that Ferrari, the better, because sometimes one mistake compounds into more. And definitely not what he wants right now, and this late in the race, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's now 2 laps in a row with some mistakes. So that's how to, I don't know, get back into the rhythm now, knowing you made 2 costly mistakes, lost.
But I think they have a few
4 seconds
here, and you know,
still, yeah,
that might be a little bit on the mind too, right? So that
maybe
can calm the drivers down a little bit, you know. You know, maybe we see a slightly earlier pit stop here just for the driver to take that, you know, minute he needs in pit lane to refocus himself too. You know, there's a couple things that I think he can do here still at this point in the race, but definitely needs to lock it back in. That is priority.
Well, looks like Lugi is back into the rhythm.
I was just thinking the same thing. The gap has stayed pretty consistent over the last couple laps. The BMW, however, though, the number 56 BMW here, though, is slowly but surely been closing that gap up on Beetlejuice. It's not significant, and it might not be enough to potentially battle for that position at the end of the race, but he's definitely knocking time off. It was a little over 48 seconds last time I had checked through the field here, and now we're down to 45 now. So chewing away a little bit here now is this BMW as well.
And after the 66 and 67, team, the GT Finland racers, decided to ditch that BMW for that final round and go for that Lambo. The 56 is the best BMW on the grid, so no one can take that away from you, Clockwork Motorsports. Well done.
That's right. Toughen it out, man.
But yeah, great lap times. So from Tim, the last couple of laps, consistently running 22 once. Oh, nearly jinxed it.
Yeah, we're, commentator thing. It just happens. We really never intend on it happening. It just happens. Sometimes all we have to do is think it.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't even have to say it.
Don't have to say it out loud. It's just like mental power. So
And we can't use it at our own will and manipulate, the power of the commentator curse. It just works when it works, All right, so I think our race leader realizes that he's got an opportunity here. It seems like he's trying to step his pace up a little bit here. I think he's opening it back up another half second here, and it seems like the Ferrari is kind of back on point here. I've been watching the lines look nice and clean and smooth here again, so I think he's shaking off those couple of moments on the racetrack there, but realizing that the defeat is a lot more difficult here all of a sudden. But again, with them having a potential fuel advantage coming into the final pit stop, that should help them close that gap back up. They really need to make sure that it doesn't get any larger at this point.
yeah, speaking about the fuel, so Ferrari just I think they just put in the fuel they actually need, not
Maybe.
draw, and the leaders, they have just a little bit, I don't know, something to play with, so extend that stint if needed.
Well, I gotta tell you, in this situation, I'm a big fan of overfueling before the final pit stop, taking maybe half your fuel load you're intending, half your final pit stop fuel load on top of your pit stop, and trying to do the same thing to minimize that final stop time. It also gives you the opportunity that if you're in a heated battle, like they weren't in a heated battle, but in a position where he needs to continue to control the pace, he can burn off a little bit of that extra fuel if he needs to as well. So, interesting strategy. It's definitely interesting strategy. I thought for sure that Ferrari was going to have quite a good fuel load over the Lamborghini here. That was a good catch. Obviously, a different strategy at play here from the race leader in that last pit stop. So,
Yeah, they definitely want to spend less time waiting for the car to refuel, but they also just don't bother with putting in some extra liters, apparently. Just
I
go.
mean, it takes, the tire changers in this game are incredible. I mean, there's no better tire changers in the world of racing than Gran Turismo 7, in my opinion. I tell you what, man, those guys get those tires on in like 3 seconds flat. Like, that is some incredible tire changing happening here. But the Fuel Man is very slow.
Yeah, I agree. That has it flawless all the time, so no mistakes made.
They never drop a lug. They never fumble getting the tire over the studs. Nothing. It's just
absolute machines. Yeah, pit crews. So Lugi losing some time, so dropping into the 22s. Beetlejuice still lapping in 1:21, so under 5 seconds now. That gap. So lap 50 out of 90.
Continuing to open his gap here right now. Again, another
6,
half second gain here this last time around. So things are getting interesting here.
That is true, yeah. So I'm not sure. Slim, maybe 4 laps in that tank. So won't be getting to lap 60, that's for sure. But then can put in a bit more fuel to finish that race. And see Lugi.
I've been noticing that Audi is pushing wide a lot of Dylan, the number 3 car, the third place driver, pardon me, on the exit. So I wonder if that's, just the way that these guys have got that car tuned, and I almost wonder if he's not driving it hard enough. It seems to me like they've got a very aggressive on the edge tune in that car, just by the way that it's corner exiting, and I feel like I almost wonder if he's not driving that car hard enough to drive the car to the tune, I guess, for lack of a better description.
It looks like this is, I don't know, 80% pushing for Dylan, so it's not taking any risks, and maybe not being a bit more like they are looking after everything, not risking too much. But I also spotted again Dylan still running with his Batman helmet. Oh, and then he made that mistake. Turn 4,
Oh, that
I
was
think it is.
yeah. Just clipped that sausage. I think he just caught a little piece of the edge of the sausage curb on that inside.
Dirty tires.
Turn 4 there, and I think that just was enough to push the car out.
Maybe that's also like the risk if you're not pushing that hard. Just be a little of a Sunday drive.
That's kind of where I was exactly where I was kind of heading to with that point. Was sometimes when you change your driving style based on a very specific way that the car is designed to be driven with the tune, that could potentially create issue for you as well, because the car is not responding as you would necessarily expect, because you're not necessarily driving it to how it's tuned or designed to be put around the track with that specific setup in the car.
Yep. And we see Beetlejuice under 4 seconds to Lukey. So
yeah, Beetlejuice is closing in very quickly here now. He seems to have amped up the pace a little bit here.
Yep, and this could be very, very close for those final 30-ish laps after the pit stop. So they're looking the same basically on fuel now, and with less than 4 seconds. And that Beetlejuice gaining slightly over the last couple of laps. This could get interesting.
And we still got Slim still seeming to be struggling right now in that Ferrari. I wonder if maybe driver fatigue is starting to set in a little bit for that driver perhaps as well.
Also the second stint of the day. So we'll see about that, or maybe Ferrari doesn't like those cooler conditions now. The sun
could be
now. Yep. I don't know.
I mean, track temperature, wind direction. The wind has changed direction. It's actually gotten a little bit more intense since the first hour. It was blowing directly from east to west. Now it's blowing pretty much straight north. So that could also maybe potentially be a factor, the way that car is handling, especially in the kink. I'm really seeing the Ferrari struggling in the kink right now. So maybe the wind is really that factor right now for that Ferrari. Maybe it's just pushing on the car just in the wrong way with the way that the car is set up, where the driver's turning in for the corner. Because that definitely seems to be the point I'm seeing. Our second place Ferrari struggle the most right now is definitely the kink.
And just a couple of minutes ago they were like bumper to bumper. Now it's 9 seconds between those two cars.
And 3 of those laps I've watched them make the mistake in the kink here so far. So yeah, definitely in that one particular section of the racetrack, definitely the driver is struggling right now. And maybe it's exactly what you touched on earlier. Maybe he's got that in his mind now. He keeps making that mistake in that corner, and then maybe that is in the back of his mind coming into that corner now and affecting, that muscle memory, the mechanic he's got pre-built into his body for this race, so to speak. So, maybe that's a little of it too, perhaps, because it like I said, it seems to be the same corner
every time. Yeah.
Right now.
He probably will be glad that this on fuel could be the end lap, so then get some fresh tires again and build up that confidence with fresh tires. More grip. See how that goes. And Luigi versus Beetlejuice, 3.5 seconds.
Slowly but surely, just taking a 10.5 or so out of Luigi every lap. Seems like right now. Seems like the Mercedes pace is dropping a little bit as well. It was in the 121s fairly consistently. They're now starting to dip into the low 122s here on a consistent basis, where Beetlejuice is lapping, in those 21s still. Just touched 22 himself last time around there, so.
Yeah. I think a bit more pace towards the end of the stint for the Finnish driver in that Lamborghini.
Well, you know, that's another thing with the tuning setups too. Yeah, you know, you can set the car up for different parts of that race. You know, do you set the car up for early race? Do you set it up for mid race? Do you set it up for long haul? Do you set it up for end race when it comes alive? You know, the tuning does kind of play a part in when the car comes alive, so to speak, in these stints too as well, because again, tuning, much like everything else, track temperature and weather changes obviously are going to affect the setup in the car. So, you know, there's always that. Some teams have their car set up for early stint. Some cars like to set their car up for the end stint, and some teams like to, you know, just set up the car for the overall run. So, definitely seems like Lamborghinis start to turn the heat up at the latter part of the run. So.
Maybe also they can like cope with the increased firewire a bit better than AMG.
Which is so counterintuitive in my opinion, because I know how this car is on tire.
But again, yes, it touched on with the setups and so and looking at the like just the tire wear information we get from the game, and Luki is worse with his tires, and finally Slim in now with 1 liter remaining. So lap 58 it was, so it was close to lap 60 in the end, but yeah, definitely needs to run a bit of a longer final stint. So let's see what the leader is doing.
A race, yeah, you know, I was just going to say that the race leader, you know, has got himself into a position where he doesn't have to necessarily pit this time around, because his opponent has pit, you know, the lap before, the undercut overcut situation. I don't think he needs to worry about that.
No.
He's still got a decent amount of fuel left in the car, and the car is in pretty good shape for him still here. So I really think this is a driver's call at this point for whenever we see our race leader come in. You know, does he want to maybe stretch out another 5 laps and take a shorter stint on that final set of tires, or are they going to stick to the plan? But I mean, we'll see, I guess. But I don't actually expect to see him come in this time around. I don't think it's going to be for a couple more laps yet, at least.
Doesn't need to immediately cover that pit stop, yeah.
You know, it would have been much different if they're still separated by 3/4 of a second, and
yeah, exactly,
then it was probably a 95% certainty we would have seen the race leader come in the following lap, just because that's the way it works when it's that close. But having a 10-second advantage at the time of pit stop changed things right there for the race leaders as well. So the ball is in their court right now for sure, and they've got control. So they just need to bring it home here and execute this now, because the Ferrari's definitely not out of this race yet by any stretch.
Yeah, Pasta, you see what happened to Resistance here. So I think they are still checking things during that pit stop. Looks like a mid-stint retirement. Maybe they can fire up that engine. Yeah, come on, do that final lap, please, for the team.
You're almost there, boys. You're almost there.
So, the leader stayed out for at least 1 more lap. Let's see. Fuel's still looking okay. Could do at least 5 more laps, probably.
That's what I figure. I mean, I think if they really wanted to take it to 65, maybe even 66, probably, with what I see for fuel after the car.
No need to, yeah.
They're going to bring it in. Just going to stick with the plan here.
And Luki in the pits now. Beetlejuice again. With that better tire wear, can do the overcut. Oh, it's Lucy. Sorry, yeah. I forgot about that.
I mean, Beetlejuice has had the pace on the Mercedes here for a while, so I think this is a smart play by Beetlejuice to stay out for another lap or two here. Again, he's got the fuel to do it, and at the pace he's at right now, as long as he keeps lapping like that, I mean, I don't know if a 2-lap overcut's going to hurt Beetlejuice here. If anything, it may potentially help. He's got clean air now, and really nobody anywhere around him here, so it'd be interesting to see when he decides to pit now.
Exactly, and wait now for the leader. 45. Away we go.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on our number Ferrari here as our leader's in pit lane here. He's looking like he's getting released by the looks of it here shortly. So
yeah, that's a nice gap.
And we got Slim literally just coming down the hill into the Andretti hairpins here, so definitely opened the gap up a little bit in that pit stop, I think.
Yeah, I think gained another 3 to 4 seconds during that pit stop.
Definitely in control for Max right now. It's it's in his hands for the next 30 laps.
And Beetlejuice, another lap. So that's definitely the overcut strategy to have the tire advantage.
I think this is a good call here. I really think this is a good call here. His tires are in really good shape still. I mean, there's definitely a few laps, good quality laps left up on those racing tires yet. He's at a very low fuel point. I mean, ultimately right now his car should be ultimately at one of its fastest points. Having to close up a 3-second gap on a car that you know is struggling later in the stint as well. Take advantage of where your car is good. I think this is a good call here by the by Beetlejuice and the finish team here.
Yeah, I think the same. So also reduces probably the amount of fuel, and every little bit helps probably towards the end. Lighter car, better tires to go for a push if it gets close.
I mean, it's 48-second gap here to Lugi when he comes in here. Based off of my experience with Lugi, it's like a 1 liter per second refuel rate was minute 20 for a pit stop at 45% fuel, so it's going to be very close. They're going to be separated by a couple seconds here, one way or the other, I think.
I think that we were roughly with 3.5 seconds before that pit stop, and then it depends basically on how much Beetlejuice is refueling. Will he get a trigger happy thumb?
Easy enough to do.
Yeah.
Easy enough to do. I put myself in a position where I've been a lap and a half short after the pit and go, oh, whoops.
Lugi comes around that final turn now. Beetlejuice still
oh, it's going to be so
45.
close.
It is? Okay. It's close. So getting released on that straight. Lugi around the outside, but
Lugi
the long way around into the
race
Andretti hairpin.
He is at the race pace,
You
so,
see,
so he should come out ahead, I think, here.
It is 2 to 3 seconds, maybe.
Yep. Wow. Battle on. Ooh, a little bit of a touch in the dirt there. He's lucky that the car didn't kick on him there under braking. He definitely took that exit a little wide, or entry a little wide there. That could have cost him. And yeah, I mean, the gap is 2 seconds here, so actually a gain for Beetlejuice there of about a second.
Yep. With that overcut. I was a bit surprised to see Tim that close, but yeah, it's the inlet for Tim with that amount of fuel. So again, we will probably see now.
He might not even have the fuel to make it all the way around.
Yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine. But we'll probably see the situation that Lugi will be pushing like crazy. He usually does this on the first couple of laps after the pit stop, and Beetlejuice is taking it easy after the pit stops. So we'll be surprised to see that gap go up. But then towards the end, we will see it like the other way around, and we just see, the two teammates
trying to get slipstream from a teammate there, yeah.
So there probably also an interesting thing about disguising, like the overtake. Lugi gets the blue flags with the leader, and then basically the same livery car sneaks in through behind. That could be a strategy.
Well, I mean, this is really good for Max too. I mean, the team car now in between him and number 11 Ferrari is a team car.
But look at Max! Look at Max open up that gap already. So Beetlejuice not able to stay that close and go for that surprise overtake.
All right, so Lugi, and exactly what you said. I mean, back up to 3 seconds, but again, Beetlejuice having to allow the race leader, his teammate, through there as well. So Lugi is also going to have to do much of the same thing. So essentially, probably give that time right back to Beetlejuice. But we'll see how that goes. I kind of feel like the race leader utilizing a few extra seconds behind his teammate there to grab a little extra slipstream there may potentially cost Beetlejuice a little bit of time in this battle for 4th place here as well, because that means he wasn't able to get up to race pace as quickly as well himself. So
that is maybe also Max sees the opportunity to improve on that fastest lap of that stint. 20.4 currently.
That's true. That is a good call. Yeah, an improvement there for sure.
And yeah, roughly 15 seconds.
What is the overall fastest lap of the race here today? Is it under a minute 20?
119.6.
Okay, so just dipping into
Okay.
the 19s here today.
Yep. But it's only one driver that was able to do that.
I mean, that's a good lap in a GT3 car around here. Like I said, the cars are fast, but the problem is the size of the racetrack and how technical it is. It is very hard to get these cars around here much quicker than that. You start breaking under a minute 20 in a GT3 car around Laguna Seca, tune or no tune. You're on a pretty good pace.
Blue flag situation for Luki. It's the number 6 car and also the leader. Oh.
Yeah, that
go into the pits, the number 6.
Bail it out of there. He's like, nope, this is a good spot to go. That got a little sketchy real quick.
Luki had a wiggle. The exit of turn 11 looked like he was just letting the leader get past, but no. Yeah. But now goes wide and leaves that inside line for leader. So Beetlejuice takes the opportunity and look at that, 1.6 briefly. 1.8, 1.9 now after the Andretti happened.
About that 2-second mark.
Yeah,
he just got his time back. Exactly what I figured there. But Lugi's got a little bit of slipstream right now from the race.
Oh, yeah.
That's definitely an advantage for him.
Exactly.
So, Beetlejuice has got some work to do here right now. I'm sure he's on the team radio going, hey, drive faster, would you? Break that slip.
or the other way around. Go slower through those slow turns. Hold him up, hold him up. No, this is not in the interest of the leader.
I highly doubt that's the call there, as he's got a Ferrari only 14 seconds behind him himself.
Exactly,
so.
Yeah. But yeah, he's opening up that gap now to that final sector. And 1.8 between Lugi and Beetlejuice. Oh, again, a little bit wide, yeah. I think a bit compromised run. 1.6, yeah, 1.5. That Lamborghini has a great exit usually out of the final turn with that setup.
Well, and the Mercedes, I've found Lugi's been struggling in the Andretti hairpin, really keeping that tight line around the inside part of the corner too, where the Lamborghini can just hug that inside apex. That's a couple tenths gained in that corner every lap too, as well on the Mercedes, just there alone. So, just not able to get the rotation of that Mercedes in the ideal way around the hairpin there.
All right, we have a battle for the remaining 30 minutes of this 8 hours event. Lugi versus Beetlejuice. TDR number 5 versus the GT Finland Racers number 67. Again, that AMG looked good coming into the corkscrew.
Yeah, the latter part of the racetrack, the Mercedes seems to be a little bit stronger than the Lamborghini, but the Lamborghini is definitely a lot stronger in the early part of the racetrack for sure over that car, it seems like. So, the time the Lamborghini is gaining in the first half of the racetrack, it seems like Lugi is getting back in the second half of the lap. So, not really gaining or losing anything here right now, just kind of two second gap there. But again, not able to get that inside apex there. I mean, that is going to start to become a problem for that Mercedes as this stint continues to grow older, because that's going to continue to put more and more pressure on his outside right side tires, and not being able to hold a tight line through the Andretti hairpin means that car is going to continue to push wider and wider out into that hairpin if he can't dial it in a little bit better in that corner, and that it's going to continue to allow Beetlejuice to make big gains just in that one corner alone. So ultimately, he just needs to brake a little bit sooner, in my opinion, to tighten up that braking zone to get that apex a little bit better in this car. Because again, as the stint grows older, these tires are going to start to wear, and the car's not going to want to
Slim again
into that corner.
That King is haunting him probably for the rest of that day. Again, a big off track, but avoided the damage.
That wall, he missed that wall. That part of that wall right here at Laguna Seca, that's pretty much guaranteed engine damage all day long. It's just the way that the wall pulls you in when you hit that wall right at the very end of it there. It just hooks the car and it just destroys it. And
you know what? Engine damage would immediately result into a safety car. Uh-oh.
But yeah, that's you hit that one spot of the wall, that one particular spot there on the racetrack, and it is almost 95% guaranteed engine damage. It's crazy how consistent it is. It's the only thing in this game when it comes to damage that's consistent is that wall.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice closing in here, got it down to 1.5.
Yeah, we saw Lugi again, bit using too much of the sand on the outside. And we know that Lamborghini should come alive towards the end of the stint. So if Beetlejuice can keep that under 2 seconds gap, that would be a great opportunity to move up one position. Here comes some theory.
Top 3 in the same lap.
Yeah, Dylan would be allowed to unlap themselves. Yeah,
behind the leaders. Yeah, that would make things interesting. That would most certainly make things interesting.
But yeah, with 20 laps to go, so far we barely had any damage throughout this event. So an early.
Which is,
clap for the drivers.
I was just gonna say, I tip my hats to the drivers on that one because it's not easy to do.
But there were some close moments, definitely.
We just seen one from our second place Ferrari driver there. I can't believe he still has a right side mirror. He was so close to that wall.
Yeah, when we had that moment for Lugi on the a second stint where he did that 360 coming out of turn 4. There was a Ferrari, a lap in front already, was close behind, and luckily ghosted through that spinning car. So that could have ended in the disaster and the safety car as well. So those little moments, you're like a poof.
The hold your breath moments.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. But you were touching on that Andretti hairpin issue for Lugi, and you already see that those front tires, they show some wear already.
Well, he had a much better line in there this time. He didn't quite get the apexes there this time, but he was a full car width tighter into the Andretti hairpin this time. So obviously aware that that's costing him some time there and trying to shore that up for sure. But Beetle, and he does a good job. 2 seconds gap still, so just maintaining that gap right now. If he can continue to do that for the rest of the race, then it should be easy peasy to checker flag. But easier said than done.
Yeah. Gap from Lugi to Tim. I guess you can see that now. Hopefully, 53, 54 seconds.
53, 54. Yep, somewhere in around there.
So yeah, the 56 car having quite a lonely event today. But I want really involved in battles throughout these 7.5 hours. so far, and looks like
That's Laguna's sake in a nutshell when it comes to the Gran Turismo 7 platform. Though you see a close race very early on, and the track separates the field from there, basically. So we're seeing much of the same thing here today. We got one potential battle left on track at this point right now, and that's just the nature of the racetrack here at Laguna. It's just what it does to the racers.
If you're not perfect here, it's you're losing time. That's just the way it is. Other racetracks, you don't necessarily have to be perfect to still maximize your race time. Your lap time. You have to be pretty perfect around Laguna to really maximize every lap
around here. So.
And Mercedes seems to be locking in right now. His lines are tightening up. He's really got a good lock right now around the racetrack. The car is alive right now for the Mercedes driver for sure, for Luki here.
Yeah, probably now maximum focus for the remaining 23-ish minutes. 2.5 seconds, yeah, opening up that gap to Beetlejuice. 22.1 last time around. We should be lapping in the low 21s. And yeah, Lugi, as you said, last couple of laps, definitely getting into that zone with better lap times and keeping Beetlejuice at a certain distance.
Well, I mean, that's really all he needs to do here. I mean, Dylan is not even in a discussion at this point anymore. The race for Lugi here is for place right now, and the opponent is Beetlejuice chasing. So he doesn't need to do anything more than what he's doing right now. He just needs to hold that, just needs to keep that pace gap there. If he lets Beetlejuice get within a second, he's going to be in trouble, right? But if he can keep him outside that 2-second range, I mean, that's really all he needs to do here today. It's going to take a pretty large mistake from Dylan in order to gain that position at this point now. So
yeah, that would be multiple laps with hitting for damage. So that's still nearly 2 minutes, 1 minute 50 something between P3 and P4. Let's focus on that P4, keep that P4 for Luki. And Beetlejuice then hoping for his final 15 minutes to see if he can put on the pressure a little bit more, but not letting Luki drive away at this stage. So.
I mean, again, we seen the front sector, the first sector, and then as we get into this final sector, we see the strength of the Mercedes straight line speed start to come into play, essentially, because now we have some of the straightaways, longer straightaways here at Laguna on the backside of the track here. So, interesting. It's very interesting to see if that Lamborghini turns up the heat here at the end of the stint like we've seen, and I'm sure that the driver behind the wheel of that car is like, you gonna come alive anytime soon? Wake up here, come on. Little moment there, though, from the Mercedes. That's going to allow Beetlejuice to close a little bit of time in. Just a little slide coming through turn 11 there.
It's still 2 seconds plus at this stage, and we'll see when the delta gets more towards Beetlejuice. So we saw it basically during every stint so far that Beetlejuice got stronger towards the end of that stint. And also with the strategy, he opted to stay longer with that middle stint and has better tires towards the end. And I still think this could be a side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel battle for the last couple of minutes between those two drivers.
I agree. I definitely agree. I mean, Beetlejuice stop trying to close in, that's for sure. So it just seems like the Mercedes is a little more alive right now. Mercedes is strong through sector 2 and 3 here now on the racetrack, I'm noticing, and Lamborghini is more strong in sector 1. So the Mercedes has the advantage right now, being stronger through 2 to 3 sectors of the racetrack here.
And the leader, yeah, definitely very strong pace, 20.6 currently. I think that is, no one else is that quick at the moment. Slim had a 20.6 on lap 70 as well, so recovered from that scary kink by the looks. At least lap 67, 68, 69 and 70. So last lap a 21.4, but is on a good lap again, keeping that gap around about 20 seconds, and still has a nice gap to Dylan that is roughly 2 minutes.
Almost 2 laps at this point, no? Getting there. Dylan will most likely just stay 1 lap down here, though, unless, again, barring no mistakes. It's still about 30 seconds of time for the leaders to gain on him there to put him another lap down at that point. With only
17 laps remaining, I don't think there's enough time to do that. So, however, the lapping at 20s right now from the race leader, I mean, I guess the potential is most certainly there.
And we have a little bit of slipstream assist for Beetlejuice down that straight.
He's definitely, you know, I said he lets him get within that second. He's right there. He's on the edge of that 1 second. It's the second time out of turn 3 now that I've seen that same wiggle coming from the Mercedes. I think he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit here.
1 second. Oh.
It's starting to get a little bit dark here on the racetrack as well. The headlights are turning on the cars, and you know that's just making that car that much bigger now in the Mercedes rearview mirror with the lights turned on here now as well. So definitely feeling a little bit of pressure for sure.
All right, downhill we go. It's again this corkscrew, and turns 8 and 9, definitely an advantage for that AMG. But now we should see the strength of that Lambo coming out of turn 11. Yeah, gaining on the exit.
Very small margins, but gaining nonetheless. We'll see a 10th or 2 gained here unless Mercedes can really get on the apex. But again, you know, just can't hold that tight line around the corner. I don't know if that's just by design or if the car just doesn't want to quite grab the inside line there. But I mean, that was about a 10th right there. And another wiggle again out of 3. Heading in a rainy curve here. You really need a clean exit here.
There's maximizing the track. But okay. Got that run. Still above 1 second. Approaching the kink once again. Ooh.
Yeah, that was almost very wide end.
Yeah.
Put it all on the edge there for sure. The difference is in the kink, the Mercedes can eat a little bit of that curbing on the left-hand side there, that you know, big sausage curb that's there. The Mercedes should be able to handle that, being a much heavier car, without necessarily throwing it way out to lunch, where the Lamborghini hits that sausage curb going into the kink, and that is guaranteed it's just going to throw that car into the sand. So, again, slight advantage goes to the Mercedes in a sense there, because the car is just simply heavier and can eat the curves just a little bit better than that Lamborghini can too as well. So this is going to be an interesting battle leading into the end of this race here. Patience is key for Beetlejuice. He doesn't want to make the big mistake trying to catch up here at this moment. He's already done the job of getting into the slipstream. He just needs to decide now where and when he's going to make the move. And if I'm Beetlejuice right now, and I'm the white racer behind this Lamborghini in this situation, I mean, it is very evident that Mercedes is weak in the first sector of the racetrack. That's probably where I'm looking to try and get the job done.
Yeah, definitely need to rely on that advantage in that first sector to get closer and closer every lap.
Because you know when the Mercedes gets to this part of the racetrack, it's going to build that time back up. But if you're in front of that Mercedes coming up to this part of the racetrack, he still needs to find a way to get past you, which means you can defend the corner at the end of the straight. So it's definitely ideal for Beetlejuice to be ahead of the Mercedes before the final sector of the racetrack, where that car is clearly a little stronger because it has a lot more power as opposed to finesse. Yeah, very good battle. Opens it back up to 1.2 at the final corner here again.
And that exit, yeah, better for Lugi this time.
No, much better for the Lamborghini. It's coming down.
It was basically the same lap time between both of the drivers last time around.
Well, you got a decent little corner there. The Andretti hairpin was done much more effectively there from the Mercedes. So, but again, these wide entries into this first sector is really costing that Mercedes time here to the Lamborghini. And almost every corner, he's just dipping the tires into the dirt there, and not necessarily ideal when you're battling for position, because that can definitely go wrong very quickly.
Using all of the tricks, like distracting your opponent.
You can't use the oil slick button in these cars, so you got to throw sand in the face.
Yep,
just how it works.
That's how it works. Yeah. So still 1 second between those two, and approaching slowly but steadily the final 10 minutes of this race. So let's have a quick run through the grid. Max out for GT Finland racers, the 66 car leading 21.5 seconds to Slim for Eric's Racing in that 11 Ferrari. For 5.8 Italia GT3, then it's Dylan in P3, number 12 entry for CLR Ray Racing, that Audi R8 having a nice gap to P4. We went with that battle between Lugi for the number 5 AMG for TDR and Beetlejuice for the second entry for GT Finland racers, the 67 Lamborghini Huracan. That close battle, we will return to that in a short moment. Then Tim for Clockwork Motorsports in P6 in that 56 WM6 endurance model. In P7 we have the number 6 Audi R8 for that Tavanello Racing team. That is also the cover car for our broadcast, Stars and Stripes livery. And in P8 it's Incredibile for VZ, the 16 Nissan GTR Nismo, and the sister car still having something to sort during that pit stop. So let's fingers crossed they bring that car back out on track for the final lap to finish the race and the season. Alright, so we go back to Beetlejuice and Lugi, P4, P5, 1.3 seconds between them. So Lugi with a, bit better lap times. Opened up that gap slightly on lap 75, gained 3/10. But yeah, it's still far from over between those two drivers. So any little mistake now will probably decide that battle.
Absolutely, but keep my eyes on Lugi and Beetlejuice here while you're going through the grid. Not a lot's changed there. The gap's still about 1.1, 1.2. Everybody's holding strong here.
Again, good run for Beetlejuice this time. Gained to 10th. But then it will be the corkscrew again. Ooh, that looked decent. Can he bring that gap down under 1 second? That would be crucial. Beetlejuice struggled with turn 10 though. But gets a good run out of that final turn. So, back to the drawing board Basically the same lap time again between those two drivers. Gained a couple of tenths though. But yeah, not much separating those two on average.
Yeah, these drivers very equally paced right now. That is for sure.
They're 3 laps down to the leaders. We'll keep that in mind, so they won't be racing till the end. Less laps to go for the drivers behind. It will be just...
That was a big gain right there by Beetlejuice on turn and turn 5 there. But lost it coming out of the kink a little bit there.
That game. Gain a little, lose a little.
Yeah, both these drivers are gripping those steering wheels a little bit tighter right now. They're probably gritting their teeth a little bit here right now. Sweat's definitely rolling.
So now this could be an opportunity for Beetlejuice out of that final turn. If he gets his usual good exit, he will bring that gap down to under 9 tenths probably. Starting at that lap, not close. Almost, yeah.
He's going to gain some here though, he always does.
Maybe, yeah. The exit out of the Andretti hairpin, yeah, gained another tenth, so 8 tenths it is. Can he use that extra slip now through that middle sector? And Lugi's struggling.
This is a tough situation because now he's got to deal with the dirty air of that Mercedes as well too. So
yeah,
again, he may be purposely spacing himself right now at this point in the race, just not to get too much effects of that dirty air. And maybe we see him start to press, 5 to go, 4 to go, a little more here. Maybe right now just try to apply the pressure, see if we can force that Mercedes into a mistake. Over the next couple laps. If that doesn't happen, then we'll probably start to see Beetlejuice try to force the issue a little bit more, maybe. But very equally paced right now, these two. It's very good battle to the checkered flag, coming from 4th and 5th place here for sure.
See also fuel still looking okay. Don't think they have to worry about saving fuel. But they can push, can attack if they want to, or defend if they need to. Again, Lugi this time a little bit quicker. 1 second, and where's the leader on lap 85? 5.5 laps to go. Slim in P2, 24 seconds. That Gab Dylan on his own in P3, and we should stay with Lugi and Beetlejuice probably. Don't want to miss a potential overtake happening again.
Lugi did a good job there to really open that gap up to the biggest it's been for a while here, so I have my suspicions. Here. I wonder if Beetlejuice has the fuel to make the distance here. Obviously, they don't have 8 to go because they're 3 laps behind the leaders, but there's definitely more fuel in the car in front than there is in the car in back for sure right now.
Yeah. That's a fact I can't deny, yeah. But it's like, how long do they have to go?
Then I'm sure that this is factored into those final pit stops as well. You're intending on doing, or that you're a couple laps down to the race leader at that point. So you definitely also want to account for that in your fuel strategy as well, knowing that you're not going to get the full 90 in. You're probably only going to get 87 or 88 in on this final run. That it does get factored into these driver strategies as well.
Max out coming around the final bits of lap 86. And starting.
And Beetlejuice does a better job in that middle sector this time than the Mercedes does, and closes some of that time back up again. So it is a give a little, take a little situation right here between 4th and 5th right now.
4 laps to go. And we're back.
And now we've got the 2nd place Ferrari starting to lurch in behind these two here.
Okay.
Well, we could potentially see blue flag come into play here now.
Maybe Ferrari just stays behind and doesn't want to get involved into that. And nothing to gain for them, probably.
Nothing to gain, everything to lose. At this point in the race, you know, you don't have a shot at the next position. You've got a huge gap on the position chasing you. I don't think you stick your nose in this battle. I think you just let it happen. Grab your popcorn and enjoy the entertainment in front of you.
Yeah. Best seats in the house.
Absolutely. Front row seats, man. Little wide in the kink there from Luigi.
Yeah.
Just
immediately losing.
Little slide into the corkscrew there. Starting to feel the pressure a little bit here. Made the mistake, gripping that wheel just a little bit tighter, making sure he gets it locked in. This is the closest we've seen people here. He had that to 6/10 there for a second. So.
Oh, and with his usually good exit, it could come down to 6/10, maybe half a second. Yeah.
It's getting close. It's getting close. Predictions, chat. Predictions.
Oh yeah, Luigi's front
and there's
tires,
the
and
in
now you see that,
right there.
That is
closing distance that Lamborghini got in the end, been alone, and it is game on.
Here we go.
Second place Ferrari's got front.
What a run! Oh, defending, no, leaving that get open. Down the inside, they go side by side. Oh.
Small touch there,
but they're still side by side. Beetlejuice has the inside for the kick. Will he get his car in front? Yes, he does. Oogie right behind, but a bit of a compromised run through the kick. So now it's game on. It's game on, people.
That was a game of patience right there by Beetlejuice. I suspected that with about 5 to go, we're going to see him really start to force the issue. And that's exactly what happened. It was a patience game. Keep the car safe. Couple little mistakes made by Luigi allowed him to close a little bit of extra time up, and it was go time from there. And here we go, battle on.
You see now the straight line advantage for that AMG with that slip. Yeah, it could be under 3/10.
Thing is with Luigi here, though,
struggling
with the way the nature of his car spin in this corner. I mean, you need to take the outside line here, just because that's where your car is setting. He got a good run. He tried to get in underneath there, but there was just nowhere to go there. Got in the back end.
Where is the leader? On lap 89. We are officially on the final minute of that race, so you will just get to do one more lap. So perfectly timed, perfectly scheduled the race distance. I have to do a clap on my shoulder. So we just had the decision, like, how many laps we will do, and it looks like it will be Max starting that final lap with 15 seconds-ish remaining. So
and this battle for 4th is not over. Final lap here. To come around to these two, and the Mercedes is a striking distance still, so and the Ferrari doing exactly what we figured he was going to do at this point. He's just chilling in behind these two at this point.
Just watching it all go down.
Alright, so this is also the final lap then for Luigi and Beetlejuice. So half a second now that gap, and I think that a better run through the Andretti hairpin. That might
I don't understand why
why Luigi wasn't been doing that the whole final stint with that entry into the Andretti hairpin. I mean, that is a very quick line through that hairpin for that Mercedes, and that could have made the difference here potentially for him in these final 30 laps. Was that specific set of corners? Lamborghini continued to close 2-3 tenths every lap up in that corner, and ultimately what allowed Beetlejuice to get into position to make a move.
All right, and now let's go to the leader, D66, coming round turn 10, final time through
Beautiful
turn 11, and 66 car with their maiden victory for the season. Great job, GT Finland racers. P1 for that Lambo. And it's Eric's racing with Slim. We see the P4 and P5, so we go with that. They will see the checkered flag before Slim. And Beetlejuice keeps that position.
To hold on to it. Yeah.
67 finishes in P4, Luigi in P5. It is, and Slim P2 for X Racing. Dylan then will complete the podium for CLR Racing by the looks. So he's P3 here. We'll see the other drivers. Tim in P6 for Clockwork Motorsports. Jiri for Tavanello Racing in P7. Incredibile in P8. And that 61 car, they made it out of the pits, and they will probably go for a team photo finish. No, I don't know what's happening. Can they do it? They're close. Come on, drive over the line, side by side. You can do it, team. You can do it.
I've tried to get my drivers to do that so many times.
Yeah,
it is a thing to get these guys to do, man.
Yeah, they're doing it. Yeah, nice team photo for them. And here comes Dylan, finishes on the podium, P3, and that concludes the California 8
There you
hours.
go.
Here we go.
Team photo just for you.
Here we go with the results now on screen. So, yeah, great event as usual. Yeah, a bit of shame that we had that not that many cars, not full grid, but those cars on the grid, they made it a very great event, great pace throughout, and what a performance, what a win for the 66, the GT Finland racers, with their swap from that BMW to that Lamborghini, earning them their first victory. Well done, well done, well done. And
all right, so
Eric's Racing.
Things I just want to touch on in chat here real quick. I just want to start by saying congratulations to GT Finland Racers for winning the California 8 hours and in their maiden win. Congratulations to Eric's Javi for winning the driver's title for 2024, and congratulations to Track Design Racing for winning the team title.
Okay. Good one. Yeah, so even with that penalty, Eric's Racing will keep that P2 for now, and CLR Racing finishing on the podium with Dylan and P3. And what a nice little battle we had for P4 and P5 over those last couple of minutes or maybe hours. I don't know, between those two drivers. Very close towards the end, but
sorry, I'm laughing at the chat.
Yeah, well, of course he had to. What a great performance by Mr. G's team, yeah, TDR winning it in the end. But yeah, but this also like a big shout out to Eric's Chavi for the Drivers Championship there with that final race of the season.
And it was a good one. I mean, a very spirited fight there. To the event race winners there quite some time, but it just fell a little bit off there near the end. And I mean, second place is still a great finish nonetheless, and can't shake a stick at having a driver's title. I mean, hey, it's not all bad for that driver for sure.
Oh, really sure about that, yeah. Right. So yeah, that also concludes the 2024 season here at ERF GT Challenge. Thank you all for that wonderful season. We had some great events. We had 24 our events. Did we? Yeah, we had Spa and the Nürburgring. I have to remember all of this. We started in
it was a NERB. I believe it was a NERB.
We started in Bathurst. We did 12 hours. It's Nürburgring 12 hours. Yeah, we had Spa 12 hours. We had a short sprint race format at Monza, 1 hour race with just for the drivers' championship. We had a Brands Hatch short endurance 2 hours, and then we had Zuka. Also, good to see that track on that race calendar, and then a great way to finish that season here at Laguna Seca in the desert. So, thank you everyone at ERF for the management, towards the team managers, the drivers, and all of my broadcasting colleagues supported us with their expertise throughout those events. Great stuff. And yeah, I've already heard that the schedule for 2025 will be released very, very soon. Yeah, so watch out for that. We'll continue in 2025 with some of those great endurance events for sure.
Absolutely, and the biggest thank you to Jaeger himself, ladies and gentlemen. This guy puts in every single second of these races and hours leading up to and afterwards to get the production value, to get the streams up, to get the streamers on board, get the schedules in place, and keep everything organized. And again, even today, stepping in very last minute to cover the first 15 minutes of the stint for me here today as I was tied up elsewhere. You don't give yourself enough credit for everything you do, and you're a large part of what happens here at ERF. And thank you for everything you do, because we couldn't have the great production value without what you do here. So thank you to you as well.
For those kind words, yeah, but it takes all of us to make this happen, to make this work. It's not a one-man show.
No, absolutely. I agree fully, but you never give yourself credit, man. You got to give yourself some credit, man.
Give me some credits. Come on.
And I mean, thank you to the viewers. Thank you to everybody who came in all season long, hung out with us stint after stint after stint, and through our technical faux pas and our not so good racing moments, spectacular racing moments. I mean, at the end of the day, we can't do this without everybody at home, the viewers. So most importantly, thank you to everybody that came in throughout the season, hung out with us, hopefully enjoyed our entertainment value, and we definitely look forward to seeing all of you back next season.
That's true. And with that screen showing the host has ended the game, that's exactly what happens. So
that's the end of the stream.
That's the end of the stream. We'll just guide you through that ending screen now. And yeah, we hope to see you around very, very soon here at the Endurance Racing Federation. Bye-bye,
Thank you to the Endurance Racing Federation.